Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Inherited All for One. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Just about everyone could tell you exactly where they were that day. The exact time, what they were doing, how they felt, what the sky looked like from where they were standing. It's the nature of national disaster, something that so radically changes the face of a society and pushes history down a path it will never be able to turn back from. It is impossible to forget. For the little guy, for him and his family, they were far too close to the epicenter for comfort. At the time they had been going on a school picnic before the sky turned black, before all they could feel was raw, primal fear. But if you saw the battle that they did, survived what they did, you'd remember that day better than any other. Remembering bad things that happened to you is your mind's way of protecting itself, trying to keep itself from living through that trauma ever again. And if you're a kid? Just a little, innocent child who'd never once seen the uglier sides of life? That staying power doubles, and the memories change you. Your nightmares revolve around them, your convictions shape around them, your resolve is tainted by them. They change you. When the memory begins, the first thing he remembers, whoever he recounts the story to, was sitting on the swings alone. Other children were running about and playing, using their quirks, superpowers inherited from birth to have a rather energetic round of tag. The poor thing, alone on the swings, didn't have a quirk. He was a freak of nature, along with 20% of the population who was born like that. And the others knew. The others wouldn't let him forget. Why does Bakugo always get to be the hero? One child whined, crossing his arms. The short and fiery Katsuki Bakugo, his palms crackling with small explosions, just cackled. Because if any of us is going to become the next All Might. He pointed toward a screen that loomed over the park, some distance away. At that exact moment, it was broadcasting an interview with the man Bakugo had just mentioned. "It's gonna be me." Sighing, the other boy just went quiet, but another one piped up in his place. "Why is he called the symbol of peace anyways?" Bakugo rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid or something? It's because he's so awesome that criminals are afraid to be bad, even when he's not around." Bakugo flashed a wicked grin, cackling under his breath. "Because of that, we don't have a bunch of stupid villains running around making the world a war zone. He's so strong he doesn't even have to throw a punch to keep evil in its place." Scratching the side of his head, that same boy gulped. "So, what do you think will happen if he dies?" Bakugo looked at him like his brain had just fallen out of his head. Wouldn't more villains show up and make the world scarier? At this, Bakugo just laughed hysterically. "Wow! You're even dumber than you look. Something like that will never happen, stupid. Fate can always be tempted. It finds it very hard to resist temptations like those." In that moment, as far as the child alone on the swings was concerned, Bakugo was absolutely right. All Might really was that powerful, and there was nothing that would ever change that. No villain or other force on Earth would ever be strong enough to kill or even hurt him. But that wasn't what was on his mind. Some distance away he watched as his mum and dad seemed to be arguing, quietly. They were avoiding making a scene, but nonetheless were not able to avoid airing their dirty laundry in public. Not that he knew, he was still too young to know that. To him, they just looked upset, perhaps at each other. His mother's face was quivering, trying not to let tears out, and his father wasn't even looking at her. Not that he could remember his father's face, even now. Looking back, he knew this was the end of their relationship. Everything had changed in so many ways after that day, and that was just one of them. It wasn't the thing that everyone would remember, though. That came now. The world erupted with explosions. A pair of bodies had crashed into each other, then hit the ground near the school so hard they left a crater in the road. Hurricane-force winds sent almost everyone flying as people ran screaming. The boy was thrown off the swing, and as he pulled himself up from the dirt, grabbing at the frame of the swing to steady himself, the bodies pulled themselves from the ground and started throwing punches at each other. This was no sloppy spur-of-the-moment brawl. This was something else, a rapid and calculated exchange of blows. Their fists struck each other with such ferocity and so regularly that the wind force created from the impacts shook the buildings around them, smashed the glass in windows. Civilians and children fled the scene as quickly as they could, leaving the little kid behind. Grasping onto the swing even tighter, the little guy's eyes went wide. All Might? The symbol of peace didn't hear him, and why would he? He was far too busy fighting for his life. A decisive strike sent the villain flying right past the kid, crashing through a building in a blast of rebar and fire, and All Might followed in a blur. From what the kid could see, the villain was dazed and All Might had his senses completely in hand. Taking advantage of this, All Might grabbed his enemy and started using him as a battering ram against the ruined building around them. Tossing him around like a ragdoll, he threw the villain through girders and walls, as if trying to hit him with everything he could find. What terrified the boy in that moment was how oblivious All Might was to the devastation that he himself was causing. So focused was the symbol of peace on the fight before him that the office building they had crashed into toppled to the ground, rubble flying around them in a rain of devastation. All Might never lost track like this against villains. He was fighting like a wounded animal trapped in a corner, ferocious and scared and hell-bent on the outcome. Hurling his fist into his opponent's mask, he saw the translucent metal dent and crack. His attention flickered for a second and his punishment was a heavy smack to the head, from his enemy smashing a rock into his skull, blood flowing from the wound above his eye. In retaliation, All Might ripped a whole emergency stairwell from the rubble and slammed it into his enemy's head from above, crushing him down like one might crush rocks with a sledgehammer. As the dust settled, it appeared he'd driven his opponent into the earth as though he were an oversized nail. For a few moments all seemed quiet. Ripping his way upwards, freeing himself from the earth, the villain uppercut All Might's chin. Sending him flying through some nearby wreckage, he saw his chance. Flying forward, fingers ready to deliver a lethal jab, he summoned one of his many quirks. Moving his hand forward, his fingers stabbed straight into All Might's ribs. Reflexively, the hero recoiled from the injury, grabbing the wrist of his enemy. Spinning around midair, he smashed the masked villain through the wreckage below them. Preparing to strike his opponent with another earth-shattering blow, All Might suddenly felt a searing pain. As his muscles contracted from the pain, his hand clutched at his left ribs. Something was wrong. This injury wasn't a simple puncture. He crashed into the wreckage above his nemesis. All Might, shakily, rose to his knees. Pulling his shirt up, he saw his very flesh rotting away. Spewing blood from his lips, he suddenly realized what had happened. So you stole another dash. All Might was interrupted by a fist carving its way through the debris beneath him. As he was punched clean under the jaw, he somersaulted back into the street. His injured ribs kept him off balance and he crumpled to the ground in a heap of muscle. The villain leapt into the road after him some 30 feet away, part of his mask obliterated by All Might's onslaught. Through the cracks in the mask, one glowing red eye shone with terrifying intensity. Blood, steaming on the metal, flowed from his wounded face. All Might saw the end result of his last victory against this man. His eyelid and the skin around his eye was gone, torn asunder by the punch that ended their last bout. As the hero's eyes widened and his smile vanished, he realized the reason behind this blind fury. His archenemy had decided the intensity of their rivalry had gone beyond. I told you, All Might. This is the end. No matter what, at least one of them was dying today. Groaning from the pain, All Might rose to his feet. He hated to admit it, but that looked to be the way this fight was headed. He could feel the effects of the newest quirk inside his body. His organs were rotting as he faced the personification of evil. And I told you, you will be stopped. Because I am here. Not this time. I will kill you today. You may try. His voice was weak, but if that's the case, he returned to his combat stance, ready to strike back or defend himself. Then I'm afraid I can't hold back. Good. And his nemesis fell into his own combat stance. Let this be our final battle, All Might. Put everything you have into it, because his eye narrowed, his bloodlust was unmistakable, will enjoy your demise. All Might's smile returned. And how many times have I heard that before? In the blink of an eye they were striking at each other again. Flying about in the air, devastating what remained of the buildings around them, they tore their knuckles into each other's flesh. Blasts of wind pressure, raging outward from them in all directions, sent rubble flying further into the city. Buildings were leveled, entire city blocks were reduced to shambling husks. It was like 3 tornadoes had hit this part of the sprawling metropolis simultaneously. From the frame of the swing, huddled to the ground and covering his head with the arm not clinging on for dear life to the swing frame, the child saw everything. Quivering, quaking, he just wanted this to end. All Might had to just win already. He had to beat the bad guy and make everything safe again. Unfortunately, it was beginning to become clear that All Might was losing. Taking a deep breath, he formulated a desperate plan. This either ended in his victory or the entire world would suffer the consequences of his defeat. Landing on the ground, he stared right up at his enemy. He was soaring down like a homing missile, hand ready to jab at his already injured side. All Might merely smiled. He knew he was going to go for that. Forcing all of his power several times over into his right arm, his left hanging there like a broken wing, he braced himself. His enemy struck true, driving his hand clean through All Might's ribs. Blood spattered across the ground, pouring down All Might's side, as his organs and flesh rotted like rancid meat in the sun. The internal damage had been more than fatal. A sickeningly gleeful smile spread across the ruined face of the villain. He'd won. Or had he? Shattering those dreams in an instant, All Might retaliated as never before. United, he choked, blood spouting from his mouth, states of his voice raised in volume, smash. Shouting at the volume of an erupting volcano, he swung his fist into the air, bringing it down straight onto his nemesis's head. Unleashing the entirety of his quirk's collective power, he blew a crater into the ground beneath them so deep that the saw pipes beneath burst into an explosion of water amidst the fire. The force of the punch sent the air rocketing away and ignited it. Flames engulfed the area around them in a bubble. Then, as the laws of physics slowly realized what had happened, the air rebounded, collapsing back in on itself. A second shockwave was created. Emanating outwards, like the force of an atomic bomb, the remaining rubble was erased from the ruined city around them. The boy leapt to his feet, daring to step forward when the wind finally subsided. All Might, he screamed. As the dust settled, the child saw All Might lying inert upon the rubble. Charging forward, the little guy starting shaking his motionless form. Even as he desperately tried to wake him, screaming his name and begging him to wake up, reality had slowly started to sink in. The body he was touching was growing colder by the second. All Might was dead. A hand grabbed the child's shoulder, spinning the crying boy around. Eyes wide with terror, the boy saw a single, blooded, glowing, red eye staring into his. The villain was alive. And he was touching him. He was going to die. The child opened his mouth to scream, only for the villain to jam his hand inside. Blood poured into the child's mouth, and he started screaming through his nose. That is, until the villain pinched his nose shut and waited. The kid couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. The villain's body was trembling, the light in his eyes flickering. He was weak, possibly dying, but that didn't change the fact he couldn't breathe. His hands clawed at the villain's, trying to make him let go, but he never did. The villain's voice was faint, barely even audible over the wheezing of his own breath. Drink. And I let go. Never in his life would the little one forget the vile, slimy feeling of the fluid oozing down his gullet. The flavor, the horrid need to retch that followed, but he did as he was told. Even with so little of his face visible, the villain smiled as he collapsed. While the child gasped, his body heaving as he was finally able to breathe again, he wheezed out one word. Name. The child, despite his trembling knees, despite his overwhelming fear, answered. I Izuku am Midoriya. Still smiling despite his pain, the villain nodded. Do you have a quirk? Feeling like the smallest creature on earth, he shook his head. No. Then, in an almost friendly way, the villain chuckled. Well, it's your world now. As he gently spoke, Izuku felt his fear fading, watching the light fade from his eye. Use your power well. Then his eye closed, and he went as still as All Might. He was dead too. Completely unsure what he'd meant, Izuku just stared at the lifeless body, completely at a loss for words. Then, on instinct, he started wandering away from the scene. Somewhere far away, he heard his mother screaming out his name, then his wandering turned to sprinting. His father was nowhere to be found, and would later be counted among the dead, but he had his mom. Amidst the spiraling chaos the world was about to become, in the years that followed, she'd be among the few good things she had. Sadly, she would claim the same about him, for the boy who questioned Bakugo was right. Without All Might, his powerful presence keeping villains scared, the world would soon see just how many people were willing to turn to crime to get what they so desired, and just how far heroes could fall. The world was headed into darkness now. But in that moment, crouched over the body of his fallen idol and choking back the bile that was coming from the taste of the villain's blood, 8-year-old Izuku Midoriya had no idea of the part he would play in the future of this world as it lay in darkness. In the future, they would remember this day. They would call it Incident Zero. It's not going to happen, I'm afraid. Words that struck like hammers through glass, smashing his world to smithereens. When the doctor said he'd never be a hero, not without a quirk. All he could do was sit there and stare straight ahead. Days, weeks went right on by and he didn't say anything to anyone. He just remembered finding that clip, that one clip of All Might, the first clip. The rest was already a teary blur. All he remembered was asking his mother if he had a chance of ever being like All Might. All she could do was hold and weep, apologizing over and over. The day that followed All Might's death. He couldn't do much more than sit there and stare again. Cameras, teary-eyed reporters with lines on their faces from fear, so many voices all at once. All for the boy who was there. Right there. Questions he couldn't answer, anxieties he couldn't soothe, fears he couldn't assuage. All the while his mother sobbed, inconsolable at the disappearance of his father. Little Izuku just felt numb. Like his whole body had been motionless for far too long, circulation no longer flowing. Eventually, they just wandered home. Lines of houses, all with bright paint that hadn't chipped. Lush green trees, bushes and grass trimmed and hedged. Windows were clean and clear, cars polished and repaired. Roads were smooth and dark, the lines painted bright and fresh. So idyllic a place to go home to, and be miserable, so bold a contrast to the war zone in which he had been trapped. Phone calls came in the days that followed, one by one. The insincerity of the sympathy from some of his mother's friends made him choke back tears, almost as much as the call from his father's parents where they screamed their frustration and sadness to high heaven, blaming her for letting daddy die. Izuku just hugged her, squeezing her tight. It's okay, Mama. If All Might couldn't stop it, how could anyone? The first reasonable or sensible thing anyone had said to her in almost a week, and it was from her own baby. Her response wasn't much more than picking him up and squeezing until both their arms hurt. Eventually, when she'd fallen asleep, Izuku let his numb and empty mind decide what he did next. A long walk, with no destination in mind. Little feet in little red shoes carried him along streets filled with mourners holding candlelit vigils. Children were crying at the death of the world's greatest hero and idol to all. Parents were holding each other as they stared fearfully at the odd future ahead. Maybe he wasn't so different, but they were trying to make themselves feel better. He wasn't. It wasn't easy to decide if that was a good or a bad thing, so he didn't try. Mental energy was in short supply right now, better to save it for things that really mattered. Hours passed, and his body wasn't in a place where it could tell how tired it was anymore. It was only after it got dark that he went home and curled up on the couch next to his mother. When morning came, he got up on his own, dressed and had cereal, then walked to school. Just like every other day now, he couldn't really hear what was being said by almost anyone. This time, grief was a barrier too, not just being their outsider. Considering it was their first day back since All Might's death, the teacher just decided to ease them back into the swing of things. However, when their break time came, things did not stay so relaxed. Two sets of little arms grabbed Izuku and started dragging him, and before he knew it he was behind the shed and staring down Bakugo. Quivering shoulders, bared teeth and piercingly furious red eyes that burned holes into Izuku's face, Kaken looked demonic. His voice wasn't any different. It was your fault. Izuku blinked. H. Bakugo snarled, "It was because of you." Tears pushed themselves out of his eyes, little explosions popping in his palms. "You're the reason All Might died." His jaw dropped, eyes fluttering and going wide as his heart cracked. "And no. That's not Dash." "Shut up." Bakugo's fist flew like an arrow, hitting his face almost as hard. "If he didn't have to protect you, then he would have won and been fine. Shut up and take your punishment, you stupid, worthless Deku." With every punch and blast of Bakugo's quirk, a cold desperation pooled in Izuku's chest. Pain in his ribs, face, and jaw, the other two boys gripping his arms so hard he'd almost certainly have bruises. Stars flashed in front of his eyes, blood dripping from his lips and nose. Bakugo only hit him harder, used his quirk more and more. Izuku's clothes were burned, his flesh singed and charred, and his hair smoldered. Electricity moved through his body like ice through his veins, wondering if Bakugo was going to kill him. The harder he hit, the louder the explosions, the more that seemed to be likely. Struggling to get away, finding it to be a useless gesture, desperation began to claw at Izuku's brain, black and red began to fill his eyes. He had to do something, had to fight back. But how could he? He didn't have a quirk or the strength to do that. "Why don't I have a quirk? Why is life?" Bakugo pulled his fist back again, roaring like a lion as he went for the killing blow. "Die! So unfair. Then maybe you should make it more fair?" A flash of black, a shockwave pulsing outward, and all four boys went flying in different directions. Izuku was left lying on his back, Bakugo's stooges groaning as they rolled weakly on the ground. Red sparks flickered between Izuku and the other two boys, but not between him and Bakugo, before winking out of existence. Groggily, with the worst headache of his life, Izuku forced himself to sit up. Sitting up as well, Bakugo blinked. "What just happened?" One boy sniffled, his eyes shining with water pooling in them. I don't." Then he started sobbing into his palms. When the other boy did too, Bakugo snarled at them. "What the hell? Why are you babies crying?" Neither of them could answer, far too busy being overcome with emotion. Not one to waste an opportunity, Izuku took this as his moment to flee for his life. Bakugo was screaming for him to come back, raving, but Izuku was done listening to him. Red sneakers skidded and scuffed along the ground as he ran, no concept of time in his mind. Heartbeat hammering away, cold sweat on his skin, he fled without thinking about the destination. Eventually, chest heaving as he leaned against a wall to stay upright, he finally felt calm enough to stop. My fault. A fist clenched. No, that made no sense. All Might hadn't even known he was there, neither had the villain. Izuku wasn't the reason their hero was dead, he couldn't be. All the same, palms to his eyes, he started sobbing. He just stood there, against the wall and crying, for the longest time. Then, as he slowly quieted, he still heard someone sobbing uncontrollably. Sniffling, Izuku looked up and tried to find the source of that voice. Wiping at his nose and eyes, Izuku cautiously wandered over across the street to a crouched person. The person he could hear was just another boy with shaggy ice blue hair and the rattiest hoodie, jeans, and sneakers he'd ever seen anyone wear. When he looked up, with his bloodshot and glassy eyes, he saw a mole just under the right corner of his lips. He couldn't be much older than Izuku, just a couple of years at most. "Who are you?" Izuku said, kneeling beside him. Reddish-brown eyes stared into Izuku's green ones, searching for something like a frightened cat. Not seeing anything alarming, the other boy murmured as he relaxed. He wiped at his face with a hand stained by old, dry blood. The lack of visible injuries on his skin somewhat telling. "Tenko," he spoke with a small voice, pitiful enough that Izuku couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "My name is Tenko." Smiling, the green-haired boy offered him a hand. "I'm Izuku." Cautiously, a hand reached out and grasped his, and Izuku thought it strange that the other boy was making sure to leave his pinky far away from Izuku's skin. "Nice to meet you." After shaking his hand, Izuku shuffled around and sat next to him. "So, why are you crying?" Looking the other boy over again, he saw no small amount of dust covering his clothes. Blood stained the fabric and his skin in a few places, and there were bruises just beneath his collar. Did someone hurt you too? Thinking about this for a moment, Tenko nodded. Yeah. His hands balled up, tightly, so much so his knuckles went white. Not knowing what else to say, Izuku went with his feelings. Can I help? Tenko shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. Standing up, sniffling and wiping at his face. Some more to clear the tears, he sighed. That questline is cut. Can't be completed without the NPCs anymore. Izuku stood up too, not quite getting what Tenko was talking about. Hey, are you sure? Yeah. Tenko looked Izuku up and down. What about you? Who messed you up? Laughing nervously, Izuku mumbled. My friend Kaken. His name is really Katsuki Baku dash. No, he's not. Izuku blinked. Hey! Tenko was glaring off to the side. If someone hurts you that badly... He pointed at the various cuts, bruises and burns on Izuku's skin and clothes. They're not your friend. They're a villain. A JRK, an enemy worth only farming XP from. Scratching the back of his head, Izuku gave a lopsided frown. What's XP? The brunette sighed. Just. He's not your friend, okay? Friends don't hurt each other without saying sorry. Feeling his heart sink, hugging himself and staring at the floor, his next words weren't even really a squeak. He wanted to argue, really he did. He wanted to fight tooth and nail for Kaken given how they'd grown up together, how close his mother was with Kaken's parents. But with a horrible sinking realization, he knew he couldn't deny the truth in Tenko's blunt words. Oh. Reaching forward with a closed fist, Tenko offered a small smile. But I'll be your friend. Immediately, Izuku's face warmed, and he felt the happiness inside him rise. Really? He paused as Tenko nodded, still smiling. Even though I'm quirkless? With a shrug, Tenko replied. Just less chance of you using a dumb quirk to hurt people with. Trust me. You're kind of lucky. Looking at Tenko's fist, just waiting there, Izuku reached out and did the one thing that made sense. He made his own fist and tapped his knuckles against those of the other boy. Yeah, maybe I am lucky. He smiled at the other boy, the one who had shown him more kindness in moments than Kaken had in years. But not because of that. Snickering, Tenko put his hands in his pockets. Lame. Taken aback, Izuku's face flickered with shock, confusion and then indignity. Nah. Now Tenko was laughing. Yeah, a little. As Izuku pouted, his grin became sincere. Thanks for cheering me up. Now it was the green-eyed boy's turn to smile. You too, Tenko. Seeing that the sun was setting, Izuku decided he'd better get going home. They said their goodbyes and went in different directions. Izuku would go home to a sobbing mother, worried sick about him leaving school like that, and would go to bed feeling terribly guilty. But he had made a friend. At school, the next day, Izuku would be met with an apologetic teacher and two very depressed students who didn't so much as nod all day. Bakugo's friends were very torn about something, but no one could make them say. When lunch break came, they just sat there, watching the other children play with their quirks in stone-cold silence. All the yelling, screaming and goading in the world from Bakugo wouldn't make them move. They just stared with eyes full of cold, mindless envy at their classmates while Izuku sat at a table and drew in his notebook. He didn't know why their eyes widened when they looked at him, or why Bakugo's eyes wouldn't meet his. You don't know what you did, do you? He had no idea why he'd asked himself that, but he didn't know that much was true. When school ended for the day, Izuku would wander home and find the biggest surprise of the day. Tenko was waiting for him on the front steps, talking to his mother. It was the happiest he'd seen her in a month. Welcome home, little Izu. She bounced to her feet and picked him up, hugging him close. Laughing up a storm, Izuku hugged her back. Thanks, Mom. Petting his little head and kissing his cheek, she plopped him back down on his own 2 feet. When were you going to tell me you made a friend? Bashfully, Izuku scratched the back of his head. Well. We just met yesterday. Tenko explained. I was all sad and junk, but he cheered me up. Inko turned and gave her boy a smile, eyes twinkling with pride. Well, of course he did. Izuku blushed, but still turned to look at Tenko. How did you find out where we lived? He giggled. You stalker. Tenko's eye twitched. DMN brat. I asked one of your classmates how to get here. I had some games I wanted to show off to you. Inko ushered them inside. Well then, who am I to get in the way of you playing? Come on you two, dinner will be ready soon before you play, and I think. Tenko? The brunette nodded. You can put that bag down in the living room. It looks quite heavy. Grabbing the strap on his shoulder, the older boy adjusted his backpack. Yeah, it's all my games as well as my gaming console, oh crap. At the touch of all 5 fingers, the strap turned to dust and the backpack dropped. Only by leaping forward, his palms outstretched and snagging under the falling bag, did Izuku save the precious cargo. His stomach hit the ground and the wind was immediately knocked out of him, stars in his eyes as his wounds from yesterday ached. Izuku! Inko leapt to his side. Are you hurt? She pulled him up and dusted him off, checking him over for any sign of further injury. Embarrassed, Izuku shook his head. I'm okay, Mom. Really? Making sure not to touch it with all his fingers this time, Tenko picked up the backpack with a timid, sullen expression. Sorry. Izuku shook his head. Don't worry about it. Grinning, he gave a thumbs up. Is everything okay? Unzipping the back, he looked everything over. Yeah, looks fine. Zipping it back up, he shyly nodded. Thanks for the save. Can't exploit and clone this stuff if it breaks. Both Midoriyas blinked. What? Feeling self-conscious, Tenko slung the bag over his shoulder. Nothing, never mind. With that they went inside, and Izuku noticed how Tenko was doing his best not to touch anything with all of his fingers. So, your quirk turns stuff to dust when you touch with all your fingers at once. Sighing. Putting the backpack down, Tenko nodded. Yeah, it's awful. I have no other way to control it either. After some thought, a light bulb might as well have gone off over Izuku's head. I've got it. Running to the closet, he rummaged around until he found some simple, fabric mesh gloves. Running and grabbing some scissors from his room, he cut off all but the middle 2 fingers. Then he turned them inside out, and put some electrical tape around the inside of the remaining fingertips and set them right again. Here. He offered the gloves to Tenko, smiling brightly. Try them. Skeptically, Tenko reached out and accepted them, carefully putting them on. When he made a fist and nothing happened, his face lit up with the biggest smile his face could make. You're a genius. He jumped forward and hugged Izuku, both of them laughing up a storm. When dinner came, they all sat around the table and ate katsudon together, chatting about various things that held no real meaning. Laughter, food, and pleasant company helped all 3 forget the world outside. Afterwards, the boys helped her clean up and then set up to play the games Tenko brought over while Inko read a book, occasionally looking up and asking them about what they were playing. It was just some old role-playing game back from when Inko was a little girl, one of the few cooperative games in the collection that Tenko had somehow packed into his bag. For a moment or two, Tenko looked like he wanted to play one of the fighting games, squaring off against Izuku one-on-one, but decided otherwise. Nothing ruins a friendship like a good competition, so the old saying goes. When the sun finally started setting, Tenko packed up his games and went home, giving them both a hug goodbye before he left. Both of the Midoriyas could clearly see the change in his personality. Whereas the older boy had slouched when he first arrived at their home, and hung back from everything with some uncertainty, he seemed to almost have a spring in his step. Almost. Patting her son's shoulder, Inko gave him an affectionate squeeze. I think giving him those gloves was a wonderful idea, little Izu. Why's that? Inko pulled him back into the house, locking up for the night. Did you see how happy he was? Izuku nodded and she giggled. Well, I think you made a lifelong friend today. He almost exploded with excitement. You think so? Shrugging, smiling coyly, Inko did her best not to answer too directly. Maybe. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Humming happily, Izuku nodded. Guess so. His teeth brushed and his face washed, Izuku kissed his mother goodnight and headed up to bed. His room was still full of All Might figurines and posters, special edition action figures lining every available shelf space, but the den of a young boy's dreams had become something far more forlorn, a shrine to an age that once was. He wouldn't dare get rid of them, even with the memories they gave him. As he drew the covers up around him and drifted off, he blinked away one tear, but not one of sadness. This was one of hope. A lifelong friend. Maybe his mother would be right. Wouldn't that be nice? Makoto Kobayashi here with your morning news. Local police and hero agencies in Nabu have advised that people continue to remain inside after dark. While this group of criminals has yet to target anyone other than heroes, it is still a possibility that civilians could be caught in the crossfire. Just last week, the hero Yoroi Musha was left with life-threatening injuries and hanging out of a 10th-story window. It is unlikely he'll ever walk again, or perhaps even speak. More on the crime report later tonight. Izuku paused very briefly when he heard that news. Yoroi Musha was a household name across Japan, and had been consistently one of the top 10 pro heroes for the last 30 years. He was a veteran with practically unmatched combat prowess, a paragon of virtue and honor and a masterful tactician from years of experience fighting villains. And yet, in the crazy world as it was, someone had been able to best him. Whoever Yoroi Musha had fought, they were supremely strong. The pro heroes could be shaken, after all. It had been a few years since the day in which the world came crashing down around Izuku Midoriya. The funeral of All Might had been and gone, a public outpouring of grief centered on a snaking procession through the streets of Musutafu. The world had seen Endeavor's head bowed as he spoke about taking on the mantle of Japan's #1, and the tear in his eye as he spoke of the sweeping changes which would need to come to society in the wake of All Might's death. Izuku, shedding his own tears, had been more focused on the old man at the head of the cortege, so small and so utterly crushed by the death of All Might. The name Gran Torino had not meant anything to Izuku before that day, but this man, All Might's teacher and a retired hero, had appeared utterly broken and yet so completely alone while surrounded by the finest pro heroes in the nation. As hollow as he may have felt on the inside watching the proceedings, Izuku could feel the man's despair even through the grainy sepia of the television screen. Before disappearing, Sarahiko Torino had been cornered by one of the more persistent media outlets, one of the less mainstream news stations who had less qualms about bothering a man during his mourning, and asked his thoughts. The impromptu speech that subsequently followed went around the world, and while the hero Gran Torino had disappeared completely from public life following this, his words of anguish were seismic in their impact. Toshinori Yagi was a blessing to us all. He might have been a pain in the butt to teach, and he was terrible at keeping in touch with his old teacher, but he was a true symbol of what our world could be. Hope, justice, peace, virtue, and above all else kindness. He wasn't just a symbol of peace, he was a light holding back the darkness. I fear for what we have in store for us now. Not for the villains who will crawl out of their holes and pester us. I'm sure even I can take you on. No, I fear for the mantle of the symbol of peace, for the heroes who follow All Might. There are heroes among us who make me ashamed of the name hero, who are not fit to hold a candle to Toshinori or follow his legacy. They are not strong enough to protect us from what is to come. It turned out that the incendiary and pained words of Gran Torino had been a true prophecy. Within a month of All Might's funeral, Ketsubusu Academy was attacked and bombed, resulting in serious injuries for the pro-hero and teacher Ms. Joke. As other schools ramped up their security, villains who had been content waging petty wars with each other turned their sights elsewhere, and malicious creatures content to slip under the police's radar and not draw the attention of them or All Might felt emboldened. The old guard, the Yakuza, the drag dealers and the traffickers, all reared their heads to test where the wind was blowing, and they liked it. That had been within the first month after All Might. Now, a couple of years on, things were only going to get worse as more and more of the downtrodden and dastardly fancied their chances at glory in the new age. Taking a sip from his juice, Izuku kept on scribbling notes into his notebook while the radio played the news. He was still listening in case anything came up about Yoroi Musha that piqued his curiosity. Deep down, he wondered if this was the same villain who had attacked Airjet a few months ago, Or the gang who had tried to take on Miko only to be beaten back savagely by a very sessed-off rabbit hero. However, with everything going on in the world, he found that he was numb to new news, and wasn't getting shocked by it anymore. There were times he would tunnel vision himself away and focus himself intensely on the real world, to keep away from the crushing reality that the world was snowballing out of control. This was one of those times. Shaking his head, Izuku focused on the here and now. He watched his classmates, as he never tired of seeing how their quirks functioned and carefully estimating their limitations. This was all part of his continued hero analysis for the future, drafting up battle tactics, ways to counter their abilities or even complement them should cooperation become necessary. His notebooks were overflowing, and his eye for quirks was growing even more refined. There are so many useful quirks around, after all. Imagine what could be done if you had them. He still had no clue why those thoughts came into his head sometimes, or why he referred to himself as you sometimes. It happened more and more as he grew up, but he was trying to knock himself out of that habit. It wasn't good to be envious. Looking at his classmates anew, he could practically hear Tenko speaking in his ear, even when he wasn't there. Remember, good party. Composition is either balanced or highly specialized. But all that's worthless without a good tactician making the battle plans for the troops to follow. Over a few months, Izuku had gotten used to Tenko being around more and more, weird video game vocabulary and all. He still had questions about the older boy, because he would freeze up and go into a depression any time that Izuku and Inko tried to pry about his home life. He wasn't going to pry though. Tenko would tell him in time, if he wanted to. And anyway, it was just so good to see him so happy the rest of the time. Almost every night after his school, his new best friend would come home, dragging in board games and his heavy games console to share with Izuku. The world might have been going to hell in a handcart, but he was happier than he had ever been with any of his previous friends, and it seemed Tenko felt the same. The night that his mother told Tenko she was tired of him dragging a heavy bag to and from their house, and so was buying their own games console, the brunette's eyes had shone like fireworks. So here he was at break time, drafting up mock battles with his classmates' quirks by pitting them against each other, and seeing how many different scenarios he could create. He could imagine so many outcomes, shifting his classmates around to face different opponents, creating different challenges for them to overcome, shifting who was fighting on the front line with who was organizing evacuations in support. The possibilities were truly endless. He just wished that he had someone else to share this with, to challenge his conclusions. Another mind to test his tactics against. There's nobody like that at this school. Cheek against his palm, he pouted at the playing students. Bakugo was trying to play with his quirkless friends, the same ones from 3 years ago, but they were about as lifeless as ever. Something Izuku could sympathize with. He knew all too well that quirklessness wasn't an easy diagnosis to live with. Still, it wasn't impossible. Having just one friend was an immeasurable help, and Izuku had more or less made that friend by accident in Tenko. It wasn't impossible. Or was thinking that sort of thing dismissive, now that he didn't have it so rough? Frowning at himself, Izuku sighed and closed his notebook, looking over to see that fierce red eyes were glaring daggers at him all of a sudden. Break time was about half over, and Bakugo looked angrier than he had ever seen him. Ever since the incident where Bakugo and his friends had tried to beat Izuku up, the day after the death of All Might, Bakugo had kept his distance from Izuku with gusto. The two friends, now sullen and cowering, flinched every time Izuku has tried to approach them to talk. Katsuki no longer bothered talking to Izuku, or engaging him at all whenever they were around. His mother and Mitsuki had noted it too, but prying from Inko, and yelling from Mitsuki, hadn't budged Katsuki one bit. He glared, and glowered, and huffed, and made it clear that every fiber of his being despised Izuku with a passion, but he never said why. Apparently today, after nearly 3 years, he had made up his mind that he wanted to say something. Maybe now, Izuku thought, he might understand why the boy he formerly admired as Kaken growing up might actually give him a chance to say what was on his mind. But as the spiky-haired blonde strode towards him and got nearer, Izuku saw the all-too-familiar look of the bully with fists balled and teeth gritted, and realized more accurately what was going on. Bakugo was about to fight him. Once by the green-haired boy's side, his hand clasped roughly down on his shoulder. "Move!" Knowing it would be worse if he didn't, Izuku gulped and complied as Bakugo practically threw him, pushing him along until they were both out of sight under a tree. Taking a deep breath, Izuku gripped his fists. Long time no see, Bakugo. What did I do this time? Rage flashed across Bakugo's features, his eyes bulging with his anger. You know why I'm here. You've not spoken to me for years, Bakugo. I don't know what you're talking about. Bakugo pointed at his two former friends, sullenly sat beside each other in the shade as others played around them. Tell me what you effing did to them. Blinking, Izuku took a step back. He wanted to talk about them? What was there to say? Me? What do you mean, what I did to them? With a growl, Bakugo clenched his fists. You know exactly what I mean. Rather than explain, he just launched himself at Izuku. Stop playing dumb and own up to it. Izuku reeled as an explosion ignited into his shoulder and jostled him, before a follow-up punch wrapped in the ignition of Bakugo's quirk met his jaw, rattling his brain inside his skull. He felt a tooth give and staggered, flailing his hand up in front of him to catch a forceful elbow. Kaken, please dash. Don't you dare call me that. You hurt them, Deku. You took their power. What? Their power. I didn't do any dash. Another fist struck him, this time dangerously close to his temple, and a flash of orange from an explosion made him flinch with how close to his eye it was. You hurt them, you monster. Tasting blood, seeing stars, Izuku almost toppled right over. I don't even dash. Admit it, you Deku. Punch after punch, explosion after explosion, and Izuku could probably kiss another outfit goodbye. That's not my dash. An explosion right next to his ear made him scream, falling to the ground and writhing in pain as he clutched at his ear. This wasn't fair. He didn't do anything to them. He's a bully. He's hurting you. Hurt him back. I said. Bakugo was gritting his teeth so hard he'd practically forced them out of alignment. Admit it, Deku. Opening his eyes, feeling the world come back into focus even as his ear rang out in a high-pitched shrill, Izuku started to stand up. This wasn't going to be like before. He wasn't going to be Bakugo's punching bag. Not for something he didn't do. Stand up to him. Punish him. That's. Bakugo charged at him, roaring savagely. Not. Izuku turned and glared at him, his own eyes burning with anger. My. He jumped up, his palms outstretched and shouted in defiance of the schoolyard bully. Name. Before Izuku's palms even touched Bakugo's body, before the living warhead could even set off his quirk, something neither of them were expecting to happen happened. A burst of force blasted itself from Izuku's palms, an airborne shock wave sending both him and the raging bully flying. Bakugo's eyes widened as he flew before he hit the trunk of a tree dead onto his shoulder with a crunch and a sickening scream. Izuku, meanwhile, was launched backwards and skidded to a halt just before the fence of the schoolyard. Looking down, his eyes widened at something entirely new. His arms were scarred with burn marks and blood from Bakugo's attacks, but his arm tingled with something else, raw and untamed energy that made his hairs stand on end. Dancing across his skin and weaving around his fingers, red and black sparks crackled with a smell like ozone, before dying down like the last embers of a fire and leaving him back to normal with his scarred arms aching in pain from the assault. He had powers? He had. A quirk? And why did it feel familiar? Good. Now we're in business. As Izuku picked himself up off the ground, Bakugo clutched his bleeding shoulder, and Izuku's eyes widened as he could clearly see his bully's arm hanging limp, dislocated by the impact with the tree. Despite the tears in his eyes from the pain, he was biting down any scream of pain using his sheer anger, instead manifesting it as a snarl of a wounded alpha male. What the hell did you do, Deku? Something long overdue. Teachers arrived not long after the incident between him and Bakugo, alerted by the furious shouting of the walking time bomb when he popped his own shoulder back in. Dragging the both of them off for a medical examination and for an interrogation at the hands of the callous headmaster, Izuku was reprimanded and Bakugo was coddled while the nurse checked to ensure there was no lasting damage to Bakugo's shoulder or the ability to use his quirk. All the while, the school faculty ignored the wounds on Izuku. Bakugo was their star for the future and for Yude after all, the hero they wanted to take credit for. Izuku wasn't their concern at all. Pathetic self-preservation from all involved. Hands stuffed into his pockets, Izuku quietly sulked as he wandered home. He kicked a stray can, hearing it rattle and clatter against loose stones on the asphalt surface as he plodded along. What had once been a proud neighborhood, idyllic and maintained by people who took pride in their homes, had fallen to the wayside in the previous couple of years. Graffiti was in abundance running along street-side walls, name tags mixing with anti-hero, anti-police and anti-government messages. At one intersection, a group of people dressed in rather rebellious-looking attire who had gathered on one street corner gave him the occasional odd look as he muttered to himself about how unfair the situation was. He just kept his head down as he walked, ignoring them. It was safer that way as he walked through the rough neighborhood they called home. It really had been trashed recently, shop fronts were damaged, glass had been shattered, with windows boarded up in some instances following break-ins and looted. Doors had been smashed in on properties, and Izuku shook his head in sadness as he saw people, shop owners and assistants, working to replace the locks or the entire door. At one point crossing an alley, Izuku saw a man in a trench coat and a weird face mask open a leather bag to let a couple of older teens peruse his wares. He tried not to gulp as he saw plastic bags with whitish powder, blue capsules which looked like bullets, and some other things he didn't really recognize. Drag sales like that were all too common, and something he would really rather avoid being anywhere near. If he were stronger, or a hero, he would have stood up to the masked man and said something. Instead, he kept walking, making a mental note of the alley name in the hope that he remembered it to be able to call the police later, to get them or a hero to investigate. It's a wonder the police can even keep up. They couldn't. But they were trying. Grumbling and sighing to himself, he completely failed to notice when Tenko had joined him, walking by his side in that classic slouch that he had gotten used to. Another fight with the JRK? Izuku nodded, and Tenko sighed. Need to vent about it? Izuku shrugged, unsure how much to say. Kept calling me Deku again. Tenko rolled his eyes. How original. Not like he's been trying that since you were tiny. Right? Izuku fumed, his outburst drawing some attention from passers-by, before he took a deep breath to calm himself. You'd think he'd come up with something new by now. Tenko raised an eyebrow. Did calling you that make you fight back? Somewhat self-consciously, Izuku nodded, and his friend sighed. Crap. He's just gonna do it more now. Groaning, Izuku pushed his palms against his face. Really? How do you even know that? Face flinching with sadness, Tenko drew his hood up over his head, chapped lips pursed in something resembling anger. Did I just do? It's always the way with those character types. Not quite sure what he'd just seen there, Izuku fished about for something else to say, and in his mind red and black sparks flickered. Did I have a quirk? In an instant, Tenko's gloved hands flew to Izuku's shoulders, stopping him in his tracks as he grinned wildly at him and shook him. Since when? He was so overjoyed the poor green-eyed boy almost forgot to say anything back. I don't know. He blurted out. It just happened. This is amazing. What can you do? How did it come out? Are you more of a brawler? Or support type? Aye. Izuku's shoulders sagged. It came out during my fight with Bakugo. It happened so fast, I don't know how to describe it or how to really activate it. I'm kinda at a loss with it. Rubbing at his chin, Tenko thought about this. Okay, let's go to your house. I have a plan. Makoto Kobayashi again, for the evening report. Following the armed assault on the shopping mall in Kiyashi Ward by an unknown gang, we spoke to the pro-hero Ryukyu who attended the scene and apprehended some of the criminals. She had this to say following the flight of a few gang members lucky enough to escape her clutches. It was horrible to see what they had done before we had gotten there. I'm thankful to Edshot and Death Arms, and to the Kiyashi Ward police, for the assistance in taking down the majority of these thugs, and I can only apologize to the families of those we were too late to save. We cannot let these people run free. But I'm so tired now. It feels like the world got a lot heavier these last 2 years, and we are facing more than we've ever dealt with before. Not sure how well she's holding up there, folks. Like many pro heroes, Ryukyu has been running herself ragged to catch up with the drastic increase in the crime rate across Japan these past few years. I get the sense that we may be seeing a temporary hiatus from the Dragoon hero soon, to save her from burnout. God knows she deserves it. Send her prayers and well wishes, folks. To her and all our heroes, still fighting the good fight no matter the cost, thank you. Inko wiped the sweat from her brow, frowning at the radio as the news played. What a world she was raising her son into, and what tragedy had befallen Japan since that fateful day when Izuku was right there at the fall of All Might. Would it ever end? Dinner was almost ready, but the boys were still outside playing. Setting everything aside, she went to the sliding door at the back of the house and went to call them from her garden. That was when she saw what they were doing. Tenko was standing behind Izuku with a notebook, one of Izuku's beloved hero analysis workbooks, while Izuku, her baby boy, was standing there with his palms outstretched, fixing his gaze at loose cans and empty bottles which Tenko had lined up on the fence. Izuku was making faces, concentrating, trying to make something happen. Tenko, it seemed, was there to help. So, what did you do when it happened? Her son fidgeted where he stood, flexing his fingers about as his arms remained outstretched. I don't know. I got all mad and lashed out. My muscles just kind of did stuff. Leaning against the doorframe in silence, Inko watched intently as the boys carried on. Well, do you remember what it felt like? Giving this some thought, Izuku nodded, then turned toward Tenko. Punch me in the face. What? Both he and Inko yelped, taking involuntary steps toward him. Blushing, shrinking into his own shoulders a bit, Izuku mumbled. Well, that's what Bakugo did before it happened. Somewhat lost, Tenko looked to the only adult in the scenario, his eyes pleading for an answer. With sigh, Inko stepped outside and sat down on the patio. Aizu dear, Tenko. What are you two trying to do? Tenko mumbled, but she still heard him. Trying to get his quirk to activate. Inko was up to her son and lifting him into the air in less than a second. You have a quirk. The smile on her face was impossibly wide, and she laughed with joy as she spun around, hugging him tight. My little baby. You must be so happy. As they continued to spin, Izuku felt his brain losing track of the planet. Dizzy. Dizzy. Blushing, clearing her throat, Inko set him back down. He wobbled so badly Tenko had to catch him. With a vigorous shake of his head, Izuku regained his balance. Yeah, I have a quirk, mama. It came out today. Aizu, I'm so happy for you. Inko paused, and frowned. But why are you asking Tenko to hit you to bring it out? You see, it kinda came out today because of that. Because I was only able to activate it after Bakugo attacked me at school. With an expression of forced neutrality, Inko drew in a long breath. She had long suspected that Mitsuki's boy had it out for her son, and long suspected that her sweet-hearted young man had been forgiving the unforgivable from the explosion user for some time. This was the final domino in the chain. And what did your teachers have to say about his behavior? Hands to his pockets, Izuku grumbled. Nothing. I was the one who got in trouble for fighting back. A shaky, menacing, joyless smile perched itself on Inko's lips and she stood up with chilling slowness. The domino had tipped over. Children, mother will be right back. Then she went inside and dialed the number for the school, before hanging up rapidly and dialing Mitsuki instead. This was not going to stand in the least, not if she had anything to say about it. The school would come after. Hell if no fury like a mother on a warpath. With his mother's furious departure, Izuku turned back to Tenko. Will you do it? Scratching at his neck, squirming in place a little, Tenko's face twisted with anxiety. I dunno. Why would I hit you? I like you, you're my friend, you helped me out with my quirk and the gloves. Sticking out his tongue, Izuku crossed his arms. Dragon Quest is a dumb game. While Tenko growled and stamped his foot, he did not hit him. Hey! No, it's not. Oh. Izuku frowned. Thought that would work. Of course not. I like you more than that game, you idiot. Puffing up his cheeks, Izuku stomped his foot. Who's the idiot if you won't even punch me once? No. Why won't you help me? That's not help. I just wanna show you. Then show me. Tenko suddenly grinned, and it was alarmingly wide. Deku. He went there. This one is bold. Izuku flinched as he turned to his friend. What? Did you say? You heard me. Or are you just gonna stand around doing nothing? Deku. Summoning his anger in a blur of motion and a scream at the use of that name, Izuku turned his palms on the cans and bottles. Rewarded for his efforts, his arms once again crackled with crimson and black electricity as a burst of rippling air lanced from his palm. A bottle shattered, the fence shook, and Tenko flinched. The fence continued to wobble afterwards, as Izuku panted for breath to calm himself down. He took a long moment to just inhale, before releasing the air again with deliberate slowness, watching the sparks jump across his skin and relishing in their tingle. That works too. Thank you, Tenko. That was so cool. The other boy breathed with a smile, laughing giddily, nervously. Did you figure out how it worked? Nodding slowly, Izuku turned his palms back toward the cans and bottles. I think so. Focusing, his eyes narrowed, the red sparking of light coiled around his arms and the shockwaves blasted forward through the air, sending cans flying along with just as many of their glass brethren. In the place of his green-haired friend, Tenko furiously scribbled down his observations into the notebook. Looks kinda like you can focus it. Izuku nodded, staring at his palm. Hard to say. It was kind of a burst earlier. Like a shockwave or... Tenko smirked. An explosion? Rolling his eyes and sighing, Izuku put a hand over his face. Yeah. Snickering, the brunette scribbled down some more notes. Don't tell Bakugo he inspired your quirk. I'm not sure if he'd get angry or if his ego would inflate. Despite himself, Izuku chuckled a little, and with a smile loosed off another blast which further shook the fence. Thanks, Tenko. I guess I've figured it out now. He looked at his palms and one spark which was running up and down each finger on his right hand. Focus hard enough and I can push the air from my palms to make an explosion of air? Maybe. Whatever it is, at least it's not determined by anger now. Tenko paused writing. That's fine, we get the air side of your quirk, but what's with the red lightning? Do we know? With a puzzled expression, Izuku looked at his arms, seeing the last sparks die down. Not really. I guess it shows up whenever I activate my quirk. Not having any better idea, Tenko wrote that down, putting question marks at the end of everything. It's as good a guess as any for now. Then he grinned. Looks like that doctor who said it wasn't gonna happen was full of it. Izuku's mind flashed back to the second worst day of his life, and he nodded resolutely. I'll train with everything I've got from now to get stronger. I can do it. I can be a hero. Tenko's smile vanished when he saw Izuku's face. Not like that you can't. Wow, you are really bleeding. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku looked himself over for any sign of injury. Where? Then he tasted the blood. Blinking, he raised a finger to his lips and felt it dripping down his face. A nosebleed. Tenko nodded. Could be your quirk's drawback. Not exactly great, but it could be worse. Chewing on his lips, he put his eyes to the notes and started thinking it all over. Looks fairly cut and dry, but I don't know the first thing about physics or quirks. Not nearly enough points in my intelligence score to be a wizard like you. Wizard? Flattery will get you everywhere. Izuku smiled. So what class are you? Shrugging, Tenko gave an offhanded answer. Probably just a rogue. Not burly enough for a fighter, not enough charisma to bard, cleric or be a sorcerer. My constitution definitely isn't high enough to be a barbarian. Holding up a finger, he almost looked bored. Only one option left, really. Not that my dexterity is really all that great either. When he noticed Izuku giggling, he raised an eyebrow at him. What? Smiling wide, Izuku just spoke plainly. You're such a geek. Tenko blew a raspberry at him. Takes one to know one, quirk nerd. As timing would have it, before the insults could get more childish, that was that. Boys! Inko returned with a glass-like smile. Dinner is ready in the dining room for you both. Go ahead and start without me. Mom? Are you okay? Izuku had never seen her like this. Of course, dear. I've just had a lovely chat with Auntie Mitsuki. Inko stopped herself from shaking a little. I've got to go and have a phone call with her and the school now, dear. I might be a while, so I'll reheat my food when I'm done, okay? Tenko's eyes widened, looking over Inko, and the rage which clearly pulsed through her body at the outcome of what had happened. Remind me to never get in your mom's bad books, Izuku. Why, you'll never be in those, Tenko, I promise. Izuku nervously looked at his mother. Ah. Are you mad at me, Mom? For what happened to Bakugo today? Mad? At you? Her face softened ever so slightly. Not in a million years, Izuku. They hurt you, and pretended to be blind to it, for so long. I couldn't be mad at you for trying to protect yourself and stand up for yourself. I'm so proud of you for getting to this point, and I'll support you getting stronger with your quirk no matter where it takes us. No matter how scary this world is. I love you, Mom. And I love you too, she replied, kissing his forehead and ruffling his messy hair, ignoring the groan from her embarrassed son and the chuckle from the teasing Tenko. Now let me go and fix this, okay? He nodded, and urged Tenko to follow him inside, as his mother began to dial the school in the living room. I guess this is gonna make school a bit difficult, here? Whatever happens, you've got your mom and me, Tenko said, holding out a fist to bump fists with him as they sat down to Katsuden. Izuku smiled when he saw that his mother had made his favorite to try to keep his spirits up. That's a strong party, no matter what the boss fights throw at you. Thank you. Izuku returned the fist bump, and smiled gently at his best friend. I'm lucky to have you both. Nothing more needed to be said between the two best friends, as they sat down and began eating. The tune of Inko letting loose a dam of motherly concern and rage over the phone couldn't dent Izuku's happiness. The torment he had suffered at the hands of Bakugo and so many more finally stood a chance of being dealt with. He had made a best friend who he was sure would last a lifetime. And most of all, he finally had a quirk, a chance of making his dreams reality. He finally stood a chance of becoming a hero. Things were looking up. And so it begins, Izuku Midoriya. The best is yet to come. She ran. Himiko Toga, at age 12, had suffered more than she ever wanted to. She was only 8 when her parents had screamed at her about her quirk, called her a demon and a freak for the gift that they had given her, and had beaten her as if to try to get it out. She had run away that day, only a few blocks, before being terrified by the sounds of a battle between hero and villain happening right around the corner, when she ran back to the safety of home, and found herself looking at a house which looked like it had been hit by a bomb. What remained of her world fell apart. The death of her parents in the rubble of battle, on the day the world had dubbed Incident Zero, had left her without a home. She was just another piece of collateral damage from the death of All Might, a piece nobody wanted or knew what to do with. She had been thrown towards an orphanage with little care or empathy from anyone involved, and when the orphanage learned of her quirk, their horrified reactions turned her experience as an orphan into the experience of a prisoner as well. Now, finally, she had been helped to break free by an unfortunate accident which happened to Sakura, another girl who had been left without a home following Incident Zero. An accident using scissors and a quick sleight of hand from Himiko had found her with enough juice to take a face and get out of that hellhole. All should have been fine, and indeed was, until she got to an unsafe neighborhood and heard a pro-hero in a white mask yell her name. She had been hunted down, and she was terrified. She didn't want to go back. So she ran. Please, please, please don't be behind me, she said out loud to herself, panting between words as she was out of breath. Wildly whipping her head around, she couldn't see the guy with his mask anywhere behind her, and inwardly prayed she had lost him, that somehow the trash and debris piled up in this neighborhood had obscured her frantic changes of direction. They'd pulled in a pro-hero to track her down and take her back. She was screwed. She reached up to her face and felt the familiar sticky feeling of the latest face melting away, her time limit running out at the worst moment. Purple hair was starting to shed itself and run with the fake flesh of the other orphaned girl as she ran away. No, 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 not now. She ducked into an alleyway as she ran and crouched behind a dumpster, watching the rest of the grey gunk sluice off of her like a mudslide. Rubbing her eyes in disgust as she got some of the grime out of them, she ripped the backpack she had been carrying off and quickly pulled a black t-shirt and denim shorts on over some underwear, cursing the need for her to strip naked before using her quirk and how exposed it left her after use. She gathered herself, chucking the backpack into a pile of trash before smoothing down the creased t-shirt with one hand, running her other hand through her knotted blonde hair in a vain attempt to get it to lie flat over her ears. The thought of going out as herself in public, especially with a pro around, scared her shitless. Her tongue ran over her front teeth, flicking against her sharpened canines as a nervous reaction. She straightened up, looking around the alleyway, before her yellow cat-like eyes widened at the sight ahead of her. A dead end? Oh, come on. She would have to go back the way she came. Back where the pro hero. Well. She stiffened at the sound of the dry male voice behind her, punctuated by the tap-tap of wood on concrete. She hadn't lost him, after all. Her pursuer was a lanky, skinny man with a shock of ginger hair poking out from on top of his white mask. A bizarre beige sports uniform seemed to be his hero costume, along with a weird green gauntlet on one of his hands, but Himiko was drawn mostly to the baseball bat he was wielding, and occasionally tapping against the floor as he walked towards her. She'd seen him on the news before wielding that bat against villains. He was the pro-hero, Slugger. Tap tap. Please no, she whimpered, nearly sinking to her knees in defeat. He ignored her. I thought this would be more difficult, going on how they described you. They said you were sneaky and clever. But here you are in a dead end, with no weapons, nowhere else to run, and not even another face to hide behind. Himiko could have sworn he was leering at her under the mask. I get to see the real Himiko Toga, and I'm not impressed. Don't make me go back, sir. She tried, but her voice was coming out weak and small no matter what. They hurt me there, don't make me go back dash. Oh, you're not going back. He scraped the bat against the floor twice to punctuate his sentence. Not after you attacked another little girl to get out. She gasped. I never touched anyone. Sakura, she cut herself in the week, I just dash. His voice was mocking, the tone of an adult who enjoyed the superiority he was having over a child. Oh sure, you tick off of other people's blood, and she just conveniently happened to have an accident to give you some. Sure. I believe YA kid. I'm telling the truth. And I'm telling you I don't care. Tap tap. You're going to the police, and then you're going to be dealt with, like the little freak you are. Her mouth fell open. He didn't sound like a hero now. There was prejudice and hate and venom in that tone. Here dash. She wasn't ready for the smack from the pro's signature bat, a clean strike into her stomach which took the wind out of her and knocked her back into the dumpster, collapsing in a crumpled heels amongst the trash. You disgust me, you know. She almost threw up from the hit. What did I do? What did I do? Slugger mocked her in a high-pitched tone, before resting his bat on her shoulder as if he was about to tee off a golf swing into her head. They told me about your quirk, little girl. You drain other people's blood to make it work, and you seem to love it. She couldn't help it. It was how she was wired, she enjoyed the taste of it when she used her quirk. She couldn't control liking that. I see, can't help how I was born, Mr. Dash. He bumped the bat against her cheek. Can't help it? So I suppose your parents are to blame, are they? Newsflash, they died on Incident Zero, Missy. The fact you turned out as such an awful creature ain't on them. Please. Her tears were welling up before they were cut short with a jab by the bat into her stomach again. Arkdash. You are dirty. Another smack with the bat. Broken. Another. Your quirk is a freak of nature, a villain's quirk. Another smack. This time so hard that she could have sworn she heard a rib crack. You don't belong, and you never will. Please. Please stop. Stop? You attacked me first, remember? I'm only getting what I'm due here dash. I didn't touch you dash. Says who? The masked hero gestured to the whole alleyway and the piled up bags of trash, and barked a laugh. Who are they gonna believe, you little freak? A pro hero with years of service, or a crazy little girl with fangs who ran away after drinking her friend's blood? Why? The pain across her chest was throbbing, but it was nowhere near the bitter upset she was feeling at that time. Why are you doing this? Didn't you listen? Slugger swung his bat over his shoulder and crouched down to her level. You were doomed from the start, little girl. A freak like you will never belong in society, not while you hold on to this disgusting quirk. So I'm gonna take you to people who will get rid of it, you got it? Quirk therapy is a wonderful thing. Her yellow eyes widened in fright. I don't want to go to Dash. Geez, you could be more grateful. I'm doing this to help you out, kid. Think of this as an act of charity on my part, okay? Charity? You're beating me up and you want to get people to torture me. Torture? I'm helping to treat your illness, you ungrateful little psycho. Her response earned another hit from the bat, this time into the shoulder, and she nearly howled with the pain. If I let you go, that sick mind and those sick habits will hurt more and more people. I'm taking YA to people who are gonna cure YA. I don't want to be cured. She yelled, yellow eyes flaring in anger despite all her pain. I just want to do my thing and live, love and be me, mister. So leave me alone. Oh little darling, I didn't say you got a choice. Slugger stood up and leveled the bat at her like a sword so that the end was pointed into her face. Now are you gonna come quietly, or am I gonna have to beat you silent before I take you in? So this is what it means to be a hero these days. She flinched just as much as the pro hero standing in front of her. Neither of them had heard the new arrival who now blocked the exit. Help me. Slugger turned, in a combat stance. Can't you see I'm a little Jesus? What the F are you? The newcomer had been deadly silent on arrival, a red scarf around his neck and a tattered white mask fluttering gently with a cool breeze that seemed to stir in the alleyway. How he had arrived in absolute silence was beyond Himiko. He was wearing heavy-duty metal boots and plates of armor on top of a black combat suit, which should have been loud as anything. Between the hunched back, spiked black hair, bandages across his arms and the fact that the guy had no freaking nose whatsoever, he looked fierce. Badass, even. He focused his red eyes on Slugger, still clutching the bat. You're the pro hero Slugger, aren't you? The hero's grip tightened slightly. That's me, Leo. Who the hell are you? His question was ignored. What are you doing to her? This little freak tried attacking me. The red eyes narrowed. Himiko realized he was holding a knife now. I saw that she didn't. Don't try that lie with me, hero. Slugger grimaced at him, as if something had dawned on him. Hey, I know you. We were looking for you in Tokyo, back along. You're that vigilante who dropped off the grid all that time ago, right? What was your name? Stetson? Stalwart? Stendhal? The raggedy man straightened up just for a second. The idea of Stendhal died a long time ago. You can call me Stain. Hey, whatever man. Slugger gestured with his bat, and nearly hit her in the face again. You don't know a DMN thing about this girl, so back out of here and let a pro handle this. The newcomer, Stain, didn't move a muscle. I know what I saw, and what I heard from you. I'm going nowhere. He turned to look at Himiko, sharp red eyes meeting her bright yellow in a gaze which somehow didn't send a shiver up her spine. Despite his appearance, and the intense glare, she didn't feel threatened. What's your name, kid? She gulped. Himiko Toga, Sir Dash. And what is your quirk? The one he despises so much. She hesitated as the bat wavered in front of her face, but when it didn't move she swallowed and carried on meekly. I can transform into other people. I need their B-blood to do so, and depending how much I drink, I can stay transformed for longer. She had braced for the inevitable, the disgust, the horror that was usually directed her way. Instead, the skeletal face of Stain softened before her very eyes for a second, to her complete shock. For the first time in her life, a stranger didn't see her quirk as something to be feared, and there was no hint of pity in his gaze like there had been from the people who had tried to change her. He couldn't be impressed? What a gift! Her eyes widened at that statement. A small price to pay from those closest to you, and you could become them. Stain looked down at the knife in his hand, and ran a finger over it delicately. You could be a great hero with the ability to disguise like that. You could be an actress, or a spy, or even an undercover cop. Your potential is frightening, Himiko. The F is wrong with you. The pro-hero in the alleyway clearly didn't agree with his analysis. Maybe freaks attract freaks, because how the shit are you telling me she could be something great? She hurts people with her quirk. The sooner she's put down, the better for society. She watched with wide eyes as Stain turned to face Slugger, and she herself gasped at the fury that had suddenly appeared in the eyes of the former vigilante. No, it wasn't just in the eyes. That wouldn't do what was in front of her justice to describe it like that. The man's whole aura had turned violent and apoplectic with sheer, unbridled rage. How dare you? H. Slugger took a step back, holding his bat in front of him as if to ward off the raggedy man. Hey man, back down now, I'm warning Wyadesh. I heard everything you said to her. I saw what you did. Stain took another step forward, lurching, and Himiko saw for the first time that the man had a katana on his back. You call yourself a hero? No, I won't let you hurt her like that and get away with it. Slugger gulped, seeming to regain some fighting spirit from somewhere despite the malevolent aura coming off of the man in front of him. Tough talk, a-hole, but you really think you can take a pro on your own? I'll take you in and give both of you freaks to the police. Himiko was surprised to see Stain smirk, and a long tongue come out of his mouth to like his lips as if delighted. Oh really? Who said I was alone? What dash? Spinner! As the man roared, there was a blur of motion from the wall to the left of the pro-hero, and Himiko realized that another person clad in a blue hoodie had somehow been clinging to the wall vertically, hanging off of it and defying gravity. In a blur of green, this latest new arrival dropped onto Slugger and swiped down with a clawed hand, grabbing the bat and throwing it away to the other end of the alleyway. Slugger screamed as something punched into his right shoulder for a moment, before smacking the newcomer away with a palm strike into the trash bags in the alleyway. When the now-named Spinner straightened up and dusted himself off, Himiko was struck by one detail about her second hero. Not that he looked reptilian, although the green scales and clawed hands were something she had never seen before. Nor was she shocked by his purple hair, which stood upright about his head like he had suffered an electric shock, or the massive sword which he was carrying on his back just like Stain. The thing that actually struck Himiko, more than anything, was that he didn't look that much older than her. He was still a teenager, and yet he'd attacked a pro-hero for going after her. Spinner nodded to Stain reverently as he walked to stand beside the older man. People like this guy don't deserve to be heroes. Stain nodded. I agree. Did you get it? The older kid opened up his scaly right palm, and revealed what he had punched into Slugger, a short knife with a serrated blade. He has this coming. Slugger reached up to his bleeding shoulder with a snarl, and Himiko was glad she couldn't see his face under his white mask. What did you do, you demon dash? In an instant, Himiko was shocked to see an abnormally long tongue lap against the blade of the knife, as Stain tasted the blood on the knife. Almost immediately, Slugger's limbs wobbled like jelly and his legs completely collapsed underneath him, all of the strength gone from his body. Gah! So many emotions went through her head as she watched the hero fall unceremoniously into the trash. Horror that the situation had escalated like this, gratitude that these two had come to help her, hope that this may mean she didn't need to go back, but most of all wonder at Stain's power. He had used blood as part of his quirk to help her. He was like her. He would understand. You be sturdy. Slugger screamed from on the floor like a wounded animal. Is this your quirk? The hell did you do to me? Only what you deserve, Stain said, tossing the knife back to Spinner, who wiped it on a rag and secreted it back into his hoodie's pocket. Total paralysis. You won't be hurting her anymore. How dare you? Slugger's anger appeared to be mounting. You dare attack a hero on duty, you pair of villains. Villains? Us? Stain turned to the stricken pro with a snarl. The only villain I see is the one who beat a defenseless child up in an alleyway and threatened to torture her quirk out of her. And you think we're the bad guys? You're supposed to be a vigilante, Slugger sneered. You're supposed to help people, not attack pro-heroes. I don't see a pro-hero in front of me. I see a fake who bullies those weaker, someone unworthy of the title. Are you? Stain suddenly drew his katana from his back and leveled it at Slugger in much the same way as Slugger had pointed his bat at Himiko. She saw how effective it was at silencing the hero. I tried to become a hero once. I saw how many did it for the wrong reasons, and it disgusted me. All those people in it for money or fame, who would never sacrifice anything of theirs no matter the cost, who would never do what needed to be done. I tried to tell the world what needed to be done. I became a vigilante and did whatever I could to hunt down and stop the worst of the worst. The heroes saw a vigilante and cried foul because I was doing what they should have done, because I wasn't seeking reward or glory. Because of the monsters we let become heroes. He stroked Slugger's cheek with the worn blade, gently. Might was worthy. He was noble and pure and self-sacrificing, and we should have built a world around ideals like his. But you all failed him. When he needed your help most, you were nowhere to be found, and he gave his life to save us all from evil incarnate. A shadow fell across his face. You're not worthy of following him. Your prejudices make you weak and you defile the idea of heroics. You embody that flawed system we cannot escape from, where anything is excusable and where it's perfectly acceptable to trample on those less fortunate. Look at the ruin of our sham-filled society after All Might died, and tell me you have brought on a better world. You have failed us all, and you will pay the price. Hey now. Slugger's voice wasn't the vicious taunt of a predator like it had been with Himiko earlier. This was the wobbling tone of a scared little man, paralyzed and unable to act, robbed of power. We can talk about this. TCH. And now you seek to save your own skin, rather than apologize. Stain lowered the katana to touch the tip over Slugger's heart, as Spinner shook his head in pity. No, that was disgust Himiko could see. Society needs to be corrected, so that people can live in peace and happiness free of hatred and abuse. If nobody will stand against the fake heroes, then I will purge them one by one, until they all are gone with the villains too. You monologue like a villain man. Villain? Vigilante? Does the title matter in a world like this anymore? Stain shook his head at the fallen pro. All I know is that this is our mission. If you are a hero, then I am a hero killer. As Slugger's eyes widened, Himiko realized what was coming and didn't look away. She didn't want to. As Stain pushed the katana forward through the hero's heart, Slugger crumpled, the light fading from his eyes as his head slumped forward. It was the first time Himiko had seen anyone die in the flesh, and the part of her which wasn't screaming about how much trouble they would be in if someone found them was drowned out by the part that felt relieved. She wasn't bitterly gloating at the death of her assailant, but it felt just. It felt right. Stain left his katana buried to the hilt for a good 20 seconds, staring at the mask of the hero as if searching for an answer, before withdrawing it and wiping it on a rag offered to him by Spinner. One step closer. Himiko propped herself up against the side of the dumpster, her back aching, and despite everything flashed a toothy smile to both Stain and his young follower. I owe you both. The younger one, Spinner, acknowledged her with his own smile. Least we could do. We've been watching him for a while, but the way he treated you? We couldn't stand by and watch. Stain now turned to her, and crouched down to her level, keeping his back to the corpse he had just created. For a moment, Himiko couldn't read his gaze, and tried not to lose herself staring into those deep red eyes, or to unnerve her savior by focusing too much on his complete lack of a nose. Then, after what seemed like an age, the fire in those eyes softened. He was concerned. I'm sorry. What for? We didn't step in immediately because we didn't know what your situation was. I listened for too long because he accused you of being a villain, and you got hurt. He rubbed a calloused hand over her bruised shoulder. I apologize. She winced. It's okay, mister. Did. She paused. Did you mean what you said before you killed him? Him? About fixing society. About standing against abuse. Cleaning out the bad guys. His gaze became hardened, resolute. Without question. Can I get in on that? Spinner seemed to jump in shock at that. You're serious? She nodded, and with everything she had she knew that she wanted it. She had nothing to go back to and nobody looking out for her, but his words had struck a chord in her like nothing ever had before. I've seen the worst in people for too long, and I don't like it. I don't like not being able to live like me. I don't like that people write me off or want to fix me, that all my quirk does is disgust them. She took a deep breath and looked down at her feet. Please, Mr. Staney, Mr. Spinner. Shuichi. She turned to look at the lizard man. Hey! He nodded, clenching a clawed fist. Shuichi Iguchi. That's my name. Mr. Spinner just makes me sound old. She giggled, briefly cursing in her head how it hurt her rib cage. You're older than me, mister. Yeah, but I'm still young too. I'm the big brother type, not your dad. He jerked a thumb at Stain with a smirk. That's his job. You are not calling me father. Stain shook his head, turning away, but the corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly. Just because I took you in and trained you. He took you in? Himiko gasped in realization. You're a runaway too. Heh, yeah. Shuichi ran a hand through his hair. The world wasn't kind to mutant types even before Incident Zero. All might dies, and society treats us like monsters even more. That's awful. Yeah. He pointed to Stain. This guy found me at my lowest and gave me something to believe in, and a roof to call my home. Never looked back since. Then you have to take me in too. She reached out and tugged on that long red scarf, pleading, making her yellow eyes as wide as possible. Please, Mr. Staney. For a moment the hunched man didn't look at her, before he sighed and turned to her. If you come with us, this will be common. We do things which are awful because they have to be done, for a better society. If that's what it takes then I'm in, she shouted, jumping to her feet with a fist bump before realizing with the beating she'd taken just how bad an idea that was. Oh! Stain rolled his eyes good-naturedly, before stashing his knife away and picking her up in his arms like she weighed nothing. Himiko was surprised how gentle he was being. I admire your enthusiasm, but save your strength. We'll heal you up first before we start your training. Something burst in her heart, and she felt tears coming to her eyes for the first time in a long time, tears of happiness. You're taking me? The ragged man nodded, the corners of his mouth turning up ever so slightly. You can come with us. We wouldn't leave you out without a home anyway, but I like your spirit, young Himiko. And I meant what I said about your quirk, by the way. Stain shifted his arm slightly to move his arm further away from her ribs. I'll tell you more about mine, when you're rested. You'll find we're quite similar, after all. She tried and failed miserably to wipe her tears while being carried. Thank you so much. It's the right thing to do. Stain nodded at her, before turning to Spinner. We might want to get the car here, rather than walk her down the street. Less attention and less pain. Yes, sir. Spinner saluted, before digging a set of car keys out of a hoodie pocket and running off to the road at the end of the alleyway. We'll get you rested up in no time. He looked back down at her in his arms, and Himiko felt safe for the first time in a long time. Even as the world threw its worst at you, you seized a chance to try to change it for the better with both hands. Hell yeah. Someone's got to try, right? I agree. His gaze softened. I'll feed you, give you somewhere to stay, and keep you safe. I'll train you, help you make the most of your quirk, teach you how to look after yourself. With just the one rule. My name is Chizome Akiguro. Chizome, Stain, or Sir are acceptable going forward. He smirked at her, suddenly, and caught her off guard. Mr. Staney gets you double training. Dad gets you triple. She chuckled, as Spinner rolled up at the end of the alleyway in a beaten-up old family saloon that looked like it was about to fall off its axles at any given moment. I might end up on double training a lot then, sir. His grin widened, and it would have looked sinister in any other context. We'll see about that. As Spinner came around to the side of the car and opened the door for her and Stain, Himiko watched with wonder as Stain lowered her gently into the backseat of the car, taking care to run the seatbelt over her gently and not press down on the shoulder Slugger had hit earlier. Entirely by accident, it seemed she had found someone who would accept her for what she was, someone who would help her grow in the face of that, who would support her and look after her because they genuinely wanted to, not because they had been told they had to. The world had suddenly, in the space of 5 minutes, gotten a lot less frightening and a lot safer for Himiko Toga, and whatever happened going forward in the crazy, chaotic world. She didn't have to run anymore. Morning, folks, Makoto Kobayashi here with your morning news. At a ceremony marking a year since the death of the pro-hero Slugger in Musutafu, at the hands of the dangerous villain and hero killer Stain, the #1 hero Endeavor surprised us all with a speech in which he promised a radical shake-up to the hero community of Japan. Stain's identity remains unknown to date, and the dangerous criminal has since claimed the lives of 4 other pro-heroes. Unverified reports also link him to a mysterious fire which burned down a Musutafu orphanage and killed a number of staff members on the very same day as Slugger's murder. Tisich, that's not his style. Izuku looked up from the drawing he was scribbling in his notebook at Tenko, who appeared to be irritated at the radio news. Here? What do you mean? Tenko kicked a foot as if irritated, and it reminded Izuku of the Miko press conferences he had seen, where the rabbit hero tapped her foot whenever she got fired up about a question. He's a hero killer, isn't he? Going after a bunch of orphans isn't something he'd do. Izuku shushed him. I'm trying to hear the rest of this, Tenko. Tenko kept quiet as the rest of the news carried on. He'd seen what Izuku could get like about heroes, after all. Since the first appearance of Stain, a number of prominent vigilantes and copycat villains have risen up within our society, and heroes are dealing with increased pressure and an almost daily uptake in civil unrest and villain attacks. Questions have come over the fitness of Japan's pro-heroes to cope with this societal disturbance, and how prepared they are for the next supervillains to emerge. Endeavor had this to say. The world has changed since All Might died, but that doesn't give people a right to take the law into their own hands. Nor does it mean that villains should be empowered to act as they please without recourse. It is clear that our system is running to catch up, and the time to act is now. I will soon be bringing news to you all on how the pro-heroes of this country will be better funded to take back control of society from those who revel in chaos. To the vigilantes, I say your day will come, and you would do well to quit before we really come for you. And to the villains, just watch me. There you have it, folks. Endeavor with a fierce warning, and I can't help but fear for what comes next. For heroes, and for our society. Here's Toji with the weather. Izuku turned off the radio as the ever-so-chipper weatherman began to chatter away about a depressingly rainy day, and closed the notebook. The news was never good these days, and it was why he threw himself into his training so wholeheartedly. You're getting rather good too. Ever since he and Tenko had discovered his new quirk, Tenko had insisted that he found a way to train. Izuku didn't want to cause any trouble, and he knew full well that quirk usage in public was illegal, and he felt really unsure that sneaking into an abandoned warehouse was wrong. Tenko, however, had warmed his heart the moment that he revealed he had read all of Izuku's hero analysis notebooks cover to cover, and, with a few comments about Izuku badly lacking in XP and needing to upgrade your skill tree branches, within a few months Tenko had made a plan. It turns out that Tenko's plan had been everything he'd ever wanted and more. Let's face it, Tenko had said, as he dragged Izuku along by the hood of his All Might hoodie, all these kids who think they're so special have years more training on you. They may have given you crap, but you can show them how quick you can level up, how OP you can be, how unbreakable your combos are. You can be a hero, just like in your books, Izuku. His reasoning struck a chord with the mild-mannered boy, and for the first time in his life he had found someone who believed in his dream fully. He had thrown himself into training his quirk the moment after he stopped crying, and after an embarrassed Tenko pried Izuku's arms off of him from the longest thank you hug ever. The quirk testing in the back garden had been one thing, but Tenko had outdone himself with their new secret base. The abandoned warehouse in Musutafu was slightly off the beaten path, about halfway between the school and Izuku's home. Once it had been a store for hero merchandise, and indeed hero figurines and body pillows and old toys could still be found in boxes, Izuku had screamed when he found a limited edition Edge-shot figure buried in a corner. Now, it was the idea playground for two teenage boys who had all kinds of ideas and a whole lot of catching up to do training-wise. There were high roofs, piles of rubble, wide open spaces and all kinds of shop dummies to make into villains. Their imaginations were the limit, and they ran wild. Izuku had slowly grown more used to channeling the air blasts he could produce from his fledgling quirk over time, after nearly a year and a half visiting the warehouse. Tenko had helped him improvise beyond the immediate blasts he could summon, and Izuku found that he could channel the air in different ways, a concentrated beam here, a wide rippling arc in an area of effect attack there, a delayed reaction blast over there. In turn, Izuku noticed that Tenko was starting to come out of his shell with his own quirk, using it more around Izuku and practicing destroying rubble, taking on larger pieces of concrete, cutting off his quirk to eat only the glass out of a window and leave the frame intact. They grew with each other. The only arguments the two boys had were about names. Izuku had insisted on calling his quirk Air Force, as an All Might tribute, much to Tenko's chagrin when he proudly tried to call it Air Cannon, and Tenko was reluctant to budge from the slightly creepy name of Decay he had given his own quirk. Tenko also tried instantly naming moves which Izuku came up with, using obscure references from old shows and games and movies which Izuku had never watched. Atmospheric Rift and Liable Tempest were just two of the bizarre names which barely even fitted the moves Izuku had created, and Izuku had no clue where they'd come from. Emerald Cyclone worked, though. Fits with the hair. Inko had screamed blue hell at both of them the first time that they came back home, caked in dirt and with a scratch below Tenko's left eye from a piece of glass which had shattered under an Izuku air blast, but she had slowly learned to let things go a little bit. It helped break the ice when she got a visit from a Musutafu police officer who kindly dropped by and told Inko she should be proud of her conscientious young man. Apparently he had marched Tenko straight to the police station when they arrived at the abandoned warehouse, and had put himself in front of two police officers politely requesting permission to use the space to train. Only Izuku would think to do that, or worry about not doing it, but as it turned out the police hadn't cared one bit what they were doing. With a flea in his ear from his mother to carry a mobile phone with him at all times, and not to stay out after dusk in a creepy old warehouse, Inko gave the two boys the space to bond and grow and train themselves. They had each other's backs, after all. They would be fine. Izuku looked up as he stashed the notebook away in his backpack, and met his friend's gaze. A chunk of plaster the size of Izuku's head turned to dust in his friend's palms. Sorry, Tenko. I just wanted to hear what they had to say about Endeavor. He is number one, after all. His no All Might, Tenko replied, taking a deep breath and crouching to the floor as he slowly slipped on one of his fingerless gloves. He was happier to show his quirk around Izuku these days, but Izuku noticed that he never overdid it. I think my quirk is destructive. But have you seen what he does? Izuku sighed, zipping up the backpack. They had these debates all too often these days, rising in frequency since Tenko began to use his quirk more. Endeavor isn't perfect but he works hard. He's taken down nearly as many villains as All Might ever did now. All Might never burned civilians alive to do it, Tenko muttered, blue locks falling over his gaunt face and throwing a shadow over his eyes. It's not right. Hey, Tenko. Izuku paused, then reached out and put his hand on his friend's shoulder to try to comfort him. He'd never seen him in such a mood before. You all right? It just makes me sick. Heroes are supposed to be the good guys, but Endeavor acts like a final boss the whole time he's out in public. Tenko's eyes narrowed. He's not the only one. Did you see that rookie make her debut a couple of weeks ago? The huge chick with the massive A-. Mount Lady. Izuku said, biting back the urge to shoot a withering look in Tenko's direction at the disrespectful comments coming out of his mouth. I'm sure that building collapse wasn't her fault. You see? Tenko interrupted, gesturing with a gloved hand. Government-sponsored instruments of violence, everywhere you look, and we just excuse it like we're brainless NPCs. We let them beat the crap out of people and destroy our stuff just because they're heroes, because they're pros, because we just want them to fix our problems. Bakugo would fit right in. Izuku flinched a little at the mention of his former friend's name. Auntie Mitsuki was a time bomb at the best of times, but when his mother phoned up full of anger like she had never seen before, Katsuki had been broadsided by his mother's rage completely. The school had apologized finally when both Inko and Mitsuki demanded that something should be done, and the meeting that followed, with Izuku sat beside a seething and twitching Katsuki, was an experience he'd rather not repeat anytime soon. He had ended up in a new class, and Bakugo had counseling as well as a mark on his pristine record. Since that day, despite all the visits from Bakugo's parents to his mother, he hadn't seen Katsuki at all. Good riddance to bad rubbish. He clenched a fist. He will make it. He's strong and determined, and he won't stop until he becomes number one. I'm sure of it. If he becomes a hero, we're all getting farmed, Tenko said ruefully, shaking his head and grabbing his new backpack with a gloved hand. Come on, enough quirk practice for one day. Your mom's getting takeout tonight and I could eat a house. Izuku chuckled at his friend, who seemed to have a little more of his snark back. Fine, fine. Let's go. As the two walked side by side, comfortable that they had their best friend beside them, Tenko clicked his teeth. You know, teacher made us watch that video in class yesterday, the one that got uploaded the other week. The Stain one. Hey. Yeah, the Manifesto one. You seen it? Izuku looked shocked. The rise of Stain was something which had punctuated the changes in Japanese society after All Might's death, a nasty bloody comma in the paragraph on hero culture. Slugger was one of the first heroes to be attacked and killed, and his emergence had led to a video going viral. A bystander had captured a monologue from Stain in which he tore apart heroes who worked for profit, who held openly quirkist views, who trampled on those less fortunate to get to the top. Japanese society, in the wake of devastation, took those views and ran with them. Discontent towards heroes soared, copycat villains tried to surface, and a spike in vigilantism had already occurred. The Hero Public Safety Commission announced a bounty on Stain and tried to designate vigilantes as villains, but public opinion hadn't immediately followed. Stain's words still rang true for many. Why would they do that? He asked Tenko. They wanted us to start debating and stuff. Talking about what he says about heroes, who is good and who is bad, who gets to decide. Tenko kicked a bottle that had been dropped outside the warehouse entrance as they both walked out. I caught a lot of heat from my class. You? Why? Izuku put the dots together. You agreed with him? Tenko shrugged. A little. Don't. You? Izuku froze on the spot. Me. Ha! You don't have to worry about me judging you for your answer. Tenko stuffed his hands into his hoodie pockets and continued walking as Izuku jumped to keep up. Best friend, remember? I'm not gonna run away if you say you agree with something he said. Izuku hung his head. I wish for a better world. Kinda the same as he does. A world like we had with All Might? Tenko asked. I think we all want that dash. No, not like that. Izuku looked up now as he walked, and he felt resolve in what he was saying. All Might was amazing, but he was so much on his own. We lost him and the whole world fell apart. We can't go back to that. Tenko's eyes widened a little, as the pair of them stepped around a couple arguing in the street. Heh, I never thought you'd say that, fanboy. I'm not a FA dash. I've seen your room, YA big nerd, don't even try and argue. Tenko scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Just surprised me you'd say it, that's all. I thought you'd miss him just as much as us. I do. Izuku blinked for a second and in his mind's eye saw red for blood, and the fallen body of his idol on that fateful day, but he shook his head quickly. We can't rely on one person being like him though. We need a world of people like him. Stain hates villains. I can't call him a true villain because he wants to stop criminals too, but what he does to people he deems unworthy. Izuku shook his head. If the heroes we have aren't good enough, if they're greedy and selfish and prejudiced, then we need a new generation without those flaws. We can fix hero society by teaching proper heroes, but Stain doesn't achieve anything by killing people except hurting families and dividing people more. The ends don't justify the means. Tenko's back straightened a little. I get that. I just think that society is glitched at the moment and needs more than a reboot. Some bits need deleting. You don't mean dash. Nah, murdering pros just isn't the way. Tenko looked distant for a second, but shook his head. But if they don't change because of people like him, then I'm not so sure I'd wanna become a hero. I'd rather take my chances joining the Crawler and the other vigilantes out there, and save people my way. Why you'd break the law to do that? If I can help people, no question. Tenko met Izuku with an appraising look. You couldn't. I just don't think I could. The law is the law, right? Tenko sighed, deadpanning. You're just too honest, aren't you, Izuku? I'm sorry. Izuku's eyes widened in panic as he took in their surroundings properly for the first time since leaving the warehouse. Wait, Tenko dash. His friend paused. Oh, crap. They were so used to the rundown world by now that walking past derelict buildings and empty shop units was their norm. Criminals and villains were becoming much more common now, people who just took what they wanted, and neighborhoods suffered as the police struggled. What had once been proud and clean and idyllic was sliding relentlessly towards squalor with every passing day. Normally he and Tenko would keep to the main road which would walk straight on home. Clearly when the two of them had stepped around the arguing couple into a neck of an alleyway, they had walked down the alley and carried on that way, straying far from the safe beaten track that they'd promised Inko they would keep to. Now they'd ended up in the wrong part of town, and yep, sure as anything, here came the vultures sensing the mistake. The parasites who had crawled out from under rocks into the world after Incident Zero, and were starting to get more and more eager to do as they pleased. The Yakuza. Foul creatures. Should have died off a long time ago. Izuku had no clue how they had survived the quirk proliferation, or how they had operated through history despite being relegated to cannon fodder by the emergence of powerful supervillain groups. Now though, local groups were cropping up everywhere, and a few bigger names were rising to prominence. The Ishikawakai, the Shai Hasaikai, groups who relished Incident Zero for removing the threat of all might from their world. It wasn't uncommon in poorer neighborhoods or rougher cities, streets where the police were reluctant to go, to find Yakuza going door to door to collect their rent, protection money from those most afraid of them. Extortion, by any other name, would be just as sweet. And Izuku and Tenko had just the luck to come across a couple of them following their wrong turn. A hulk of a man with the head of a great white shark and wearing what looked like a Kevlar vest smiled down at him with row after row of jagged fangs. Hey there, little kids. You lost. Tensing up, eyeing the surrounding area, Izuku did his best to keep his expression neutral. No. His face was stoic, but his voice could have been better. Why was he so DMN squeaky? Behind him, a tall and muscly woman with black spiky hair shaved at the sides slid off of the dumpster on which she was sad, picking at her fingernails. No? But you're walking right through our turf. That just can't be right, because you haven't paid the toll for using our alley. Her arms flexed, and the blue tattoos on her biceps flashed iridescent for a second. Not paying the fees when they are due. A lanky blonde man emerged from behind Sharkhead, and in Izuku's head he knew the guy was the ringleader of the little posse from the way he was holding himself, from the smart dress which signaled him out as a potential lieutenant. That was bad news on a quirk power front, if a brute like the shark guy would answer to him. Big wide eyes looked Izuku up and down, and the guy ran a bony hand through his manky hair. Now that would be a crime, wouldn't it? Izuku felt sweat on his forehead, sliding down his face. Isn't this Yakuza territory? Sharkhead snorted, and the final member of the trio, the skinny blonde, cackled as if possessed. Who the hell do you think we are, kid? Dumb question, the tattooed woman said, shaking her head in exasperation. Kids these days got no sense. Now Izuku gulped. Right, sorry. Don't school kids get a free pass? He chuckled, smiling nervously. The shark's grin became even more sadistic. Hey Setsuno, the boy thinks he can negotiate. Ain't that cute? The leader, now identified as Setsuno, sneered. We don't like people who wanna weasel out of paying. That's double the money from you and your freaky friend, kid. Izuku's eyes darted about the area. No sign of the police, no sign of any heroes. He was alone here. I don't have any money. That's cool, said the tattooed one, we'll just take your stuff then. Betcha those text and notebooks will come in real handy for next year's students. Setsuno's hand reached out with those long fingers, and in an instant Izuku's backpack was ripped from his shoulder and was hanging by the strap in his hand. The brief wonder Izuku felt at the quirk, and the instant ability to steal what was in front of him, was replaced by the sheer upset that the Yakuza had his stuff in front of him. The backpack was old, and the pencils in it easily replaced, but Setsuno had his hero analysis notebooks, numbers 11, and they were his pride and joy. Hey, my notebooks dash. The tattooed woman stepped in front of her leader and cracked her knuckles threateningly. You wanna go, you little runt? You can run now and leave that bag behind, or you can stay here and I'll beat you till your mother doesn't recognize your face. What's it gonna be? As Izuku, tensed, his brain screaming at his body not to flee and to hold his ground to get his notebooks back, all of them heard someone clapping. Very slow, ominous clapping. All of them, Izuku included, turned and saw Tenko clapping very sarcastically, looking incredibly unimpressed with what he was seeing. So, this is the Yakuza way, heh? Hiding in alleys and trying to take lunch money off kids by outnumbering them. His look of displeasure remained, even as he started taking off his gloves. Bullies are pathetic. Ha ha ha. The shark's laugh was rich and deep with bass. So the creep does talk. His bold. T10. Izuku's eyes widened as Tenko took off his other glove. We can't. Our quirks dash. They used their quirks and took your books, Zoo. Neither boy used their full name around the Yakuza thugs, they knew better than that, but Izuku was stunned as his friend stood and stared down the two hulking lackeys of the smartly dressed Setsuno. We're not letting that happen. But still dash. We're in an alley, facing a mini-boss, and the heroes and police aren't gonna get here in time. If you don't wanna use your quirk, we lose your inventory and we get party wiped. If we take them on, then we get your stuff back and teach this goons a lesson. Tenko clenched a fist and nodded to Izuku. I've got your back. You wanna do this? We'd be like vigilantes dash. Nah, vigilantes don't. Have a death wish. Setsuno stared at the two boys, and giggled. As if you think you have a chance. You're writing me off already? Tenko rotated a shoulder with a crack, as if limbering up for a punch. Your first mistake. The blood flowing in Izuku's veins went cold at the sound of the tattooed woman's barked laugh, as she pulled a metal crowbar from the back of her pants and pointed it at Tenko. Precious. What's a toothpick like you gonna do to us? Tenko just smiled darkly. Just watch me. The shark laughed even louder than his friend, as he too produced a crowbar from somewhere. What? Gonna kill me? If I did, they'd never find the body. Making as soft a motion as he could, Izuku tried to get Tenko to calm down. Can we all just take a step back and dash? No, said the tattooed one, turning around to face the brunette, the tattoos on her arms now emitting piercing blue light. He thinks he's a man. She snorted, and Tenko smirked. Let's see if he's really all that. It was completely instinctual, but as she rushed forward with a scream and raised the crowbar over her head to hit Tenko, Izuku threw his arms forward and felt the crackle of red and black lightning spring up in an instant. In any other circumstance, the movement would have been too telegraphed and it would not have worked, but surprise was on his side. The Yakuza was met with a blast of solid air to the rib cage and dropped the crowbar as she was launched backwards, slamming into the dumpster on which she had been Saturday. There wasn't even a cry as her head smacked into the side of the metal box, and she slumped unconscious at the feet of Setsuno. Izuku was torn for a second as to how to respond, and the only reason he was able to make his next move without being overwhelmed by Setsuno was because the Yakuza ringleader seemed completely stunned that his comrade had been overwhelmed in an instant. As Sharkhead charged at Tenko past Izuku, he made up his mind and dived for the crowbar on the floor, snatching it up and brandishing it in front of him like a sword at Setsuno. Ha! Unfortunately, Izuku had forgotten his opponent's quirk in the heat of the moment, and with a wiggle of his fingers the crowbar flew from Izuku's grasp into the hands of Setsuno. You little sheet, did you think you'd be able to use that against me? Give it back! Izuku shouted, arms sparking up. This is what you get for hurting Izumu. Setsuno's arm drew back with the crowbar like a javelin, and Izuku twisted to see his target. Tenko had batted the Sharkman away with a kick and the guy was clawing at his vest, the crowbar he had been holding disintegrating in his hands, but Tenko had left himself wide open. He was going to hurt Tenko. Stop him. Hurt him. Rah! With a cry, both of Izuku's arms pulsed with red and black lightning, and a shockwave went off across the whole alleyway. While Tenko was used to shockwaves from Izuku's quirk practice and simply cartwheeled out of the way, Setsuno and Sharkhead were launched backwards, and the crowbar clattered out of Setsuno's hands onto the floor of the alley, landing between Izuku and the Yakuza. Setsuno snarled, as Izuku snatched up the crowbar again. "You annoying beasis." He reached out, and the crowbar stayed put. "What the?" The Yakuza flayed out his hands again, but the metal rod stayed immovable in Izuku's hands. Eyes widening in complete horror, he flailed and tried to do the same to the backpack which Sharkhead had picked up, and then swiveled to flick his hand at the unconscious Izumu, but nothing came to him. "New. Ugh." Sharkhead had pulled himself upright, before looking down and realized the vest he had been wearing had been completely destroyed by Tenko. "Geez, what are you two?" Tenko raised both hands and flexed his fingers like the writhing legs of a dying spider, and slowly reached for the mammoth of a man, as the mutant type went pale and backed off. "We'll have our stuff now, please." Izuku, nose dripping blood and swaying slightly from the blast, grabbed his bag from the floor and moved back from Sharkhead. "Thank you. Mine. My quirk." Sharkhead looked down at his leader, hunched on the floor. "Setsuno, you okay, dude?" My. Setsuno's head whipped up to stare at Izuku with eyes bulging, and a look of pure anguish on his face. "What did you do?" The Yakuza tipped his head back and wailed, the broken cry of a man suffering a mental break, a man who had just been tipped over the edge. "Nuosh!" Sharkhead panicked, slinging an arm underneath his broken leader and lifting him over his shoulder as he still wailed. "F this!" The shark spun on his heels and ran for the hills with Setsuno secured on his shoulder, leaving his unconscious comrade Izumu behind against the dumpster. Clearly there was no loyalty among thieves. Tenko chuckled darkly to himself as the big thug's footsteps were punctuated by the wails of his stricken boss, putting his gloves back on. Pathetic. When he looked at Izuku, his bravado shifted aside and was immediately replaced with wide eyes. He knelt by his side in a flash, inspecting the bleeding nose closely. "You all right?" "Why yeah." Izuku forced a smile, shouldering his backpack. "Just pushed myself too hard with that shockwave, that's all." "Hey, you did good though." Tenko grabbed under his arm, pulling him up. "Come on. Let's get you home." Thanks." Izuku took a handkerchief which Tenko offered him, to cover his bleeding nose. He paused, and looked his older friend up and down with concern. "For a second. I thought you were gonna hurt those guys." The brunette shrugged. No one would have missed 'em if they'd been dusted." Then he ruffled Izuku's hair. "But you were there, so I couldn't do that." "Tenko." Izuku wasn't in the mood for him joking about that. "Nah, I would have stopped. I only touched the guy's shirt to scare him into backing off." Tenko looked at him seriously. "Just wanted to do something to back you up, that's all." Izuku smiled, satisfied now. "Thanks, Tenko. Thanks for standing up for me." Tenko grinned now, pounding his own fist with a chest, and Izuku was reminded of Meko and All Might at their cockiest. What are friends for? It wasn't too much farther to retrace their steps back to safety, and then get to the Midoriya home in the old neighborhood, and Izuku shook his head at what had happened in such a short time. The roads were cracked with faded paint, trees swayed in the wind with broken branches and no leaves, hedges remained overgrown and wild with no care from their owners. The house had chipped paint and more battered cars out the front, and the doors and windows looked like they had bigger locks and catches. More than a few of them had for sale signs out front. Frowning at the one sitting by his own mailbox, Izuku trudged up to the front door. He barely got inside and his mother, waiting to hug him and welcome him and Tenko home, deflated almost immediately. "Aizu!" She ran up to him, inspecting his face. "What happened?" Both boys sighed and droned out the same word. Idiots happened. Without another word, Inko pulled them both into a tight embrace. I'm glad you both made it back. Tenko squirmed out of her hug in embarrassment and grabbed Izuku's bag, slouching into a chair in the living room. Did we miss that press conference for Endeavor? About the changes to the hero system? No, he's on later now. Apparently he got caught up dealing with a bus hijacking in Hosu. Inko smiled brightly at the two boys. Enough time for you to clean up, Aizu, and for us to eat before it. You wouldn't want to miss an announcement about heroes now, would you, my little fanboy? Izuku groaned at his mother's affectionate teasing, as Tenko snickered, digging through Izuku's backpack to find the new game he had bought before training. Mom. I'm sorry, Aizu, I couldn't resist. She let go of the hug and squeezed his shoulder. Now go sort yourself out. We can eat once you're in better shape. Izuku took that as his cue to slink off to the bathroom to mop up his face, as his mother followed Tenko into the living room. Running cold water off into the sink to splash his face with, he noticed that a stray piece of debris or something must have struck his face following the shockwave. There was a little nick, about the size of a fingernail, on his left cheek, which looked like a little upwards pen slide on his face. Not exactly the most impressive battle wound, but it would definitely leave a scar. Need help, sweetie? Inko asked, shouting up the stairs already. Ever the worrier. Izuku shook his head. It's nothing I haven't dealt with already. He shook the water off of his hands where he had been rubbing his face, pulled the plug to release the water stained with murky red and brown streaks from the blood he had washed off his face, and reached out for a towel only to find they didn't have any. Mom? She had appeared at the door, holding the phone she was going to use to call for takeout in one hand and a fresh white towel in the other. Way ahead of you, Aizu. Sorry I forgot to put one out earlier. Thanks, Mom. He turned to walk towards her in the doorway and lifted his arm. Soft. Here. Izuku looked down, and his eyes widened at the sight of his left hand, clutching the towel his mother had been holding. He hadn't been anywhere near enough to grab hold of it and take it from her, and yet here he was, feeling fresh cotton between his fingertips. What the? Izuku! His mother took a step back uncertainly. What did you just do? He ignored her question, as a heavy and horrible realization suddenly hit him, and he turned with his right arm lifted, outstretched towards the pot in which he and his mother left their toothbrushes overnight. Just like he had seen her do when she pulled it towards her, he flexed his fingers, and nothing budged. Surely not. It wasn't like her quirk. It hadn't manifested like her where he could pull things from around the house to him. This was different, and he suddenly got an idea why. He turned to his mother, right hand outstretched, and felt the sudden weight as his mother's mobile phone landed in his palm, ripped from her grasp across the room. She gasped. What? Is this your quirk? No. No, it wasn't his quirk. With a horrible sinking feeling in his stomach, as he put the dots together, the image of a wailing blonde Yakuza thug filled his head, as he realized he had just taken those items from his mother's possession. He had used the Yakuza's quirk. No. Setsuno had screamed that he couldn't do it anymore. He hadn't been able to take the crowbar back off of Izuku after the shockwave. He had taken the Yakuza's quirk. Oh no. Oh, yes indeed. He needed to show his friend. Tenko. The long-haired boy sat cross-legged on the floor as he fiddled with a controller and tried to put new batteries in it, looked up at him as he pounded down the stairs two at the time and burst into the living room, holding a towel in his left hand and the house phone in his right. Izuku? You all right? Frantic and panicking, having left his mother upstairs in the bathroom and sprinted downstairs, Izuku shook his head maniacally. My quirk dash. Hey, take it easy, breathe, Tenko interrupted, dropping the batteries and turning to face his friend. What's happened? Show, not tell. Izuku's head was pounding as much as his heart, but he figured that the best response was to demonstrate exactly what was causing him to panic. He dropped the towel on the floor, and stretched out his left hand towards his best friend, pulling. With an ominous thunk, confirming every little bit of panic he was currently feeling, the game's controller Tenko had been holding flew out of his grasp and landed into his outstretched palm. It wasn't just a fluke, after all, he really could steal from people's possession. Tenko looked him straight in the eye, and blinked. Here. Not how I expected your skill tree to grow, but nice trick. Tenko, come on. Izuku whined, pleading with his friend to see the issue. My quirk is Air Force, right? Yeah, it is. So. Tenko floundered for a second. You've worked out how to pull air now, not just push it. No. When we were in that alleyway, what did the guy do with my bag? He took it. Light dawned on Tenko, far slower than Izuku had hoped. Oh. Tenko, it's his quirk. Izuku said, shaking slightly as he said it due to the weight of the ramifications of what he was saying. It took it. Izuku. He started, and so did Tenko, not realizing that Inko had followed him down and was leaning in the doorway of their living room. I didn't mean to dash. Izuku, breathe honey. She folded her arms and looked at the pair of them, but it was clear she wasn't being stern at all, her gaze was soft and concerned. Tenko, I think I may need you to explain what happened today, so I know what's happened. Tenko looked up at Izuku, who took a deep breath and nodded to him that it was okay. He knew after showing his mother that power in the bathroom he couldn't hide from the truth of what happened. Okay, so. As Tenko took his mother through what had happened on their walk home from the warehouse, and what had happened in the alleyway with the Yakuza, he slowly felt the fog of panic clearing from his mind. He felt his mother guide him to sit down on the sofa, felt her rub his back as he got his breathing and shaking under control, and became more conscious of the weight of the controller which he had snatched from Tenko to prove a point. His mom would know what to do. As Tenko finished the summary, Inko shook her head in disbelief. I'm just glad you two boys are okay. They sounded like pretty big fish dash. One was a shark, Tenko snickered, before wilting under the sharp gaze he had been shot from Inko for interrupting her concerned speech. Sorry. And the fact you're still here with your bag and in one piece? It makes me glad. Izuku felt his mother ruffle his messy hair, and heard her sigh. So the leader, Setsuno, he could take things people were holding. Why yeah. They were talking quirks now. This was Izuku's bread and butter. It didn't work when there were things on the floor, but he could take something off my back, out of my hand, and he tried to take stuff from one of his friends out of her pockets. I think. It has to be on someone's person. So. Inko looked thoughtful, and looked at the radio she had on a table in the corner of a room. If you try to pick up the radio over there. Izuku obliged, stretching out a hand towards the radio and squeezing his fingers, only for nothing to budge. Nothing. But if you try and take these. Tenko held out a gloved palm with the batteries he had been trying to put into the controller, and when they flew to be caught by Izuku he nodded. Figures. It's exactly the same. Izuku was aware how small his voice sounded, and he swallowed. I don't think it's exactly the same. I think it is his quirk. Tenko paused, and then nodded again, slower this time. He couldn't use his quirk after he got hit by the lightning from yours. And so, as well as Air Force. You have his quirk now. Izuku shuddered as his friend put two and two together the same way he had. My quirk. I don't think it's Air Force. I think I can take other people's quirks. There was a P&T pause as the weight of this statement sunk in with everyone in the living room, before after what seemed like an age to Izuku, Tenko whistled through his teeth. Neat. Izuku's eyes widened. No, not neat. That's an awful power. All these people with amazing gifts, and I could just take them away dash. Wouldn't be such a bad thing with some of these villains, Tenko interrupted, eyebrows raised. You could save lives taking their powers dash. And where do I stop with that if I start? Izuku's voice was raised and shaky, and he felt his mother place her hand over his to try and calm him down. What gives me the right to be judge, jury, and executioner over what people were given at birth? I'd be a thief. I'd be a villain. People would come for me and make me use my power to dash. Are you going to take quirks? Tenko's blunt question caught him off guard. No. I didn't mean to take that guy's quirk and yet dash. Yet you think it's a villain's quirk, because of what it could do. Tenko stood up to move himself onto the sofa. If the only way to save a life was to take a quirk from someone else, would you? Izuku clenched the hand not being held by his mother into a fist. I try to find another way. There has to be another way. Tenko smirked. Good answer, you wannabe hero. And that just shows who you are as much as anything, you got it. What do you mean? Don't sweat it too much over what could happen with that side of your quirk. Focus on what you're going to do with the powers you have. Hey! Izuku's mind was knocked off balance from its current state of panic by how simple Tenko's words were. Do you think my quirk is a villain's quirk? Well, no. You could do so much as a rescue hero by destroying debris and dash. Whoa, easy on the mutter storm, Zoo. Tenko put his hand on his shoulder and shook his long hair back to meet Izuku's trembling gaze. My quirk is dangerous and it can cause real harm. But you don't see it like that because you focus on what I can do with it, not the worst that could happen. Alright. Izuku took a moment to compose himself. So what are you saying? That I should focus on what I can do with my quirk that isn't that side of it? Exactly that. Tenko's grip on his shoulder tightened. You've taken a quirk, but it doesn't mean you have to take more if you don't want to. Think of that power as a hidden ability, one you don't whip out until you come against a boss battle and your HP is in the red. And that means dash. That means you can continue to invest points in your Air Force quirk. That's what you train with to become a hero, just as you have been. Tenko smiled. You'll be pretty dim and cool with that quirk, too. I think Tenko has the right idea. As he began to well up at Tenko's praise, Inko, who had been quiet up until then, piped up, and Izuku turned to his mother. Why you do? She paused for a second, clearly mulling it over. You're my little boy who has wanted to be a hero his whole life, and you're going to be a great hero. I just know it, Izuku. Your quirk might not be what you thought, but if anyone thinks you're not going to be an amazing hero, then they don't know your heart at all. Mom. He choked up at her words. But that Yakuza's quirk dash. You never meant to take it, and it was a complete accident. You were scared when you used it, which shows just how pure your heart is. You're the furthest thing from a villain there has been, Izuku. Why you mean that? What kind of mother would I be if I didn't? She squeezed his hand tightly. But what's important is your choice and how you want to do this. Do you want to keep it quiet, or for people to know what you can do with your quirk? The gravity of this decision was not lost on Izuku. If his power came out in front of the wrong person, and he willfully embraced his power and took another quirk, he could paint a target on his back and be labeled a quirk thief, a frightening concept which only belonged in the myths and legends of Japan's past. If he hid it, he would lie to the world as to his power, which could backfire even more spectacularly if he was found out to have hidden such a dangerous power. Why not make the most of it and right a few wrongs? Izuku paused at the thought, which sounded all too tempting for just a second, and in a brief moment fate held its breath as a pure heart wavered. That just wasn't him, though. The power to take quirks from those who abuse them would be a power that was too much for him to handle alone. What right did he have, a young boy with no experience of the world, to take what someone was born with? How could he ensure that he always made the right decision whether or not to take a quirk? How did he make sure that he wasn't targeted by the wrong people, in positions of authority or in villainous groups, to use that power to harm? He couldn't. Temptation would not win. I can't show that power to the world. There's so much wrong with the world, so much we need to fix, so many villains who want to hurt people. But that's not me. He gulped and blinked a tear away. I want to save people. I want to put a smile on people's faces by helping them, not hurting others. I don't want to steal quirks. I see. Inko looked thoughtful. Then I think I have a way for you to not have to hide that second quirk you've acquired, and for us to keep the taking side of your quirk out of sight. You do? Absolutely. Inko reached out with her free hand suddenly, and Izuku's eyes widened as she activated her own quirk, pulling the TV remote to her. It looks a lot like mine, doesn't it? Here. Inko nodded. Think about it. We haven't yet registered your quirk, so when we fill out the form, we can refer to it in a way that includes this new power as part of your abilities. Maybe we refer to it as something like aerokinesis, Tenko said, clicking his fingers as if inspired. Yes. Inko smiled warmly at his friend, and she looked thankful. Kinesis quirks run in our family, Aizu. Think about your auntie and what quirk it led to for your cousin Dash. You have a cousin? Tenko looked surprised. You've never mentioned her before, Dash. Izuku chuckled despite himself. His auntie had a very similar telekinesis quirk to his mother, and had married a man with a regeneration quirk. The result had been his cousin Setsuna, and a quirk which let her cut her body into bits and chuck them at you without lasting damage. She was exactly the same age as him, but brash and provocative and confident in all the ways he hadn't been growing up, and he hadn't experienced her relentless teasing in quite some time. He imagined Tenko's reaction to her party trick of beheading herself, and secretly couldn't wait. Yeah, Setsuna. She's a bit of a handful. I bet you 1,000 yen she makes you scream when you first meet her. Tenko folded his arms and scoffed, unimpressed. You're on easy money. Inko rolled her eyes at the two boys' behavior. Her mother and I have quirks which revolve around telekinesis. It might be that it's just another facet of your quirk that looks similar to mine, and in that case I'm sure Setsuna wouldn't mind meeting up more to help you get to grips with this new side of your quirk. My quirk. Izuku hated how small his voice was again, but he was in awe of his mom and his friend for trying to find a way to make this work for him. You'd really help me keep it quiet? Inko paused, and looked at her son. You can still call your power Air Force, Aizu, I know you're proud of that name. But maybe there's a way for us to make sure that the rest of the world doesn't need to think anything else, if you don't want it to. If that's how you view it, then I'll do whatever I can to help you. With or without it though, you're going to do one thing, Izuku, Tenko said, deadly serious. You're going to be an amazing hero. Such simple words were wrecking ball to the floodgates in Izuku's heart, and the tears came thick and fast. Launching himself at Tenko and burying himself in his friend's chest, Izuku cried tears of utter gratitude for the people he had in his life and just how much support they gave him. Through the waterworks, he didn't see Tenko awkwardly reach around with his arms to return the hug and pat him on the back. He didn't see the warm smile and the thank you mouthed by his mother to his best friend. He just knew he was safe with them, whatever his quirk threw at him next, whatever this crazy world had to offer. Or so he thought. They had wiped Izuku up and gotten some food, ready to sit down in front of the TV and watch Endeavor address the nation on changes to the hero system. Nothing could have prepared them though. The press conference had been every worst nightmare Izuku could have ever imagined. Endeavor had arrived, late after dealing with the hijacking in Hosu, and had been joined by two other people at the conference. The president of the Hero Public Safety Commission herself, stern-faced and spoiling for a fight with the reporters, stood at the center with Endeavor on her right, and a lanky man with spiky hair and a long chin and nose on her left. For a moment, Izuku had struggled to work out who he was, before Tenko identified him as the CEO of Detnerat, Rikia Yotsubashi. Apparently they were one of the biggest support item manufacturers in the nation, and one of the wealthiest companies in a society where profitable businesses seemed otherwise few and far between. Quite what he was doing at a HPSC press conference had been unclear until Endeavor opened his mouth, and at that point everything went downhill for Izuku. The laws were relaxed and unraveled before the eyes of Izuku, Tenko, and Inko, sat in their living room paling as wave upon wave of change rolled over them and the rest of society as they knew it. Laws punishing heroes for collateral damage in the cause of villain takedowns? Repealed. Laws outlawing the use of deadly force on villains? Gone. Laws punishing vigilante activity with years in prison and permitting heroes to use whatever means necessary to take them down? Heralded as a triumphant moment in the fight to restore order. The HPSC lost the public safety from its name, and that was enough to show Izuku what they wanted to do going forward. Rescue agencies were all being brought into the Hero Commission's fold, and one agency set up within the commission under whose banner all rescue heroes would operate across the nation. Some heroes without specific combat experience would be having their licenses revoked, while others would find themselves being drafted into the commission to work exclusively on contract for the commission, at their beck and call for deployment. The promise that the Hero Commission would be setting up a dedicated anti-vigilante task force to take bounties on known vigilantes seemed almost tame in comparison to the rest of what was being put before them. Endeavor had announced, with fire in his eyes as if gleeful, the end of hero agencies as Japan currently knew it. It was clear, so he said, that too many agencies were being allowed to exist. The standard of heroism had slipped so that the system was filled with heroes not strong enough to operate on their own, not strong enough to face villains and vigilantes and civil unrest. The police and the heroes were too weak in his eyes to keep up with those at the top. The clenched fist at that point made it clear that Endeavor was referring to himself. As for those at the top, therein lay another horror story. Hero agencies were private organizations anyway, answering to the commission and to the law, but the commission rolled back the framework and let them do as they please. Endeavor announced a month for all agencies wishing to survive to seek sponsors from the private sector, who would bankroll them and decide whether to allocate funds for damage repair, for support items, for victim compensation. In this new world, these new agencies would be free to decide their targets and their codes of ethics, and agencies would be able to bid for contracts to do exclusive work on behalf of certain police forces, to watch over certain districts or cities on their own terms. Tenko had initially watched with wide eyes at the announcement that the number of pro-heroes would be culled, snickering that maybe the low-level mobs might be taken care of. But even as nihilistic as his older friend could be about heroes, it was clear he was shaken by this news, given how he was furiously muttering about how agencies would turn a blind eye to certain crimes to pursue glory and headlines, how money would rule everything, how shady businesses could keep corrupt heroes in their pocket by dangling the carrot of additional funding. Izuku, ever the optimist, found his worldview completely shaken. How could the world have fallen so far since the death of All Might that the Hero Commission could think that this was play? How much damage would be caused because the Hero Commission had changed the law, and rejected any responsibility to make good what had been broken? Society was in dire need of repair since Incident Zero, with job losses and destruction and fear gripping the world in the absence of its symbol of peace. The world needed to heal, and it needed heroes to give people hope, to put a smile on their face. Instead, people would be left to fend for themselves even more, and fear replaced any hope. Then they mentioned the schools. Our mission extends beyond the heroes of today. The commission president looked down the camera with a gaze as cold and unyielding as a glacier, and for a second Izuku felt as if his whole soul was being laid bare before the screen. Our society is weaker than it has ever been, and drastic action needs to be taken to save the present and secure the future. Education is the key. The schools of our nation have not been focused enough. Quantity over quality, inclusiveness of different quirk types, widening our curriculum too far. All of this has led to a systemic failure in our hero system. Now, in our time of need, as we do what we have to do, there is a chance we can correct this path. We can use our system to breed strength, for the good of all heroes and the good of all society, as it should have been. For the greater good, we act now. The things they had done had been catastrophic. The president of the commission detailed how school funding had been slashed for heroic students across the nation, how schools would have to reduce their intake, how they would now mandate that only those who score a significant score on a combat exam would gain entry to their hero schools. Pillar by pillar of the old system was emphatically attacked and demolished on live television, for all the world to see, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Class sizes reduced to 10, with more places going to those who had impressed an existing pro-hero and earned a recommendation. Rescue training reduced in its frequency, in favor of increased diversity of combat lessons and new styles of self-defense and capture being taught. Instant right of first refusal for the Hero Commission on 50% of the graduates from each school each year, to be recruited directly as agents of the Commission and deployed how they see fit. The right for private agencies to recruit students out of the schools if they saw something they liked, take responsibility for their education, give them provisional licenses as members of that agency. It was overwhelming anyway, but when they announced that they were forcing the end of UA's program of classes for support course students, management students, and general studies, and the same for other schools, Izuku fell off his chair. On the screen, The furious anger and squawks of indignation from the media in attendance at the conference were palpable. In response, the businessman, Yotsubashi, had stroked his bony chin and held up a long finger, and immediately silenced the furore from the gathered reporters. It was clear the status and sway that money could give you. The shark-like grin came out at that point, the proud salesman pitch. A new support student school of its own, Quat Academy, sponsored by Detnerat and aimed exclusively at bringing the brightest brains for the future of support item manufacturing under one educational roof. Complete market control. A clever move. That's insane, Tenko had muttered, shoulders hunched as he leaned forward. What about support corps students who wanted to put points into their crafting skills, or all those general education students who just wanted to go to a good school? Izuku couldn't have agreed more with him. Before he had somehow woke up his quirk and discovered that Air Force was at his fingertips to be called on whenever needed, he had thought that general studies would be his back door into heroics. To see that be demolished right before his eyes on live TV was a tragedy, and he felt for each and every student at UA and the other schools whose dreams were being crushed before him. Endeavor had concluded the press conference with a warning that sent a shiver up his spine. These changes are for the good of all. Since we lost All Might, we have watched as criminals feel bolder, and scum think they can take the law into their own hands. Enough is enough. You brought this on yourselves. Sometimes it was hard to remember who the heroes were. That's horrible, Inko said mournfully, as the TV cut to a brief advert. Break. Those poor support students, and those poor teachers. All their work for their students only for the heroes to do this to them. It's shit, Tenko said, and Izuku noted that his mother was just too appalled to pull Tenko up on his language. It's all shit. They'd punish vigilante action with violence when people are just trying to help others, and they won't give a crap about collateral damage. This. Izuku couldn't believe what he had seen. This isn't what All Might worked for. His legacy as symbol of peace, this tears it all down. Who voted for this? Who thought this was a good idea? Tenko asked to nobody in particular, clenching a fist. I can't see them stand for it, Izuku replied, shaking his head, praying they wouldn't accept it. Surely they couldn't? This is too far. The TV cut back in at that point after the advert break, suddenly, earlier than expected. This is Makoto Kobayashi, back with your evening news after that incendiary press conference from Endeavor. The Hero Commission massively overhauled the entire system in a few strokes, creating a central hero army under the Commission's control, scrapping huge numbers of agencies and letting private companies rule the roost for those remaining. Will this lead to improved standards as the Commission tries to tighten its grip, or will justice and decency be shunted aside as agencies work to the whims of whoever pays their bills? The implications of these changes are unpleasant. God only knows what will happen now. To provide more breaking news, we have received reports of rioting in Isuha City, as the pro-hero Fat Gum issues a statement denouncing the moves to privatize chunks of the hero industry, and similar statements coming from the number 5 hero Edshot, as well as upcoming Musutafu Nubi Kamu Woods. There's been reports of a huge iceberg emerging near the Todoroki residence, fires raging in Hosu, and looting in Kyushu. This is not going down well. Isaku was about to say something before the news anchor interrupted. This just in. A statement has been issued in the last minute by UA High itself and Principal Nezu. Oh Lord. Best I read this one rather than try and summarize. To quote, UA High has opposed the changes to the hero system at every consultation stage with the Hero Commission. UA cannot in good conscience accept that its best students will be acquired to be deployed as national foot soldiers, will not accept that its heritage of educating fine support manufacturers should be trampled on in the name of law and order, and will not support an organization which devalues rescue training as if saving lives is an afterthought to the work of a hero. With immediate effect, UA wishes to announce its registration as an independent hero agency under the heading of the Pro-Hero Nezu, invoking his privileges as a registered pro-hero to privatize his agency in accordance with the new laws of this nation. He what? Tenko yelled, before Izuku threw a rubber at his head to get him to keep quiet. The news continued. Will be funded by staff members and donations from the public, and will recruit students as it sees fit under the new apprentice hero scheme across all disciplines to become well-rounded future heroes. Our class sizes may be reduced, but we hope to ensure that rescue heroes and support candidates alike can continue to thrive at our Hero Academia, while having a hand in the development of our future pros to ensure a bright and prosperous future, with justice and freedom for all. Wow. I don't know what to say, other than I'm staying right here. I won't be quiet about what I see and what happens next, and I think I speak for all of us when I say this. I miss All Might. We're going to take a quick pause while I get my head around this news, and play some music as an intermission. They say it heals the soul, after all, and we can hope it does here. This is a debut single that went to #1 last week, and it seems only right that a beautiful voice sings a sad song at this moment in our history. We'll be back after this, Kyoka Gyro, with each goal. The news cut off to the sound of a singer Izuku and Tenko hadn't heard before, and as beautiful as her voice was, they were as numb to her as Inko was. It had been clear for quite some time that society had been creeping closer and closer to chaos, to the edge of the cliff. With the news that night, both from Endeavor changing the system and the reaction from UA and others, it seemed the world had decided that chaos and division were the only recourse. A world without All Might was a dangerous world indeed. Izuku's hand crept over to find his mother's and hold on to it, and he felt Tenko's gloved hand give his knee a squeeze. There was nothing either of them could say or do to make the situation any better than that. Outside of those four walls, the world raged and threw itself to the wolves, and all they could be certain of was that they had each other. They would need each other, in the years to come. All things considered, I think that went rather well, don't you? Rikiya Yotsubashi strode through the expansive glass doors of the Detnerat Company headquarters with a beaming grin on his face, as if he owned the place. He did, of course, but the chairman was especially enthused by events that went on, even as his security guards tightened their grip on the batons on their waists and stared out of the glass front to the street outside and the crowd now surrounding the car he had just exited. As far as he was concerned, tonight had been a glorious evening. His trusted employee Miyoshita clearly disagreed. The marketing executive was wide-faced and bobbing up and down as he looked outside at a gaggle of protesters with signs who had set up outside of their office, unhappy at the inflammatory press conferences and changes to hero society they had just witnessed. "You kinda painted a target on our backs there, sir." Rikiya waved a hand, unconcerned. Like all great changes, there will be a very vocal minority unhappy that they don't get exactly what they want out of it. They'll come around. And think of the potential for us as a company out of this. Expanding into hero support items now too? Miyoshita asked, shooting a little sly smile at his boss. Or are we going to be one of those lovely private benefactors and run our own agency now? Can I put a bid in for Miko? Rikiya laughed. Oh Miyoshita, aim your sights higher. We are Detnerat. I've already arranged a meeting with Endeavor next week. The rodent-faced man gasped. You're serious? Our profile will go through the roof. That's the plan. He clapped an arm around Miyoshita's shoulder fraternally, gesturing in front of him as if the rest of the world lay at their feet. We don't stop until Detnerat has the #1 hero to rely on, and all those advertising opportunities. Add in the new support school we're sponsoring and the hero items we'll be making, and we won't just have a business, we'll have an empire to last for years to come. Miyoshita cheered. Excellent work, sir. And if you want to start with those meetings, may I suggest you take the gentleman upstairs as the first of many? Rikiya's face shifted slightly, and he clenched onto Miyoshita's shoulder. I have a few calls I need to make after earlier. Why don't you clear my schedule? The rat man didn't flinch if he was nervous. He said you'd say that. The gentleman from Feel Good Inc. was rather insistent. He believes he would have been one of your calls, anyway. Oh. That certainly made things better. He could take that meeting, after all. You know what, I will meet him now, Miyoshita. Give us an hour. Yes, sir. As he strode to the elevator and held his thumb on the pad to travel up to his private office, Rikiya rolled his shoulder and cracked his knuckles, letting the smile drop from his face while the doors closed. That was enough pretense for one day. They had lapped it up. So many of them. All of those meetings with the Hero Commission and the top pro-heroes, and they ate up the idea that things should be stricter than they already were. It was stifling before All Might died, but now they seem to have decided that the only thing to do would be to hurt people more, to rob more of their freedoms. Outcasts be DM'd, they wanted an iron fist to rule with, and they would not stop until they crushed those they were most afraid of. Fine. So be it. They would only play into his hands that way. His legacy had been one that was decided for him by one man before him. Years upon years of violent and bloody struggle, and one fateful text which had shaped his development growing up. He knew what needed to change, he could see the fatal flaws at the heart of this choking society, and he would be the one to act on it. To finish what had been started by a man he could only dream of living up to. To his father. They wanted to be the oppressors? Really? Then he would be the liberator. Rikiya Yotsubashi entered the elevator, and as the doors opened to the office of the Detonarat CEO, the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army exited it. Destro groaned, allowing so much of his frustration to come out in one feral noise. How insufferable. Remind me never to spend too long sat in a room with Endeavor in future. The visitor looked up, the long fringe of lanky black hair obscuring his eyes from view, and sniggered. To think he is All Might's successor? What a failure for Hero Society. Destro laughed, and brought his thumb to his forehead, lifting his finger in an L shape towards the visitor. A pleasure to see you, Skeptic, my brother. Tamayasu Chikazoku, head of design of Feel Good Inc., grinned at the use of his codename, and met Destro's gesture with his own L, with the hand not clutching a briefcase. Destro, sir. Thank you for having me. Come, sit, Destro said, gesturing towards a seat in front of an expensive mahogany desk and sliding into the chair behind it. How did you find the press conference? That's actually what I came to talk to you about, Skeptic said, sliding his lanky frame into the seat and smoothing down his black turtleneck. I watched it with a few others. Some people I imagine who are on my list of important people to call, no doubt. Possibly. It's because of that I came here directly, rather than wait to speak to you over the phone. Some things are better reported in person. The pianity pause betrayed his nervousness to Destro, who noticed it. You have something to report? Other members of the army looked at the press conference through the lens of our ideals. The direction we have taken until now, the end goals of Destro as written before he died. Skeptic opened up his briefcase and slid a copy of a well-worn, red-covered book onto the mahogany. Destro didn't need to look twice to see what it was, he had been raised off of it after all. It was all he had left of his father. And now, this press conference, with you in attendance. Ah yes. Destro cracked his knuckles. And that causes our comrades some discomfort. Concern, Skeptic spat, bluntly. Concern? How do you mean? Some may consider. Skeptic paused, as if choosing his words carefully, and then sneered. That we may be standing behind an agenda which runs contrary to everything Destro stood for. That we may promote something totally against the aims of our organization. That we forget. The goal of meta-liberation. Some. Destro smiled glassily, seeing through the attempted delicate provision of anonymity by his lieutenant. Promotion of an agenda? Trumpet, I assume. He resisted the urge to chuckle as Skeptic's face twitched. He would win handsomely if he ever convinced the long-haired man to play poker. Among others. But not you. Skeptic gave a curt, brief nod. I do not waver from what Destro believed in. I never will. And nor do you. You. See a way to finish what your father started. Of course he would understand. Skeptic had joined the army after Destro had been imprisoned, around the same time as he had begun to be tailored to the role of command, and his own rise to prominence within the army had been mirrored by the rise of the Feel Good Inc. board member. In Skeptic, he found loyalty and a steadfast conviction unlike any other member of the army. You see it too, then, friend. The path to achieving our goals. Skeptic smirked, a strange look when his eyes were obscured by his fringe. We're businessmen, Commander. Boom and bust are things we are very aware of. You seek to let society suffer, and then show them the light of liberation. Precisely. Redestro ran a couple of fingers over the spine of the book which had been placed on his desk. Our mission could not succeed in the golden age of heroics. The public became sheep, blinded by the notion of a symbol of peace. They were too content to let All Might be their guiding light to see that their own freedom was being eroded from underneath them. Then there was Incident Zero, Skeptic said, leaning back in his chair slightly. All Might dies, and we find a vacuum. We find more than a vacuum. We find opportunity. Redestro spun his chair to look away from Skeptic and stare out of the massive office window, across the skyline of the city. He marveled at how the people in the streets below looked so tiny, like ants on a hill. The heroes were not ready. They were complacent and naive, and they failed to ensure that what came after All Might would be worthy successors. Trust is drying up. He chuckled to himself. Did you see Endeavor? The man is a brute and a fountain of rage, more devil than savior. That is the standard which hero society finds itself living up to after the death of All Might. One nail in the coffin, already. And yet if we were to move immediately to ramp up our campaign, the public would see us as the villains, Skeptic said, scoffing at the end of his sentence. No matter how much we'd be doing them a favor, they would resist, and we'd feel the full force of the remnants of the pro-heroes on our own. Precisely. Redestro swiveled back to Skeptic and steepled his fingers. They are scared. They fear what could come crawling out of the woodwork and fear losing control, and as they watch the sand slip through their fingers, their only response is to clench a fist. It serves us very well. So we bide our time, Skeptic responded, rubbing his hands together. Constant dripping wears away the stone. Redestro laughed. Have you been speaking to Trumpet more recently besides tonight? You're getting more philosophical with age. He was met with a smirk. I can neither confirm nor deny. You're quite right though. We let them do our work for us. Redestro ran a hand through his hair, and inwardly lamented that his meta ability was making his hairline recede at a greater rate these days. Wind. Back the laws on collateral damage, and the people will see that the heroes are happy to treat them as cannon fodder. Encourage them to crack down on vigilantes, and the moral compass at the heart of society starts to question why they would punish people for doing the right thing. The seeds of doubt begin to bloom properly, and soon where we had weeds, we have a jungle. They would still resist, Skeptic said evenly, and Redestro realized how much he liked that side of his lieutenant. He wouldn't be afraid to point out a potential issue if it risked being a detriment to Destro's grand designs. The Hero Commission would have its own standing army of heroes by that point. Any revolution would be met with repression. He smirked. But then that pours fuel on a bonfire, doesn't it, sir? Redestro's smile grew wide and lupine. Skeptic really was sharp. Precisely. The more they violently oppose those who speak out, the more ammunition we have to advocate for change. The only solution for society at that point would be for the Commission to step back, to let the people have their freedom back. Free meta ability usage becomes more popular an idea than ever before. And in the meantime, Skeptic looked thoughtful, as if connecting dots. We have a support academy to keep ourselves occupied. Branching out into the hero industry is something which I know your company has been looking at. Redestro held up a bony finger to interrupt his lieutenant. A valuable way of gaining data and identifying the weak points. But certainly Quat Academy provides us with more opportunity. We raise brilliant engineers who can develop items to counter certain heroes, we gain intelligence about their weaknesses from what they request, and we can mass-produce support items to arm our loyal followers for when the time comes. Skeptic clapped, genuinely. Then everything falls into our hands. Masterfully done, sir. Your father would be proud. Redestro felt the well of emotion in his chest at those kind words. Thank you, Skeptic. You have always done us a great service. He watched his lieutenant run his hand through his hair, and saw the wild eyes of the zealot flash. I'll handle Trumpet, sir. It may be that we need another meeting to adjust our message, but patience is a virtue. We've waited long enough, so a little longer to let the heroes hang themselves isn't too difficult. No need. A simple meeting between the command should iron out any doubts. He felt remarkably cheerful at the developments, and reached under his desk into the bottom drawer, fishing out 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey. A fine bottle from Scotland, kept only for the most glorious of victories. A drink, perhaps, to celebrate? I'm feeling rather good about things. I'm not driving. Skeptic smirked. One can't hurt. Reliable as always, my friend. Redestro took joy in the small things, and the slosh of the amber liquid into the glasses was a beautiful sight. He passed across one glass to his lieutenant and raised the other. A toast, perhaps? To liberation. Hero Society was a wounded animal. Maybe, just maybe, if they let the wounds fester, then their time would come. To liberation. Clink. As he walked down the long and barren corridor ready to report to the boss, black boots pounding against hard concrete, Harry Corono was troubled. Not, as it turns out, by the contents of the press conference which had just gone out that night. The boss had asked him to keep an eye on the news to see what their new #1 hero had to say, and how the law was going to change, whether anything would affect them. If anything, however, the contents had been more incendiary to the adherents of the hero system than to their little world. It was almost as if those in power were so preoccupied with the idea of vigilantes doing their jobs for people, or with the criticism they had been receiving, that the actual villains weren't important. If that was how they viewed it, Harry didn't mind one bit. They had grown in recent years, of course, no thanks to their rising star and young boss. It wasn't just his willingness to take on bigger scores than they ever had, or the quirk which had made them a whole new base of operations. It was down in no small part to the ambition to restore them to a position they hadn't been in since before quirks had spread through society like wildfire, and they reveled in it. Because of that, they found themselves becoming big fish once again, as they had been in years before. And yet despite that, despite the influx of new members loyal to the boss, they had slipped under the hero's radar. The vigilantes who had emerged since All Might's death had a lot to be thanked for, truly. Now if only he knew how the boss would react to the other news. The echo of his boots on the hard floor stopped as he reached the door only a select few chosen by the boss were allowed to go beyond. Running a hand through his silver hair, he reached behind him and pulled his hood over his hair, tucking the largest arrow-like needle into the cloth. From his pockets, he donned plastic gloves, and a black mask with gold trim which covered not just his mouth, but his whole face. The black eyes of the mask gave nothing away, and the boss appreciated the extra effort to keep clean, to avoid tainting the environment. The boss was working right now, after all. He swiped his keycard, waiting for the satisfying beep and thunk as the door permitted him entry to the almost laboratory, the inner sanctum at the heart of their empire. Stepping through the door, he saw the intended recipient of the news, hunched over a table in the center of the room with a tray of surgical equipment at his side, and bowed his head in respect. "Sir." The boss didn't turn to him, focused solely on the table in front of him, and Harry could see that his gloves were off. His quirk was at work, visibly in front of him. Chronastasis. Report. Harry cleared his throat, not straying from near the door. The press conference dash. Closer, Chrono. I'm working here. Chronastasis paused, for a second uncertain, before accepting the boss's words and moving to stand beside him at the bench. Boss. The press conference didn't mention us at all. It was best not to concentrate on what was on the table. If you dwelled on it too long, on the bits that were still twitching and the slow dripping sound you could hear, it didn't help. Best to concentrate on the end result that would come of this. What of the rest? The other groups? We weren't the focus. Chronastasis folded his arms and looked at the ceiling. They're more concerned about vigilantes. There was a lot about controlling the schools, eliminating the collateral damage rules, and private hero agencies. None of the Yakuza were mentioned at all. The boss made a little noise, and the downsides of wearing those masks were that it took Harry a second to realize that the boss was smirking underneath it. Good. The less they care, the more time it buys us, and the easier our work becomes. He paused, one hand lifting out of the mess. Private heroes. Chronastasis turned, and saw that hand drip with blood and flesh. Agencies have a month to secure sponsorship. Anyone who has the money can recruit their own hero for hire. As if all those people afflicted with hero syndrome could have it any worse. The flesh on the boss's hand pulsed as he activated his quirk, a pool of purified blood now collecting in his palm. See if we can locate one to pay through the side channels. It would be helpful to have a blind eye to help in the trigger distribution. He nodded. It will be done. He paused. Boss, there's something else. The blood pulsed again as the boss turned to look to him now, gold eyes piercing through him. You sound uncertain. This was unexpected. Chronostasis met his gaze. You remember the lieutenant in Musutafu I told you about? The one we were looking to bring into the 8 bullets? Toya Setsuno? The name doesn't mean much. What was his quirk? Larceny. The thief who could take stuff out of your hands. Yes. The boss nodded in recognition, and Harry realized just how lucky he was that the boss didn't think he was a tool like the others. I remember now. What of our promising recruit? Well, he's now quirkless. Those terrible golden eyes blinked. I'm sorry. There was an altercation. A low-leveler brought him in, hysterical. Apparently they had tried to take on 2 kids in an alley. Ambitious as always. I know. Only these 2 kids had bite. He came back in ranting and screaming, and needed restraining. We've tested him since with our own doctors and, well, he no longer has his quirk. There was a long pause, before the blood was poured into a glass beaker and placed aside. Is one of our products responsible? Chronostasis shook his head. No, sir. Everything which we have allowed to leave the compound is accounted for. Erase ahead. Nowhere near the incident. And as far as we know, his quirk isn't permanent. Chronostasis would have offered a paper copy of the report to the boss, but knew it would be declined. The boss wasn't wearing gloves, after all. This was. Our doctors said you might want to have a look at him, but from on a genetic level the quirk factor has gone completely missing. It's as if he never had a quirk to begin with. Interesting. Chronostasis waited silently for more from the boss, but when nothing was said he cleared his throat. Boss? Keep digging. See if you can find anything about the ones responsible for this. And arrange a meeting between us and Setsuno. The boss shrugged. He knows a lot of our organization. If he isn't able to give us any information, then he has served his use. I'll dispose of him before others find out what happened to him. It was cold and brutal, and a while ago Harry would have blanched at the thought of what the boss was saying, but he had seen a lot since he promised his loyalty to the young man in front of him. As you wish, boss. The boss' eyes gleamed. This is a good find, Chrono. If this is the work of someone else, then find them. They could be a great asset for our future plans. I understand. Good. The boss nodded. Now leave us. I need to finish up here for the day. As an ungloved hand reached into the mess on the table, Chronostasis turned his back without a word and walked away. That look in the boss' eyes at the thought of an individual who could take a quirk, remove it from their system and completely purge their body of the quirk factor. There was hunger and intrigue in those eyes. If this was a quirk or a technique, then the boss would want to see it for himself, and see what it could do paired with his own research. The return of the Yakuza could finally be realized. Slick. There was a wet and gristly noise behind him which set his teeth on edge, followed by a pitiful choked sob. He should really be more used to both of those noises by now. Please. No more. Well done, A. You've been a very good girl today. He hadn't seen Kai Chisaki, his boss overhaul, look so excited in a long time. The office was dark by now, the only light coming from the computer on the desk and from the dull orange bulb of the ancient desk lamp. The only noise was the tapping of the keyboard as the office's sole occupant hunched over the desk and added another paragraph to their latest piece of research. Nobody else would come here into this dark corner of the world, nobody would disturb the work, and this was absolute fine by the lone writer. They had been working on this particular piece of work for long enough on their own, after all. The lamp flickered for a second, and the typing paused as the writer looked up. Senses very well attuned to any change in their environment picked up on a new presence where a second previous there had not been one, a ripple in the air telling. Notification. They weren't surprised, and didn't turn around. You bring news. The newcomer didn't waste any time. I looked into the rumors. There seems to be some truth in the matter. At the sound of that confirmation in that deep, eloquent voice, the writer saved his work and shut the computer screen off. His brow furrowed, his curiosity piqued. The Yakuza? A small-time lieutenant on a promising rise to the inner circle of the Shai Hasaikai. Toya Setsuno. There was a pause. He is now quirkless. The writer let a whistle out through his teeth. Permanently. Permanently. The source of the rumors was most accommodating. Eventually. Papers rustled, and were placed on the desk beside the writer. Their own doctor has been looking. He tested the DNA. Eyes well accustomed to look for the key details skimmed the report hungrily, and found exactly what they had been looking for. His quirk factor is completely gone. It's exactly the same. Indeed. There was an air of confusion to the deep voice now. We didn't get this wrong, did we? He died dash. Yes, he did. The writer interrupted, and turned to look out of the window at the crawling traffic on the main road outside. We saw the body, before they burned it. He is dead, and long gone. But this confirms the analysis. Those cells which I recovered from the body before they destroyed it, the ones I tested. They came back quirkless. So it's true. Before he died. All for one passed on his quirk. The visitor said, with an air of finality. And it is now being used. Indeed. The writer took a moment to let the gravity of the revelation sink in, and revel in the satisfaction of knowing he was correct. He turned back to the computer, and unlocked the screen, tapping away to open a new file. There's more. I picked up something on our little radio the other day. You did? Realization dawned on the visitor. Surely not dash. Listen. The mouse was clicked, and static filled the air. The recording hadn't picked up anything in a long, long time, and both of them had been used to complete radio silence for a long time. Now, though. Master. The visitor didn't have eyebrows to raise, but if they had they would have shot up in surprise at the guttural voice which cut through the static. That's. But he shut down completely the day after Master died. Hibernation, completely non-responsive. And now dash. Now sleeping giant awakens. Gigantomachia stirs. The writer turned in his swivel chair to look at the newcomer. All for one has returned. The visitor stood up straight. What will you have me do? Return to watch the Yakuza, for now. Stay to the shadows. There was a chuckle. That's not something I ever struggle with. I know. But you cannot afford to expose us. We continue the work, and continue to lie low. The writer gripped the chair handle. The Yakuza will want to know how one of their own lost his powers. They will search for the source. Let them do your work for you, and they will. Lead us to all for one. And if you need assistance, if you must act, come to me. Some of the creatures are ready, I will not have you act alone. Of course. The newcomer pulsed briefly for a second before pausing, bowing a misty black head to the man in the chair. It was good to see you again, Doctor. Likewise, the doctor agreed, nodding. Stay safe. Kurogiri. As Kurogiri flickered from existence and disappeared from the office, the doctor rubbed his bald head and turned to face the window, again looking out over the city and the cars below. The world outside that window was full of unknowns and a society teetering on the brink, and now it had just thrown another unknown at him. This was every best-case scenario he could have hoped for, and his eyes hardened with resolve he hadn't felt in years. This was the thrill of the chase. Now he had a quirk to trace. Well, Master, Kyudai Garaki murmured, stroking his bushy moustache with a ghost of a smile on his face. Just who did you pass that quirk on to? There was only one thing to do when the world went to hell around you. Focus on what was right in front of you. Air Force smash. In the weeks and months since the press conference with Endeavor and the Hero Commission had set the ideals at the core of hero society in Japan ablaze, Izuku found that he was even more grateful that Tenko had found them the abandoned warehouse to train in. It had gone from being a home away from home for evenings after school, their own little dojo to work on their quirk technique, to a safe haven. Within those four walls, the world outside almost didn't matter. Within those four walls, they could pretend that all that mattered was their training, and that there was nothing in the world that could touch them or stop them from achieving the bright future they wanted. It was a little lie that made the big sad truth of the world around them just a little more bearable. Day by day, the world of heroes found itself reeling from punch after punch. Within the first month, resignations came from far and wide. Some hated the idea of selling out to a corporate sponsor in order to fund their agency work almost as much as the idea of becoming tools for the commission, of signing their freedom to work away. Crust was the first and perhaps the most alarming, citing the extreme dishonor of the number one hero Endeavor, and others closely followed. Names such as Fourth Kind, Majestic, Mr. Brave. These were heroes who may not have compared to the top 10 but who still held good sway in the public eye before All Might died. They and others faded into obscurity, heroes who couldn't take being forced to make what they saw to be an impossible choice. One by one, capes were hung up and sunsets disappeared into. Among those who remained, the disparity of what happened to them was stark. Private agencies weren't as rare as was first feared, and it seemed a number of heroes had survived attempts by the Commission to bring them under their wing with the financial backing to stay independent, the likes of Best Jeanist and Edgeshot among them. What was alarming, however, were the ones who had vanished. Rumors sprung up about what had happened to heroes like Wash and Hawks, who had been brought into the ranks of the Commission to disappear from the public eye. Heroes who had publicly entered the ranks of the Commission were deployed at short notice on the turf of others, and caused nothing but further chaos. Just a week prior to this latest visit to the warehouse, Izuku had watched the news in angst, as a hostage situation in Kyushu had escalated into an all-out brawl between Miko and Gang Orca for the Commission on the streets, with the villains escaping. Even worse were the whispers of those on the take among other private heroes, those who had taken lucrative deals only to disappear from their respective cities and let the police fight the raging fires of crime and anarchy. Some agencies had been bidding for contracts to exclusivity over certain regions, and outcry grew as more and more perceived their towns and cities to have been abandoned. As the corrupt withdrew support, the wretched came out to play, and despite supposed tougher penalties for crimes, there were a lot more villains willing to come into the light and flex their muscles without fear. The definition of hero left a lot to be desired these days. Without All Might, they are nothing. The rebellion of UA, and the fallout as the Commission and Endeavor reacted in anger, sent a ripple throughout society. Nezu had disappeared completely from public eye, and the rumors were that the principal had been forced on the run. This only poured fuel onto the fire that was anti-hero sentiment in Japanese society. Despite everything, despite hostile exchanges of words on the news and despite the opening of the new support school, UA survived, and continued to teach as it always wanted to teach. They were the only school that remained totally as they had in the days of All Might, their most famous alumni, and as the other schools accepted commission control or wound down operations, the trickle-down was affecting everyone. Izuku found himself more and more scared into his hero analysis notebooks of old, not because the heroes were ubiquitous and because there were so many more to take note of. No, Izuku found them to be the only escape he would have from the depressing reality that their school was trying its best to ignore heroism as a potential career for its youngsters. Short of actively discouraging them to try to apply to hero schools, their school and many others like it took every other step it could to passively end the interest of the next generation in this line of work. Fend for yourself? Survival of the fittest? Leave those most in need to suffer and don't step in? All three were lessons Izuku refused to accept. So all he and Tenko could do was keep their heads down, work hard, train harder, and hope that they could find it within themselves to achieve their goals. No matter what the world threw at them, he had his friend alongside him. He smiled at the strength of the wind blast he was able to summon up with his quirk, and turned to the girl standing away behind him. "I'm ready. Let's try it." "You got it, Green Bean." He had taken his mother's advice to heart after he had taken the quirk off of the Yakuza, and had accepted he would need to try to pass it off as another part of his own quirk. As much as he had been reluctant to admit it at first, Inko had been right that he should talk to her in particular. His cousin had helped him come on in leaps and bounds. Setsuna Tokage was the same age as him, with dazzling green hair and a permanent smirk on her face. While Izuku would admit he was quite shy and easily flustered, Setsuna was almost exactly the opposite, confident bordering on cocky, forthright and never embarrassed. Like him, she could be reckless, and her dinosaur obsession rivaled his hero fixation, but Izuku could see from the time they spent properly training together that she had spent years working on her lizard tail splitter quirk to get the most out of it. It split her body into pieces. After all, she needed absolute control, and had it. Given that her quirk involved an element of telekinetic control by splitting pieces off of her body and floating them around, she was just the right person to help practice with, so that he could effectively pass off his second quirk as a technique he had been developing. Just as she had to pull parts of her body towards her, so Izuku had to pull towards him if he wanted to steal anything. He had given up trying to argue with Tenko about calling it steal, who insisted it was his best name to date, and instead focused on getting his own mental control up to scratch. Having his cousin around was much easier to mentor him on getting the most use out of it. She was a godsend. Even if he wished she would stop flirting with Tenko in front of him. It was just uncomfortable at this point, and he'd much preferred it when she took her head off and made him scream, winning him his bet with Tenko. Setsuna flashed him a wide grin with her wicked sharp teeth inherited from her father. She splayed out the fingers on her right hand, detached it at the wrist using her quirk, and held it out in front of her left hand in a flourish. Combo move, coming right up. In his head, as he stretched his hand out towards her offered hand, he felt the tug of steel and flexed his fingers ever so slightly. Setsuna's disembodied hand flew towards him, and as it did he let his mind focus on building up a ball of air using air force in his palm. Nearly. Catapult! He shouted at the top of his lungs, and as Setsuna's right hand landed in his palm he pushed out the blast of air, launching the hand at high speed to bury its fingers into a mattress he and Setsuna had dragged up against the wall. As the fingers met their target and punctured into the mattress, Setsuna crowed out a cheer and punched the air with her remaining hand. Woohoo! Nicely done, Cause. Izuku grinned and nodded at her. All right. We found a way we can both use our quirks together. Yeah, well done both of you. Tenko, who had been quiet up until then, started clapping slowly and sarcastically from his seat on a concrete slab behind both Izuku and Setsuna. Great job. Setsuna put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes at Tenko. What's this 10-10? Jealous you can't do something as cool with your quirk? Tenko stopped his clapping and ran a hand through his hair, before making a funny noise. That move wouldn't work. You're doing it wrong. Izuku wiped the sweat off his face with his t-shirt and shook his head at Tenko, who looked completely bemused. I don't see you offering to help. This is me helping. Tenko picked at a loose corner of the slab and seemed to smirk in satisfaction as it crumbled away even without using his quirk. You're trying to be too showy with your quirks. It's a combo move. Aren't they supposed to be a little flashy? Izuku and Tenko both turned to look at the third member of their little party, who had floated her hand back to her and was fixing it back on at the wrist, and Tenko sighed. Flashy doesn't mean much if you're telegraphing, Setsuna. Telegraphing? Izuku had a notebook out now, never one to miss a learning opportunity. What do you mean? You can use AoE air blasts with your quirk, but to do that move you're using a single direction attack, meaning the target needs to be in front of you. Tenko stood up, flicking some dust off of his shoulder and spinning around on the spot. If you're turning back to Setsuna to steal something to use as ammo, you're turning away from the target. If that's a villain, it's game over to give them an opening like that. Very elegant twirl there, 10. Tenko pointedly ignored Setsuna's teasing comment. Plus you've got to think about how useful it really is. Sure, it looks cool to combo up, but Setsuna can chunk bits off herself and make them float anyway. If she can launch them at an opponent anyway, why do you need to combine air force with them when such a strong blast? Izuku chuckled nervously. I guess you're right. Not the best use of both of our quirks. Possibly not. Tenko walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Aizu. We've got a strong party here, and you two have good synergy, but that doesn't always make for a perfect finishing move. Especially with a dumb name like that. Hey! I thought Catapult was a cool name. Setsuna pouted. He wanted to name it some new kind of smash. What's wrong with calling it a smash? Do you want all the villains to know you're an All Might fanboy? Ah. Tenko facepalmed. This is why you leave this sort of stuff to me to plan. And here I thought you'd be happy for us. Setsuna stuck her tongue out at Tenko. You're a game nerd, and we just tried to impress you with a special move. Tenko gave them both a dry look. Trust me, I know what a good combo move is and which buttons to press. This one just looks like you're button mashing and praying for a good hit. Izuku shook his head, but deep down he realized that Tenko had a point. Sorry Tenko. We kind of wasted that afternoon, here? Nah, you two had fun. Just don't try that move again or you might end up blasting bits of your cousin over a villain. Izuku groaned, embarrassed. Tenko. I'm just messing with you. Come on, let's go home. Tenko stood up and held out Izuku's backpack for Izuku to pull into his hand with steel, as they made their way out of their warehouse training ground. We should probably limit how much we work on our combo moves before the hard-to-kill reptile does any lasting damage to either of you. I don't have any revives over here. You're calling me that? Izuku watched his cousin's eyes light up as her head snapped around backwards on her neck to stare at Tenko in awe. Or, you read the stories I sent you dash. Of course I did. Tenko smirked. Dark sheet on the internet? Sign me up. Setsuna turned to Izuku with a mock accusatory look. See? At least one of you is a man of culture. Speaking of dark sheet. Tenko had his phone out and was looking more serious now. While you two dorks were messing about, I was reading the news. The hero killer struck again. Really? Setsuna let out a low whistle. It's been a while since we saw anything about him. I thought he'd gone into hiding after the whole Endeavor press conference. Who did he get this time? Uwabami? Says here she's dash. The snake hero, Izuku interrupted, encyclopedic knowledge kicking in. She's based in Tokyo, I think. He's getting closer to here. I think I know her. Setsuna said aloud. She does loads of modeling and commercial work outside of her hero work. And that's apparently why he went for her, Tenko said, scrolling through the article he found. She's still alive, but he cut the snakes off of her head completely. Setsuna grimaced at the thought of violence against reptiles. And DMN. She's apparently been branded by him. He didn't like that she put her hero work behind her modeling as a priority. Can't say I blame him for thinking that. That's no reason for him to hurt her, Izuku said, his voice hardening. Tenko, that isn't right. Surely you don't agree with him doing that. Not with doing that. I dunno though. Tenko looked into the distance, as if lost in thought. This world gets crazier and crazier the more we look. I can't disagree with him being angry at her. She's a hero, she's supposed to save people, and yet she's wrapped up in money and fame. She's the sort of person who survived all that crazy shit Endeavor pulled, while real heroes who do it for the right reasons vanished. It doesn't seem fair. Izuku faltered, but only for a second. I know. We lost All Might, and now for some reason we're willing to give up on heroes who were honest and worked hard. But we do the best with what we've got. We train ourselves to become heroes in future and work as hard as we can to make a better world. We support the heroes we have left for now, and we don't support those methods. There's always a better way to clean up the world than that. TCH. Tenko rolled his eyes, but there was a faint smile. I wish I had your optimism, Zoo. Someone has to, right? Yeah, I guess so. Tenko turned. What do you think, Dash? Setsuna had levitated her head over to Tenko and popped it down onto his shoulder so that she could read the article he was looking at. Ooh, that's pretty graphic. Fish. Get off me, you weirdo Dash. Way to spoil the moment, Tenko, you heartbreaker. She stuck her tongue out at him as he swatted her head away like an overgrown fly, and floated it back onto her body. A pretty girl comes to nuzzle her head against yours and you're turning her down. It would be all right if the rest of her was attached at the time. Tenko burst out, before realizing what he said and making a strangled noise unlike anything Izuku had ever heard from him. That wasn't what I dash. Setsuna's smirk was devilish. Oh? You want my body, is that what this is? Izuku went bright red at the scene in front of him, and he could have sworn he'd started steaming like a kettle. He couldn't help get embarrassed on his best friend's behalf at his cousin's antics. Gee guys. Come on, stop flirting dash. I'm not doing anything. Tenko cried, as Setsuna began to howl with laughter. Izu, help me out here dash. You know, all you had to do was ask, Tenko. Stop this please. The howls of embarrassment from the two boys, and the delighted cackle of the girl wildly enjoying their struggles with absolutely no shame at all, echoed around the alleyways on their way home. Strangers otherwise keeping their heads down and going about their business in peace looked up at the sight, and for a brief moment those who saw them forgot the woes of the rest of the world. Three teenagers, full of youth and hope for a better future, having fun without a care in the world. The joys of youth. Izuku realized that something was up the second he walked through their front door. Setsuna had left them shortly before they got home, so that she could get to the train station and get home without her parents worrying about her. He and Tenko had chatted more about what Tenko described as party synergy, and how the three of them could be useful in a rescue scenario. Nothing had alarmed him until he stepped through the front door and saw his mother fiddling with her thumbs nervously. Mom? He asked, uncertain, placing his bag down on the floor as Tenko followed in behind him. Is everything okay? She fidgeted, and her eyes flickered towards Tenko behind, who looked concerned all of a sudden. I think we may need to sit down and have a talk. I can go if Tenko started. No, I think. This needs you to be here. Inko's interruption set Izuku on edge slightly, but it was clear his mother wasn't going to say anything further without them sitting down for this. Gesturing for Tenko to follow, he set himself down on the couch in the living room and looked over to his mother, who had slumped into her chair. Mom. What happened? Inko glanced towards the door, glanced at Izuku, glanced at Tenko, who had just hung up his favorite tattered hoodie and slouched onto the sofa besides Izuku. I got a call from the school. Hey! Izuku paused. I haven't done anything, what could they dash? It wasn't about you, sweetie. Inko swallowed, clearly uneasy, and looked at his best friend. It was about you, Tenko. The blue-haired boy stiffened immediately, shoulders raised, uneasy. What did they say? Inko glanced to the side nervously before she continued. It was about your family. They asked about the Shimura family. Tenko froze. They called me asking for your parents' phone number to talk about something that happened in class the other day. I gave the one you gave me and they said that number was no longer in service. He couldn't look at her, his fists clenching. Please. They tried other numbers they had on the system but nothing connected at all. Inko gulped. They sent a teacher by the address you gave. And found no one. His eyes squeezed shut, head bowed. Damn it. Izuku's eyes were wide, his jaw trying not to hit the floor. Tenko, do you not have a family? There was no response from his friend, whose shoulders were shaking by now, his face scrunched up and fists balled. Instead, he stood slowly and started for the door, the pain written over his face for all to see. I don't want to talk about it. Please. Izuku jumped up and followed him out, and as Tenko moved to grab his hoodie and leave he put his hand on Tenko's arm. Tenko, it's okay dash. How can you say that? Tenko cried, grabbing the hand which had touched him with a shaking gloved hand. You don't know a DMN thing about it and you want to tell me everything is alright dash. Because you're my best friend. Izuku said, voice wavering in fear, as Inko slowly followed and watched after them from the doorway to the living room with worried eyes. Because you're my partner and the only person I trust with secrets I'm terrified of the rest of the world knowing dash. And you wouldn't think that about me if you knew. Knew what? Izuku took a step forward towards his friend. What do you think could ever change my view of you dash? Stop. Tenko's voice was low, almost hollow. You would hate me. You would be afraid, you'd run dash. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not afraid of you. And I don't want to lose you. I'm sorry, Izuku. Tenko, no. Izuku reached out with both hands now to touch his friend's face, realizing just how much the older boy was trembling. I don't know what I'd do without you as a friend. All I'm asking is to let me in. Understand? As both of Izuku's hands cupped Tenko's cheeks, a single tear shed by the brunette, his hands both flashed with the black and red sparks he was accustomed to as a side effect from using his quirk. This time, though, was different. Red sparks surrounded both of his hands, before sharp pain lanced through Izuku's skull like a lightning strike and his vision exploded into black. Before he could even open his mouth to say anything, images flashed before his eyes that he was powerless to control, shaking and in sepia like an old-fashioned film. A cut on his lips, disoriented, blurry vision. Blood dripped from his face into little puddles on the floor. Your fault, the trembling voice of father, beside himself with grief and wrath. His little head looked up, seeing the half-decayed corpse on the floor. Open ribcage, corroded internal organs that were flaking into dust before his eyes. Blood pooled onto the floor, more than he thought a body could hold, as her muscle and skin rotted and flaked away into dust, into nothingness. Mother's body, turning to ash before his eyes. Why couldn't you have had a different quirk than your worthless brother? Strong hands gripped his throat, picking him up and slamming him into the wall. There he saw father's face, bloodshot eyes, and wearing the look of a man whose mind had been swallowed in darkness. This was your fault. You killed her. Strong hands threatened to crush his windpipe, slamming his spine and the back of his skull repeatedly into the wall. Things started to go black, panic set in, and little hands encased in a ratty hoodie reached for his father's face. When the rot set in, the hands gripped harder, then his little hands grabbed father's wrists. The hands around his neck turned to dust, and his own little body fell to the floor as he gasped and gagged for air. Bloody stumps cracked and flakes and disappeared themselves, and the skin covering the muscle of father's face slid off. It sounded like the cracking of eggs, skin spilling onto the hardwood floor as the muscle and eyes started melting too. When his jaw rotted through at the bone and fell off, tongue hanging out uselessly, the screaming turned to gurgling and father fell to his knees. Then little Tenko screamed, and bolted for the door. A jolt seemed to force the boys apart, the sparks dying from Izuku's hands as he slid to the floor. His heart was racing, adrenaline coursing through his veins, and the shock at the sudden ability to do something he never could was replaced by sadness as his brain caught up to what he had just seen. Forcing his eyes to open again, he saw the horrified look on Tenko's face. Somehow, through that vision, whatever that was, he knew that he'd seen it too. He and Izuku had seen the same thing. Reaching a hand toward his friend, Izuku's voice wasn't much more than a whisper. Tenko! So! Tenko sounded defeated, almost completely devoid of emotion. Guess that's another quirk of yours, hair? Forced cutscenes? Tenko, I know you. Didn't mean that. There was no malice in the older boy's tone. There go my secrets, hair? Izuku. Inko spoke up from the doorframe, eyes wide. What was that? I. He nearly swallowed his tongue trying to compose himself. I just saw in Tenko's head. I saw a memory. I guess we can work it out later, his mother said, before her anxious son sent himself down a quirk analysis rabbit hole. Are you both Tenko sighed, and his shoulders slumped down as if completely defeated. I'm gonna go. At that moment, Izuku did the only thing he could do, the only thing to get his point across properly. Wrapping both arms around Tenko and throwing himself into the taller boy's chest, he hugged him tighter than he ever had before, realizing for the first time just how skinny and bony his older friend was. I'm not going anywhere, Tenko. His friend stiffened. Hey! That memory I saw. Your family. They died because of my quirk. Tenko said, and if Izuku had looked up he would have seen the look of deep-rooted pain which he shot at Inko. Yeah. Tenko. Inko's voice was laden with concern. Do you mind me asking what happened? For a long moment, Izuku was acutely aware of the silence as Tenko made up his mind. All right. I guess enough of it is out of the bag by now. Izuku looked up at his friend with tears in his eyes, and saw how Tenko scratched his neck nervously even while he was wrapped around him. When did it? Incident 0. The day All Might died. Tenko paused. I hadn't had my quirk until that day. We all gathered at home with All Might fighting that villain, and there was debris flying everywhere, like a bomb went off. Mother, she tried to hug me in close because I was so scared. We had a car come through our front window into the kitchen. I was terrified. And then it kicked in. I didn't know I had it back then, so he gestured with a gloved hand. Didn't have these. My quirk kicked in and I couldn't stop it, and then Hannah was gone, then mother, and then father, Hey. Izuku's voice wobbled, but he squeezed his friend even tighter as he felt Tenko shudder in sadness. It's okay, you don't have to say any more than you don't want to. I can't believe you've been on your own since then. I haven't been alone. Tenko nudged him. The day after, when I was at my lowest. Some kid I never met sent me a party invite. Best decision I've made. And that's kinda why I didn't say anything. I figured I might lose you if you knew what I'd done. I'm staying right here. Izuku broke the hug and stepped back, but met Tenko's gaze with his own. So many people lost family and loved ones on that day, including you. You lost yours in an accident you never saw coming. Why would I ever blame you or think bad of you for what you've been through? You mean that? 100%. You're my best friend, Tenko. Nothing will change that. He held out a hand. I'm not going anywhere. A ghost of a smile flickered on his best friend's face as he reached out and clasped the outstretched hand. I don't deserve you. Thanks, Izu. Trust me when I say you deserve him, Tenko. Izuku looked over at his mother in awe in the doorway as she said that, and Tenko was clearly taken aback. Ainko. She looked concerned. You've been moving around from place to place since you lost your parents, I take it. Yeah. I didn't want to end up in an orphanage, so I kinda cheated and moved around some of the empty houses on the other side of town. Folks abandoned them after All Might died, so I didn't get disturbed that way. Inko shook her head. You don't have to do that anymore. Tenko, I don't know what I have to do this, but I'm sure Izuku will agree with me when I say this. I want you to move in with us. Despite all of the sadness that had come from Tenko's trip down memory lane, Izuku's eyes widened in sheer joy at what his mother was saying. You mean that, Mom? Without a doubt. Even if I have to sign adoption papers and make you a Midoriya, so help me, I'm giving you a home, Tenko. Why you? For me? Tenko looked genuinely stunned. Why? When you first met Izuku, I worried about the kind of person he'd brought home with him. You were older, unknown, unpredictable, and you looked like you'd seen darkness. I just wasn't sure what kind. I was afraid he'd let another Katsuki into his life, that my sweet boy was going to be taken for a ride once again. But you showed me the truth about you. About what you are to my son. Inko walked over and placed a hand on Tenko's shoulder, at the same time reaching down to give Izuku's hand a squeeze. Tenko, it isn't your pain, or the things you've been through that have managed to define you or what you do with your life. It's your sense of loyalty and kindness that has. Loyalty to my son, to stand by him while no others would and push him to his dreams. Kindness by protecting him, helping him, finding ways to try to help achieve his goals. As a mother, I couldn't wish for more for my son. You, Tenko Shimura, through this have proven to be as good as family to Izuku. So that's how I want to treat you. I'm not going to leave you on your own after this. Inko looked at the pair of them, a soft smile reached her face, and a tear slid down her cheek. If you'd like a place to stay with us, then you're part of the family too. I'll even do the papers if I have to, but I want to make sure that you're safe, for your sake and my son's. The only response she got from both boys was to hold on tight to her for a hug and begin to bawl their eyes out. Tenko, usually so against hugs, buried himself into her shoulder and choked out thank you after thank you as he cried, while Izuku wrapped an arm around his friend and his mother as the tears streamed down his freckled cheeks. Izuku's heart finally began to slow down after the tension of the few minutes previous, as he wrapped himself in that hug and focused on the two most important people in his life. He had never seen Tenko so vulnerable or so afraid before, and he swore in his head that he would never let his best friend feel he was so utterly alone ever again. There was a cast-iron bond between them now, a bond of memories and secrets and the complete joy of their friendship, and with everything he knew he would make sure that bond never broke. This was his family. And he would protect them. Izuku and Tenko. Aged 14 and there are the keys. Kimura, a bird-headed man who had had enough of Musutafu and wanted to escape for the country, popped the keys into the open palm of the man buying his house. You think you can take it from here? I'm positive. Say, what's with the scarf, mister? You unwell? That why your face is covered? The man paused, a tattered red scarf covering the bottom of his face and a long trench coat covering the rest of his body. Kimura was intrigued. I'm a mutant type. Other people tend to get a little on edge when they see my face. The bird-headed man nodded, understanding. A kindred spirit. Don't I know that feeling? It's got a lot worse since All Might died, here. Tell me about it. The younger man accompanying the buyer, a lizard-like man with spiky purple hair, clenched a fist. Some people just can't help themselves, and the heroes don't seem to want to stand up for us anytime soon. Don't get me started on them, young man. Kimura clapped a friendly hand on his shoulder. Sure as hell makes you wish there were some real heroes around, right? The scarfed man nodded fervently. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for providing for us. No sweat, thank you for paying. Just keep an eye on that noisy fridge and this place will keep you right as rain. Kimura made a show of opening the front door, turning and bowing to the young lady with the blonde buns, the youngest of the motley trio on his former doorstep. Your palace awaits, lady. She giggled, a noise which set his teeth on edge a bit, and flashed him a fanged grin. Thank you, Birdman. Ha! He straightened up and turned to the purchaser, nodding. I'll head to the bus station now, but call me if you need anything, Mr. Akiguro. Thank you. See you around, guys. The red-scarfed man said nothing more until Kimura was out of earshot and out of sight, before lowering the scarf around his neck again and breathing out. Well now, he was a kind man. Nice place he's given us, Spinner said, stepping through the porch and looking around appraisingly. When you said we were settling down into a base, I didn't think you'd bought a house, boss. Stain smirked, giving the insides of the house a once-over as he walked in. The benefits of your real name being unknown to those hunting for you. Why waste time trying to hide a secret base away from the police and fake heroes, when they won't bat an eyelid about Mr. Akiguro buying a house in the neighborhood? Pretty smart plan, Mr. Stainey. Stain turned to look at Himiko Toga, who was still stood outside, and arched an eyebrow. Double training, for that one. He paused, as she made a face at him. Thank you for agreeing to come back here and join us moving in here. I appreciate that you have bad memories of this place. Hey, the bad memories were long before I met you and Big Bro Shuichi. She seemed chipper, bouncing on her heels. Now that I'm here with you both, I'm safe, right? And besides, you said you had a mission for me here. Indeed I do. Stain removed the coat he had been wearing carefully, the clinking noise the only giveaway as to the number of blades he had concealed within its pockets, and hung it on a hook by the door. Get the bags in, and then we can talk about it properly. I'm sending you out on your own for the first time, Himiko. The hero killer had a point. That thought had been a very dangerous spark to ignite the fire inside his mind, when he first heard the words of Stain and the rejection of hero society as it had become. He had seen, through everything that he had been put through, the darkest side of heroes, long before the world lost its Superman and before those in power tried desperately to cling to it. He had fallen through the cracks and seen how the elite and the strong decided to treat those less fortunate, all on his own way down. There was wrong in this world before Incident Zero, before All Might had gone, but as the world burned he had watched the callous commanders within the Hero Commission throw caution and compassion to the wayside. He watched the rise of heroes who had so much to hide, and he found himself disgusted, wishing that someone would upset the balance and expose the corruption at the heart of everything, that someone would do their jobs properly for them. Then he saw a video of a man calling himself a hero killer, and he took his words to heart. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. The entire country was wrapped in a cycle of forgiving the unforgivable when it came from a hero, and failing to recognize the commendable when it came from someone outside of those hallowed ranks. They had tried to create a world where those who showed true courage and selflessness to charge into battle and protect innocent people were decried as reckless criminals, while the corrupt and indecent continued to draw praise no matter what they did. Collateral damage and brutality were now being touted as useful tools in their arsenals. And yet, there was so much more that could be done if only there were more who would willingly gaze into the belly of the beast and stand firm. No matter what the risk or the cost, they could achieve so much more if people were brave enough to stand as a vigilante and do the jobs that the heroes should have been doing. They could right more than a few wrongs, save people who had nobody else to turn to, make the most of the gifts they had been given, and make the ones who pretended to be virtuous saviors pay for their lies. He would do his bit. He would help to cleanse the world of the fakes. Blue flames flickered in front of him as the factory burned. It had been modern and new, a monolith of steel and glass and brick, conspicuous as the most clean and well-maintained building in the neighborhood before he arrived. Now, it was a shell of its former self, somehow still standing but completely devastated from the wave of cyan fury that had washed over it and tore the insides apart. As it should be, everything it stood for made his blood boil. He stood, hands in the pockets of his long blue coat, watching the remaining flames flicker in front of him. The heat emanating off of the factory wafted over him, shaking his long black hair and ruffling the tail of his coat, and for a moment there was peace as he gazed upon what he had done with a sense of satisfaction. A job well done, in a world crying out for so much more. The fire service of this city hadn't made it in time, and even if they made it now, there wouldn't be enough of the building left to save. And yet, despite the appalling actions of the one who owned it, it wasn't the main reason he had come to this city, crawling with the poor and the downtrodden and those who had fallen through the cracks of society to collide with rock bottom as if it were their destiny. No, he had a purpose, as a fire starter, light a flame, and the moths would get drawn to it. He was here to catch a particular moth, and if the rustling of an approaching person was anything to go by, he might be in luck. There was a crunch from under the person's boots as they came to a stop behind him. "So this was your handiwork, Hare? Stayed behind to admire what you did?" He nodded at the sound of that voice, still gazing at the flames. "Exactly who he was looking for. Figured you might come and have a look. Exactly what I expected from you." The newcomer growled. "Darby." Darby smirked at the use of the name he had chosen. "I didn't think news about me traveled this fast. I'm touched." "Spare me the sarcastic crap, you vandal. What are you doing here?" "I thought that this might get your attention. I wanted to talk." "And what do you think I'd want to talk to you about?" "A few rumors I've heard, here and there. Some news I wanted to give you in person." Darby turned, lifting a hand out of his pocket to scratch at the burned purple skin of his neck. Snatch. The intended recipient of his message stood before him, a hulking combat-vested man with a long blonde ponytail and ferocious mustache. Sajin Higawara, a pro-hero, was one of the ones who had cut deals to survive after the sweeping changes to the agency system made by the Hero Commission. Snatch was a brute, with a fierce look in his eyes and with muscular arms which rippled due to the effects of his sandstorm quirk. The man was like a coiled spring, waiting to reform his body and unleash a wave of sand to attack Darby at any moment. Possibly not a fight he could win, either. Snatch glared at him. "News? From a crook like you? I assume this blaze is your news." "Crook? You really don't understand me, do you?" Darby folded his arms and returned the look coolly. "Tell me, who did this place belong to?" "I'm not in the mood for games, Dash." "I am. It's a simple question." The pro faltered first. Seiji Nagamoto. Local businessman, man of honor, pharmaceutical giant who made his money manufacturing quirk specialist medication. "Yeah. One of your clients, right?" "He is." Snatch's chest pulsed in sand for a second. "A fine sponsor to my agency." This was his largest factory, making 500,000 bottles a year of tailored quirk side effect medicine. Big numbers. Big numbers means a heavy fine to pay when you're brought to justice. Snatch balled a fist. "I cannot let criminal damage like this stand when he does so much good for our community." "Does he?" Darby paused for effect. He was going to enjoy this. Do you know what else he did here? What did you dash? Let me teach you. Darby waved a hand, and the blue flames he had created danced like snakes to their charmer. There's a lot of people out there who think that with no all might, they can do as they please. Violence, extortion, abuse. Even drags. Trigger is a danger to all of society. You and I can both agree on something, it seems, villain dash. Vigilante. Not villain. It was Darby's turn to glare. And I wasn't talking about Trigger. Hey! Trigger is the big one, yeah. The Yakuza have a hand in that one, and I don't know who's at the top. But everything gets blinded by the news talking about Trigger, so we forget the old names too, the ones that kill and nobody cares about. Darby slid his hands back into his pockets. Like the ones being produced here, at this factory. What a ridiculous accusation, Snatch responded, balling a fist. Where's your proof that dash? Proof? I sent enough of that to the police here when I broke in a while back dash. You were the one who spoke to the police. Yeah. Figured you'd know about that. Darby shrugged. Seems they didn't want to listen. Or someone leaned on them to stop. Careful with your words, criminal. A few thousand grains of sand begun to form snapping jaws. Tread very carefully. I didn't like that nobody wanted to do anything. So I burned it to the ground. Darby waved at his handiwork. Enough cane and heroin to put hundreds on the streets or in hospital, and make someone millions. This city has more addicts to non-quirk drags than anyone else in the prefecture, more homeless. More deaths. And it all comes from right here, at the source. You dare accuse him of dash? Oh, I dare. We both know where Nagamoto made his extra money, and so many people suffered because of it. Not anymore. I won't stand for this, coming from someone like you. A respected businessman, and pillar of the community, making valuable medication, and you want to pretend he is a drag dealer to fuel your little spree of destruction? You are sick. Sick? Me? Darby shook his head. I know you knew what was going on here. And yet you were happy to let it continue. I'm tired of these allegations. Snatch raised both of his sizable fists towards Darby angrily. Surrender now, and you'll be in one piece when you get to prison. I'd hate to do more damage to you than you've already done, Patchwork Man. Threats, really? Hey, didn't you see? We don't have to hold back anymore. Snatch postured, menacingly, UN heroic. Private heroes with no collateral damage laws to chain us down. I can go all out against someone like you, and the Nagamoto company just pays off any damage bill. You get to watch as the factory you worked so hard to destroy gets built back up, and Nagamoto gets to carry on as if you never existed. Nah. I doubt he'll be doing that. Darby kept his composure despite the wide grin that was threatening to break out. The hero was so blind. Oh? And what makes you so sure of yourself? Nagamoto was inside when I burned it down. The hero staggered, and Darby enjoyed every moment of seeing the news sink in. What? Yeah. Funny how that happens, right? Darby ignited his quirk in his own palm, and watched the blue light dance with a smirk. He really tried to come for me when I set his vault on fire. Didn't go so well. You killed Dash. What can I say? He made good fuel. How? How dare you? Snatch's arms completely melted into two tendrils of sand. He had a son. He was a good man, a man who made medicine, who gave to the community. And you burned him alive in his own factory, the business he built with his own two hands. Seiji deserved better Dash. First name basis, hair? Snatch paused, and Darby knew it was a reaction to the sudden knife edge in his tone. Now he was getting to the heart of why he had come to this wretched and poor city in the first place. What? I know he paid his premium to be watched over by you, but he was more than a client to you, wasn't he? Fire flickered in Darby's eyes, but this one wasn't a reflection of the building in front of him, this was a brief flash of his anger surfacing. All those gala invites and photo opportunities, the times you went to his son's birthday parties and opened his Kyushu factory for him. He was a friend, after all. You supported him. And so what if Seiji was my friend? You knew, didn't you? You knew what he did in this place, who he hurt, what he made and sold. And you kept quiet and took the money. His money helped my agency take down a counterfeit goods smuggling ring and bring its members to justice. Darby shook his head at the outburst from Snatch. Everything he thought was true about this so-called hero had been confirmed the moment he didn't deny knowledge of where the money had come from. So that's how you justified it. Turning a blind eye to a man becoming a kingpin. Was the money that good? You burned my friend alive. And you're ignoring everything I say. You don't even try to argue with it. Darby clenched a fist as he felt the heat rise within him. You watched as your friend cornered the city market for non-quirk-related drags, and turned a blind eye to the money he made exploiting the poor and desperate. Your agency benefited from taking down any violent drag users and claiming the bounty from the police, and took bribes from Nagamoto to keep quiet about his role in creating villains for you all. Both of you profited from the pain of others and stepped on less fortunate people. And you think people will believe you? The fake hero had foregone any sense of presence of nobility and righteous fury now, and was sneering at him, mustache turned up. You're a villain so infamous the number one hero put a bounty out for his capture, who's burned people alive and destroyed property for fun. Fun? Darby shook his head at the display in front of him. It was pathetic, he thought, how the hero still wished to act as if the only person in the wrong was him. Yeah, I enjoyed the fact that he burned. One more corrupt businessman turned to ash, getting justice he never would. One more city where people can break free of their habits and make a better life. But I don't do this for fun. I do what I have to. Don't give me that crap. I take action against scum, which is what heroes should be doing. What they used to do before All Might fell, before the Agency Act, before earning money and cutting deals meant more than standing for justice. An idealist, here? Darby paused, looking the man up and down in his fighting stance. You know the stats for Endeavor, right? The damage he's caused, the lives who have been lost on the sidelines of his battles. Endeavor is our number one hero. And so we forgive him? An old bully who views collateral as a necessity of a working day, rather than the worst-case scenario. Darby's fire flared up on his right palm, blue light flickering in the eyes of the Sandman opposite him. I cleanse criminals and abusers in fire, but am called a villain for standing up for what's right. Endeavor doesn't care when he wipes out innocence in the crossfire, and is the best we have to offer. Why is that the society we live in? You're unbearably naive. The arrogance was back on the Sand Hero's face. Heroes can't save everyone. Not after All Might died. While kids like you had all their ideas about what they want the world to be, we saw who came climbing out of their holes after we lost the symbol of peace. We had to make the hard choices on which battles to pick and what we could do. So if you don't like the fact we let some of the scum slip by, and want to focus our efforts elsewhere, then wake up. If you don't like us taking money from the rich, then you're deluded to hope for anything better. And if you don't like us being willing to sacrifice those beyond help, the filth we could never truly rescue from their miserable lives, then you're as without hope as they are. TCH. You even monologue like a villain. Bold words from a criminal like you. Snatch balled his hands into fists, and his arms began to dissolve into sand as part of his quirk. I'm done talking. You're coming with me and I'm stopping you today, because there's not a DMN thing you can do to win this fight against me. I know. Darby would have been lying if he said he didn't enjoy the look on Snatch's face after he said that. Hey! My fire doesn't work well against your sand, and you can just reform your arms, so I won't fight. But I won't be coming with you. You're not doing a very good job of running, then, Snatch retorted, and Darby rolled his eyes at the disgusting laugh of the pro-hero. Why the hell did you come here alone? Darby saw the shadows behind Snatch flicker, and resisted the urge to smirk. Did I say that? Wait. Cold. In an instant, Snatch hadn't known what had hit him. The world turned white in a blast of sheer cold, and the pro-hero was completely neutralized. Darby was impressed. He knew the kid had talent, and one of the most powerful quirks the world had ever seen, but the technique was refined and he hadn't given his position away at all as Darby stalled for time talking to Snatch. His ice had completely encased the sand hero in a half-meter thick wall around his whole body, freezing him completely in place. Even if he had been able to activate Sandstorm within his ice prison, Snatch's arms would have been stuck to the walls of the ice block in an instant. Even better, while their opponent was completely immobilized, not a single bit of the ice block had touched any of the buildings around the alleyway. Darby himself had been completely untouched, despite not being far from the pro at the time of the ice wall. He had only been with his partner for a few weeks, since the press conference on that fateful day tipped the scales and turned years of anger and despair into a desire to strike back and do things a better way. In that short time, he'd realized just how dangerous the kid could be. He smiled now, a patchwork grin. Good instincts, Juhyo. The now-named Juhyo emerged from the shadows, tugging at the hood he was wearing over his face. I'm still not sure about the name. Darby pet his head, teasingly. I don't see you coming up with anything better. Your name choices were terrible. And besides, I need to use a code name in case Sandman over here brought any friends. His companion ran a hand over the ice block, unflinching at the cold. I doubt it, the perimeter was clear when I looked. He paused, and turned to Darby. Did I do the right thing? To attack a pro hero like that? He may die if he remains frozen like this. Perhaps. Darby looked up and down at Juhyo. How do you feel about it? I don't want to kill a pro. If they could be exposed and brought to justice, I'd feel happier to spare a life. But I don't trust that the system wouldn't protect them. Juhyo huffed, ice on his breath. I heard everything he said. He only wanted you to get the bounty money from Endeavor, and he took advantage of drag addicts and a friend in high places to profit for his own agency. He corrupted everything a hero should be. I know. We can't even trust the police since they didn't investigate him. There's nobody to give him and the businessman justice but us. Darby looked the kid up and down, and he knew what he had to do. He was used to what he could do, and accepted a long time ago that his mission would lead him to violence that would throw scorn on any notion that he was a true hero. He burned people, buildings, homes, all in the pursuit of a better society, but the black marks against his name would bar anyone from viewing him as the bright hope for the new age. Villain was a moniker he expected, vigilante was the best he could hope for. The kid wasn't there yet, and turning him into a copy of Darby could be avoided. He could still be true enough, pure enough for this corrupted society to be a proper hero in time, and still be involved in the mission to cleanse it, one way or another. This was a better way. Darby turned to look at the ice block next to him. Can you unfreeze his face? Here. My fire would melt too much of the ice. Can you? Yes, but dash. Do you mind? Sure. Darby's companion touched the block of ice with his other hand, and slowly the water sluiced away like the trickle of a stream to uncover the face of the sand hero, before walking away to stand behind Darby. Snatch spluttered, coughing water out of his lungs as it cascaded down his cheeks and dripped from his mustache. Teasyfish. It's you too. The kid, the prodigy. You've partnered up with this scum? He's not the scum I see around here, Juhyo said, voice even, and Darby noted how his companion refused to look at the pro hero. You disgust me. Why you liturk? Darby had reacted before the hero could properly come to, and had reached forward to stab a knife through the forehead of the pro as he was encased in ice, watching the life fade immediately from those hardened eyes. Figures. His quirk extended to his limbs and upper body but not his head. An easy target when you work it out. Juhyo had started from behind him, and Darby realized he had made the right call. The kid wasn't used to death, and he needed to be kept away from that. You did that for me? It's best if you keep your hands clean. Darby wiped blood from the knife as a force of habit, and dropped it on the floor. He activated his quirk in an instant and concentrated it on the knife, cremating the handle and melting the metal of the blade into a puddle. I've done this before, but you haven't. Best we keep it that way. Aye. Juhyo nodded, and met his gaze, his face stoic. Thank you. Darby didn't usually smile, but that had changed since his partner had arrived, and he felt nothing but pride in this moment, he allowed himself the warm smile to creep in. Hey, I know you ran away a few months ago, but we've only been together a few weeks. We still have a lot for you to get used to, and there will be things I'm comfortable doing which you won't be. I get it. He placed a hand on his companion's shoulder. Leave the worst to me. I will. Juhyo shivered. This place is awful. Do you see what we're up against? Darby waved a hand lazily, and watched his companion take in the burning factory, and the body of the hero they had cornered, blood running down the ice. Corrupt heroes willing to turn a blind eye provided they are paid enough. Hypocrites who are happy to let the world burn, but on their terms, not ours. And poor people trampled below them in the dust, with no hope of being free of their suffering. It's all wrong. Anybody who does what they do doesn't deserve to be called a hero. The determination in Juhyo's voice was strong. I learned that from Endeavor. You and me both. Darby extended a hand scarred by burned tissue to his companion. We can make a better world together. One without the corrupt. One without him. One where the heroes actually look like true heroes. He held for a moment, fierce turquoise eyes meeting mismatched gray and blue. Shall we get started, little brother? A skinny hand clasped his scarred one in a warm handshake, and Darby smiled inwardly at the raging fire he could see in Shoto Todoroki's eyes. Let's go, Tuya. Endeavor was going to pay. They all were. They would make sure of it. Tuya Todoroki and Shoto Todoroki. Age 24 and you still want to get into, right Izuku? Izuku, head deep in a notebook scribbling away about Miko's latest fight even as he walked, started at the sound of Setsuna's question out of the blue. Here? Why do you ask? You always wanted the same thing since we were tiny, you know. Setsuna flashed her widest grin at him. You told me you were gonna be number one day, and everything dash. Izuku groaned. I was 5, stop trying to embarrass me dash. Hey, you said it not me. Setsuna put her hands on her hips even as they kept walking. You didn't even have a quirk back then and you were so determined. Now you've got that super strong quirk, surely you've got even more in your favor to go to UA. Why yeah. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I heard their tests are even stricter now they have less students coming in. You think I can still do it? Hell yeah. It's the attitude that's half of it too. Nobody I know wants to make a difference more than you. Izuku smiled. Tenko had said the same. If both of them thought it, then maybe he could. After their heart-to-heart from Izuku seeing Tenko's darkest moments, Tenko had moved in and become part of the Midoriya family furniture. He hadn't accepted Inko's offer of being formally adopted, but it was clear she still thought of him as a second son. Nothing changed between the two boys, of course. They still remained practically inseparable, and still spent hours after school training their quirks alongside each other. But in a world growing weirder by the day, it helped that they could be sure to keep each other safe. All the while, as two boys forged a bond akin to blood brothers, and the world went in a handcart around them, those two bright young minds drew up a plan to right the wrongs around them. A plan to get Izuku into UA, the school of his dreams, to get him to graduate and stand up to inspire change not just in their city, but the whole country. Izuku had always wanted to become a hero, no matter how impossible he had been told it would be, no matter what barriers people constructed in front of him while quirkless. Now, finally, he could be given a chance to change things. He closed the notebook, careful to keep a finger in it to save the page, and nodded to Setsuna. I always wanted to go to UA. Even now as the country goes nuts I still want it. No matter how much the people don't like heroes. No matter what. I can't just sit here and let it get worse. I can't stand by and let people corrupt what it means to be a hero. I still want to save people, with a smile on my face. That's what I want to be and what I want others to want, more than anything. He nodded, clenched a fist. I don't like how things have been going, so I have to try, right? Never change, course. Setsuna detached an arm and glided it over to ruffle his hair. Ain't he the most precious, Tenko? Yeah. Although I'm gonna go with him too. Setsuna turned to look at Tenko, hands in his pockets. You serious? You want to try for UA? I thought you hated the heroes. Yeah. I still agree more with the hero killer than any of them. Tenko shrugged his shoulders. But this idiot told me if I don't like it, I should do something about it myself, and he's right. I told him I'd have his back and go with him, so if I can get into UA with him, maybe I can be better than the ones I hate, and do something to fix society in the process. Wow! Setsuna raised an eyebrow. You didn't forget the part where you're 2 years older than us, did YA? Heh! Figured you'd say that. Tenko smirked. UA still allows deferred entry. I can join you in your class as a first year even though I'm older, if I apply at the same time. Guess this means I get to cheese the early levels. DMN. Kinda sad you think you'll be doing better than us, 1010. As if UA is gonna be easy. Izuku shared a look with Tenko. They knew it wouldn't be easy, but then nothing worth doing ever was. This was the goal they had decided to nail their colors to the mast for now. If things got worse or things got insufferable, they would have to reconsider, but if there was any hope of changing anything, they would have to lead by example and show people there was a better way. We're ready. I know it. That's the spirit. Setsuna pointed finger guns at the pair of them. I'll get you both the application form tomorrow when I swing by to see my friend at Fondo High. Aldera might not like heroes anymore, but they ain't gonna stop us. Thanks, Setsuna. No sweat. She stopped for a second. Underneath a sign pointing to Tatooine Station. Say, why did you even come this way again? You stupid lizard. What part of you asking us to walk you to the station did you forget? When Setsuna had told them that she was heading away for a day and needed to leave Musutafu, Izuku and Tenko had agreed without hesitation to walk Setsuna to the station after their brief interlude of training. Not that she wasn't capable of defending herself in case any unsavory types came for her, of course. Izuku had seen firsthand just how much Setsuna had trained herself and her quirk when she laid out a random vagrant who had tried to rob their group for lunch money one day. No, this was more of a reaction to the area being unfamiliar. Yakuza seemed to be more and more common around Musutafu, Isuha, Kamino, and Tokyo these days. Not only that, but they seemed to be getting bolder, traveling around in larger groups, making their presence felt. If they were out there, then it was best to band together too, especially around a busy hub like Tatooine Station with so many unknown people. As they approached the busy intersection near the station and the formidable railway bridge across the road, however, something didn't seem right. There was a commotion up ahead and a few gasps and screams from people, almost as if a fight was going on. This in itself wasn't unusual. While it hadn't become a crime-ridden metropolis on the level of Kyushu or Isuha, Musutafu was seeing increasing crime which the police couldn't cope with entirely. Most of these situations could be ignored and passed by as someone else's problem. Most of these situations didn't involve the sudden appearance of a giant beast-headed man growing to the size of an office block in the middle of a busy intersection, right by the station. The ground trembled underfoot as the brute reached his full size, and gave a deafening bestial roar as if challenging anyone to come forward. Izuku saw the giant appear right before his eyes, veins pulsing and engorged, a hazy look in his eyes, and he knew this was trouble. Sheesh, Tenko said, slowly slipping one glove off. That's one huge villain. I didn't know there was a boss spawn around here. Do you think he's Yakuza? Izuku asked, turning to his friend, before he started at the sight of Tenko willingly exposing his hand and flexing his fingers in public. Tenko. What? Tenko deadpanned, wearing a complete poker face with ease. It's just insurance, promise. We're getting out of here, but I wanna be ready if he comes over here. He's right, Zuzu, Setsuna said, looking completely unfazed by the giant villain in front of them. I'd rather take my chances and stay alive than not be able to find all of my bits when he steps on me. Looking after number one is the way, Tenko agreed, shaking his fringe out of his eyes to glare at the behemoth. We aren't looking for a fight, but we've got to protect ourselves if he does come this. I knew you'd understand, 1010. Although if you want to start looking for my bits anytime soon then feel free dash. Not the time, you too. Izuku flushed red as Setsuna's wild side came out in full force, and he shook himself as his cousin cackled. All right, self-defense, I get it. Let's keep moving before he stands on us. As if to demonstrate Izuku's point, the enormous beast-headed man roared out, thick blue veins bulging on his neck and limbs, before he lashed out with one monstrous arm. With a sickening crunch, he tore through one of the energy poles rising from the street to stand alongside the railway, and the screams of the crowd horrified Izuku as the metal tower crashed to earth. There were people under there as it landed, and nobody in sight to help them, and Izuku and his group stood frozen no more than 100 meters from the chaos as it unfolded, unable to bring themselves to flee at the sight before them. "Where are the heroes when you need them?" a lady shouted, dragging her winged toddler child behind her as she fled. "There are people trapped under there. What are we gonna do? Can't anyone stop this guy? You're welcome to try." The bestial giant yelled, swinging a fist the size of a car into the side of a multi-story car park and laughing as he pulled cars from the gaping hole in the building, raining them down on innocent bystanders. "What the hell happened?" Tenko shouted, bracing his skinny legs as the ground shook from the footsteps of the villain and from the impacts. "Why is this guy entering rage state here?" Guy stole a handbag from a woman and took trigger when the boyfriend fought back so he didn't get beat, replied an older man in a business suit as he ran past Izuku's group. "He's on a effing rampage, man." Trigger. That one word gave Izuku more of an explanation than any of the others. Trigger was a name that every kid knew, heard on the whispers of the dark sides of the internet and in the shadows of the alleyways you weren't supposed to go down. Quirk enhancement drags like nothing the world had ever seen before. Trigger sent people almost into a berserker state with a rush of blood to the head and a boost to their quirk factor. It was a good high and a means to overpower anyone in a pinch. The Yakuza had taken to handing it out like candy as a reward for anyone willing to do their dirty work, and there were whispers as to people making money in the underworld arming low-level thugs with stockpiles of the drag to create their own instant foot soldiers. The police just couldn't cope with how much of it was getting out there, or where it was coming from, and so villains like this with their pulsing blue veins pumped full of the stuff were all too common these days. Vile substance. No match for true power. He shook his head as that thought bounced around his skull. He had no idea where it came from. "Guys. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting that train," Setsuna said, grimacing. "Not good. I want to stop him, but we can't." "Izuku," Tenko said, staring at the giant man. "Not if you want to get into UA. If we get arrested as vigilantes taking him down, there's no way back." "He's right, Zuzu. We've got to go, no matter how much we want to help." Izuku found himself grinding his teeth. "Right." Izuku made to spin and run off. "Let's get out of dash." Thump. As Izuku span on his heels to get away from the rampaging giant, he found resistance as he ran into someone. They weren't particularly tall or broad, but he certainly wasn't expecting to have someone standing immediately in his space, knocking them to the ground and sending the stuff they were holding flying. "Oh crap, I'm so sorry," he cried, picking himself up and turning to reach out a hand to the stranger. "Are you Dash?" His hand was clasped immediately by a skinny, delicate hand, and his green eyes met piercing yellow eyes which took him completely by surprise for a second. In front of him was a girl, about his age, with messy blonde hair tied up in two buns and a wicked smile on her face. He found himself taking a breath for a second, and couldn't help his eyes roam over her face, taking in the fact that he could see two canines poking out in her smile like fangs. That was kinda cute. She was kinda pretty. "Oh no. Not the time." "Oh thank you. Such a gentleman." Izuku, going bright red at the thoughts in his head, flushed crimson at her response to him as she took his hand. "Dash." She giggled as he pulled her up, and dusted herself off. Hee hee. Guess I should look where I'm standing next time, heh? What's your name?" Izuku tried frantically to get his blush under control. "Izuku Midoriya, hi Dash." "Hi Izuku. Cute name." She flashed a brilliant smile at him. "I'm Himiko. You live around here." "Why were I Dash?" Apparently can't function when talking to a girl. Izuku started at Setsuna's voice behind him, mocking him. "Here. Setsuna why Dash?" She laughed, shaking her head. "Picking up girls in the middle of a crisis? Geez Zuzu, time and a place." She smirked at the blonde. I'm Setsuna Tokuge, his cousin, and grumpy over there is Tenko Shimura. We live around here, yeah? I'll answer for him. You local? Just moved here with my dad and big bro Shuichi. Then I'm sure we'll see more of you. Setsuna's smirk grew wide and lopsided. Going on his reaction, he clearly thinks you're pretty, so I'm sure he won't mind if we hang out more. Wait dash. Thank you. He's kinda cute himself. Izuku tried and failed not to break as Himiko came out with that. Ha dash. Is now really the time for this? Tenko groaned behind Setsuna, rubbing his face with his gloved hand. Can we just get out of here now, away from the mini-boss wrecking the scenery over there? Relax, we're at a safe distance now, Setsuna said, waving him off. We should be fine around these parts if Nerdface over here wants to do notes on his quirk. Tenko, tutting at her, reached down and picked up a notebook off of the floor. Speaking of that, Aizu, you dropped your Holy Bible. Here? But I've got mine still. Izuku frowned, waving his own book at Tenko to prove the point. Whose is dash? Oh, that's mine. All three of Izuku's group looked over at the new girl Himiko, as she gave a little awkward wave and took the book off of Tenko. Here. She almost looked bashful. I kinda was taking notes on the big guy over there when I made Izuku fell over. Sorry about that. You. Izuku's eyes were wide as saucers. I do that too. We can match. Tenko had placed a gloved hand over his friend's mouth, and groaned. Great, another quirk nerd. Keep this up and he'll ask you to marry him. Izuku shook himself clear of the hand over his mouth and glared at Tenko. Hey, what was that for? It's bad enough watching you try and flirt, I don't want to lose you to another classic Izuku mutterstorm in the middle of a boss fight dash. I'm not flirt dash. Lick. Izuku didn't get to finish his sentence as suddenly, out of nowhere, a flash of brown swung over the heads of his group and the bystanders towards the villain, swinging on street lights and telephone poles to get over the crowd and into the action. Other bystanders and commuters gasped at the sudden arrival, throwing himself through the air, before landing in between the crowd and the giant villain as if to present himself as a barricade. Have no fear, people of Musutafu. He's here. It's Kamu Woods. I'm your biggest fan, came a cry from the crowd, and the cheers intensified. The hero who had just arrived straightened up. Nobody would ever mistake him for another hero. No other hero in the country looked like a polished oak statue with skin entirely made of wood, or wore a bundle of roses on their waist like an emblem. He was short, paling in size even to nearby bystanders, let alone the villain, but he spread his tree-like arms wide and made himself look huge as branches shot out like the tail of a peacock to make him look bigger and protect those behind him. Kamu Woods glared at the villain, a frown forming on his wooden face. Stand down, sir. You've done enough damage here today. Hey, you really think you can take me on with that puny arbor quirk? This trigger sheet is way out of your league, Woods. I'll crush you. Don't say I didn't give you the chance to come quietly. The hero shook his head. Fine, then I'll arrest you myself. Get away from me or I'll break you like a twig, growled the giant, as he flexed his monstrous arms and roared to the heavens, the epitome of evil in that moment. Not today, villain. Kamu Woods shouted, grabbing onto a nearby shop corner with an arboreal limb and launching himself into the air to go on the offensive. This ends now. Wow! Izuku was starstruck all of a sudden from the back of the crowd where they were, as he watched the hero throw himself into action. That's Kamu Woods. He's still a private hero, but he really works hard to ensure justice for all, and look after us all round here. He's making a big splash around here as a new hero for his work with the police. The blonde girl, Himiko, shot a look at him as she scribbled a few notes in a scroll Izuku could barely read. So you're a fanboy, huh? Hey, you're writing notes too. Izuku blushed red again. Some quirks are really cool. Oh. She raised an eyebrow at him. Some quirks? Not some heroes? No. He paused for a second. I wanna be a hero, but I want to be a better hero than what we have. one that protects people and puts a smile on their face, one they can have faith in. Kamu Woods is like that, but we don't have too many of those these days. She looked at him then, with a strange expression on her face, as if something had piqued her curiosity. Here. You really think you can do it? I hope so. Izuku smiled at her. Someone has to try, right? He didn't see the faint blush that spread to her cheeks, or the look in her amber eyes at what he had said to her, or the smallest of fanged smiles that had flickered on her face. In that moment there had been a loud crack like the sound of a tree falling in the woods, as Kamu Woods leapt away from the giant villain, bits of branch from his body falling away from the villain's face. Izuku had missed a new move. He couldn't miss another. Assault, robbery, drag use and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the embodiment of evil. Kamu Woods proclaimed, as he grabbed onto a streetlight with one arm and hung there to glare at the villain. Have you no shame? Gra! The villain spat out bits of wood he had apparently bitten down on. You little pest! I'm done messing around. Come on, Kamu! Setsuna shouted, whooping, all threat of the giant villain seemingly forgotten in a second as the spectacle unfolded like the good old days. Show us you're a proper hero. Somehow, over all the other cheers of the crowd, Kamu would seem to have heard that, and one wooden hand stretched out in a thumbs up. Izuku couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia when he saw the gesture, at how much like All Might it was. He clearly wasn't the only one who had adored the symbol of peace. Right away, citizen. It's a hero's job to save people, and to stop villains wherever they are. I won't let you down. Ha ha ha. The laugh of the giant villain came out like the bark of a mad dog. And what do you think you'll do to me, Pipsqueak? Kamu Wood slung himself up onto the roof of Tatooine Station. Just you watch, villain. Time for my special move. Oh man! Izuku cried, eyes wide, as branches began to grow from Kamu Wood's outstretched arms and writhe like snakes, flying towards the villain. Here he comes dash. Surely this is too obvious, muttered Tenko, wincing as Izuku reflexively kicked behind him to kick Tenko in the shin. Oh! Hey dash! Preemptive! Binding! Lacquered chain dash! Canyon cannon! The whole scene turned into absolute chaos in one moment. As the tendrils of wood shot at the giant villain, ready in an instant to secure him and completely immobilize, a deafening bang had come from the right of both Kamu Woods and the giant terrorizing downtown Musutafu. Out of nowhere, a giant lady even taller than the rampaging criminal, clad in a white bodysuit and wearing a wide grin, had jumped over the station and the railway lines to land a monstrous kick into the jaw of the villain. Blindsided, the villain crashed backwards and landed with a crunch on a nearby clothes shop, the screams of those inside at the time audible to those on the ground. As the dust settled and the villain lay unmoving in a crater of his own making, visibly shrunken in size and with the wounded forms of those in the shop he landed in, the newcomer straightened up and flicked her long blonde hair out of her face. Stretching out her arms, she turned to the crowd and flashed them a wink, seemingly uncaring about the people caught in the crossfire by her kick. Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero. Hi there everyone, I'm Mount Lady. Good job, lady. An effective debut. Everyone nearby turned at the call of the gruff voice, an older man striding through the debris without acknowledging any of the bystanders at all. He was a hulk of a hero, bulging muscles on display through his costumes, and chunky hazard warning wrist guards clanking as he walked. The commission will be happy with what we've done today. Is that? Tenko was incredulous. Death Arms came all the way here from Tokyo to kill Steel off of Kamu Woods? What the hell are the commission doing? Hear that, everyone? You're safe now. Mount Lady waved at all the bystanders, oblivious to the rubble around her as she simpered. Mount Lady and Death Arms of the Hero Commission, at your service. We'll be taking this villain now into commission custody, so you can get on your way. Stand back and let the pros handle this, people, Death Arms shouted in that distinctive hoarse voice. This is our scene now. There was a brief pause for a second. What the hell, man? Who do you people think you are? Kamu had that covered, you clowns. Look what you did to my shop. You're not heroes, you disgraces. A vein appeared to pop on Mount Lady's forehead as she heard the angry shouts of the residents of Musutafu, angered that the Hero Commission had wandered into a situation under control and somehow made it even worse as if to spite the local hero. Hey! A little gratitude would be nice for saving your butts, people. Sheesh, she seems like an a-hole, Tenko said, staring around at the angry locals. Ain't she the top graduate from Shiketsu last year, Aizu? Yeah, she's actually from round here, Izuku replied, staring at the frozen figure of Kamu Woods on the roof of the train station. It was clear that the pro-hero was still completely shocked by what had just happened. He had it under control and now look what they've done. This ain't heroic, muttered Himiko, scribbling even more frantically and appearing, at least to Izuku, to draw a circle around Mount Lady's name. This ain't right. She isn't wrong. This time Izuku agreed with his inner voice. After a moment of incredulity, Kamu Woods appeared to shake himself down and leapt off of the roof of Tatooine Station to land in front of Death Arms and Mount Lady. What do you think you're doing? This is my business as the pro-hero responsible for this jurisdiction dash. Commission orders, rookie, Death Arms growled in response, as Mount Lady loomed above. We got told to come here and seek out trigger users to take in for the commission. You got a problem, you take it up with them, not me. No, I can't stand for this. Kamu Woods cried, branch offshoots sprouting from his back like the spines of a hedgehog. I had this under control and now you're telling me you're taking him away before the police arrive? You've not even secured him or made sure the trigger has worn off dash. And when it does, he's ours. Death Arms punched his two meaty fists together and glowered at the wooden man. Don't interfere with our duty, kid. No, you stop interfering with mine. Kamu Woods did not appear shaken by the veteran in front of him. Under the laws of this city, I am required to administer a trigger antidote, take him into custody, and bring him before the chief of police to be arrested and stand trial, here in this city. The commission don't get to trump justice no matter how much you may wish to steal the spotlight from pro-heroes trying to get by. He's resisting us, sir, Mount Lady shouted over her shoulder to Death Arms, as she looked down on the villain she had tackled. Interfering with the duty of pro-heroes of the Hero Commission is a crime dash. Good memory, lady. Death Arms cracked his knuckles, raising his fists and striding towards Kamu Woods with a glare. Last chance. Get out of our way, small-timer. Call yourself heroes? Kamu Woods was fuming, and splayed his branched arms in a defensive stance. Back down, before I call the police. As if you think they could do anything. Death Arms barked, the laugh of a smoker. You brought this on yourself. In a blur, the scene erupted into pure chaos. The crowd in front of Izuku and his group screamed and scattered, and through the melee Izuku saw Death Arms throw a right hook with his beefy arm straight at the local hero. Kamu Woods reacted instantly, ducking underneath the punch and grappling with one wooden arm to wrap around the torso of the older pro and launch him away with a throw, sailing past Mount Lady and the fallen villain to crash through the front window of a nearby shoe shop. Watching her mentor be thrown away so easily by Kamu Woods, Mount Lady turned her back on the downed trigger user and howled at Kamu Woods, rushing towards him in a few earth-shaking strides to wind up for a kick. Titan dash. Lacquered chain tripwire. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Faced with a charging heroine at least 10 times the size of him, Kamu Woods reacted instinctively in the only way he could, and Izuku marveled at the pro's ingenuity. Any direct attack from his branches would have been met by the sheer wall that was Mount Lady and would have snapped his branches as if they were nothing, so Kamu Woods used her own size and momentum against her. Pulling himself to the side of her charge and reaching out with one arm of solid wood, he turned it into a single straight barrier of wood and launched it across the street, burying it into the roof of a nearby shop. He was safe out of the way, and the giantess shins collided with the firm wooden trip hazard he had created, meaning that her charge had become her own worst enemy. She was going down hard. Wait. The harder they fall. Oh no. As Mount Lady yelled out and smacked her face on the side of another clothes shop, bloodying her enormous nose, she reached out with her massive arms and carved chunks into the side of an office block as if to try and stop her fall. She still face-planted into the pavement with a thud that shook the whole neighborhood and laid Tenko flat on his butt, but now her massive hands had clawed out part of the building next to them, and rubble was falling onto them. Onto Himiko, stood frozen beneath a chunk of concrete the size of a piano, which would crush her in an instant if he didn't act. No. Air Force smash. He moved without thinking. Almost as if everything was in slow motion, he raised both his palms out towards the piece of rubble descending from the heavens, and felt black and red lightning crackle around his biceps, under his shirt. With a cry, he pushed with all the force he could manage in his palms, and inwardly breathed a massive sigh of relief as he watched the blast of air blossom upwards from his palm. Ripping through the concrete as if it were papier-mâché, the chunk of concrete disappeared into dust which rained down on all those in the alleyway, safe and sound from any injury. Wincing slightly as a tiny chunk hit him on the hand and caused a gash which started to bleed, he turned immediately to Himiko, who was standing there as if dumbstruck by his actions. "Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Now he had the opportunity to see the faint blush on her face, the look of awe in her eyes, as she looked at him and bit her lip shyly for a second. "Dang, Izuku." He flushed. "Hey, I just wanted to help Dash." "I know." She smiled at him, no trace of anything in her eyes but gratitude and admiration. "You kinda saved me." "Thank you, Izuku." "You there?" The green-haired boy. Izuku was shaken out of the brief moment in which he got lost in the amber eyes across from him by the sound of Kamu Wood's voice from the street, and turned to see the pros staring at him with wide eyes. "You was that your quirk? The air blast just then?" Izuku hung his head. He had been seen using it in public by a pro hero. This was trouble. "Why dash? Aizu!" Tenko hissed from the floor, alarmed. "What are you doing? You can't go," admitting that just like that dash. "Well done." Both the boys froze. "Here." Kamu scratched the back of his head with a distinctly wooden sound. "I know I shouldn't approve of public quirk usage, but you just acted in pure defense out of instinct, and saved someone in an instant. You did well." Izuku melted, completely sheepish. Thank you, sir." "Don't call me sir, I'm not that old." Kamu Woods ped his head to one side. "Are you planning on becoming a hero?" "Yes sir, we all are." Izuku gestured to Tenko and Setsuna, who stood like rabbits caught in headlights because of his unfailing honesty. "We all want to go to UA. My old school." Kamu Woods nodded and gave Izuku a thumbs up. "When you get there, come find me and we can talk internships. For now, get out of here, this isn't a safe place for kids." "No sheet, tree man!" Tenko shouted, as Setsuna pulled him upright with a detached hand. "Not like the fighting gives us many places to run at the moment with people that large." "I can only apologize. For now let's hope the police get here soon." And Kamu Woods was interrupted in an instant as a massive fist slammed into his chest and launched him backwards. "Irk!" Death Arms, the man behind the punch, staggered forward, glaring at the younger pro. "All of this because you couldn't back down when you were told to. You're lucky you have good sponsors, kid, because you're a sorry excuse of a pro hero. There are kids here. What do you think you're doing?" "My job as a hero of the Hero Commission," the punching hero growled, before turning to glare at Izuku's group. "Get out of here. This is between heroes." "That's right." Mount Lady had pulled herself upright and now towered over the group, staggering slightly on gigantic legs. "This new guy needs to be taught not to interfere with our duty as heroes." "Nah, I don't think you two pieces of trash count as heroes." Izuku nearly screamed and Setsuna did a spit take as Tenko bit back at Death Arms, and the older hero looked stunned. "What the hell did you say to me, boy? Kamu Woods had it under control and you just wandered in for glory and for your own agenda." Tenko met Death Arms' stare with a manic smile. "You're not heroes. You never will be." Mount Lady was as angry as her mentor, as Himiko actually laughed. "Who do you think you are, talking to us like that, you little creep?" "Oh what, you disagree with me?" Tenko folded his arms, unrelenting despite pleading looks from Izuku and Setsuna. "Fine, then answer me this. When you both decided to pick a fight with our local pro hero, which one of you defended the main objective? Who secured the villain?" There was a brief moment of silence in the middle of that street, as both Death Arms and Mount Lady shot each other a questioning look, quickly followed by a panicked look in response, as Mount Lady's eyes went wide. Oh foo dash! Rah-rah! In the blink of an eye, Death Arms and Kamu Woods were sent flying by a colossal foot punting them into the side of an abandoned taxi nearby, a kick worthy of the most ferocious games of football that took them out of commission immediately. The realization by Mount Lady had afforded her a split second extra to gather herself and her defense, and she was able to bring an arm up to block the attempted uppercut from the giant villain, back on his feet with renewed desire to tear the neighborhood apart. Even this extra second hadn't completely saved her, as the sheer force behind the punch threw her staggering backwards to fall on some empty housing nearby with a crash, and put her on the ground. The villain roared to the skies above, triumphant as the Titanic heroine struggled to pull herself up again, before his attention snapped to Izuku and his group below, right beneath him with nowhere else to run. Diamond kids. Where's your heroes now? As a giant fist was raised above him, blocking out the sun for a moment in readiness to come crashing down, Izuku couldn't hold back. No matter what the cost to himself of acting out and using his quirk to fight in public would be, Tenko and Setsuna were in harm's way. Himiko, the newcomer, was in harm's way. Nobody else was coming to save them, and so he felt the familiar crackle of black sparks on his arms, the build-up of air pressure in the palm of his hands. He wouldn't let those he cared about down. Edish. Howitzer impact. Boom. A colossal explosion, burning bright orange and crimson, slammed into the chest of the giant villain standing in the middle of the streets, with the shockwave that followed shattering any glass in the area that had somehow remained intact until now. The force of the blast launched the giant backwards, smacking his back into the railway bridge at Tatooine Station with a sickening crack like the sound of twigs snapping. Giant limbs flailed as he went down, demolishing a nearby cafe and putting an even bigger hole in the side of a car park. The screams of bystanders nearby grew even louder. No way! Izuku was struggling to speak. Is that Dash? You idiots! The source of the explosion dropped down from a nearby rooftop to land in the middle of the street, planting himself between Izuku's group and the villain who had been launched downtown. Call yourself heroes when you're gonna fail like this. What the? Mount Lady was beside herself as she got back on her feet yet again. Is that a school kid? What the hell are you doing using a quirk like that, you brat? One giant wannabe villain in public, and you want to fight each other rather than take him down. The snark of Katsuki Bakugo was ferocious, and could probably be heard on the other side of the city. He had landed in the middle of the street, palms sparking with his signature explosions as sweat ran through and soaked the sleeves of his school shirt, and he looked furious. Fine. If you won't do your job as heroes, I'll do it for you, you BSs. Holy shit. Tenko had finally found it in himself to speak. Bakugo! Bakugo whirled at his name, ready to snap at whoever recognized him, before recognizing the green-haired young man at the front of the group. Deku. BB Bakugo. Izuku found himself squeaking. What are you Dash? Shut it you worthless loser. I'm gonna go beat that villain up. His palms crackled. Get the hell out of here before I set you on fire as well, you BSD. As Bakugo launched himself forward at the struggling giant villain, still somewhat embedded in the railway bridge, Mount Lady hurled herself upright and began charging too, hurling obscenities and screaming about a kid breaking the law as a vigilante and trying to take her victory. For a brief moment, Izuku found himself tensing up, before as he took a step forward, a skinny hand grabbed his and pulled him. Here! This is our chance to get out of here. Himiko said, shooting him a pleading look and pulling him down the street away from the fight. Let's go, come on. She's right Zuzu. Setsuna shouted, hauling a stunned Tenko in much the same way. Less talk, more running. For a moment, Izuku wanted to resist and run back in. For a moment, he wanted to help and stop the villain, to do the job that the heroes were doing, and he hated how much he agreed with Bakugo. But in that moment, he saw his friends were right. He couldn't risk his UA dream or the safety of his friends on this fight. Alright. Coming. As they sprinted down the street, Tenko turned to look at him, stunned. I didn't dream that right? That was Bakugo turning up at the end of a cutscene to fight a boss dash. No, that's him, Izuku replied, in as much disbelief. He hadn't seen his childhood bully in years, and now suddenly he was throwing himself into a fight in front of pro heroes. What was he thinking? You know that guy? Himiko asked. He seemed like an a-hole. That's because he is. Setsuna shouted, over a roar in the distance. He was a bully because he had a strong quirk and now he's let that go to his head? Mad. I just can't believe it, Tenko said. Izuku told me he always went on about wanting to become the strongest hero ever. Now he's gonna throw that all away and break the law to fight a guy on Trigger, when there's pros already there. It's suicide. He's not changed one bit, Izuku said, shaking his head. Suddenly they reached an intersection in the road, and while Tenko and Setsuna ran back towards his home, he found himself pulled the other way by Himiko. Ichi, wait dash. Here! The blonde girl who had joined them only a few minutes ago skidded to a halt and then realized why he had stopped. Oh, you're the other way. Why yeah. Downtown over near Aldera High. Izuku scratched his head sheepishly. Will we see you again? She giggled and something inside him soared. Of course, silly. She held out her other hand, the one that hadn't been holding his, and pressed something small into his palm. A ball of paper? Text me on that number, okay? A girl had given him her number. He was going to text a girl. Oh, okay. An explosion louder than any of the ones before rocked the ground beneath them, and she jumped. Right, gotta go. She paused for a second, smirked with an oh-so-devilish smile, and leaned over to kiss him on the cheek, making him flush brighter red than he ever had before. That's for earlier. My hero. That was a kiss. Wadash. She winked at him, and ran off. Catch YA later, Izuku. Nice to meet your friends too. He froze absolutely still, trying and failing to get his brain back in action after such a simple thing. A girl had actually kissed him. What just dash? Come on, dumbass, you gonna stand around all day or are we gonna get home safe and sound? Tenko laughed, pulling the hood of his green hoodie and getting him to keep moving, dragging him as he and Setsuna sprinted back in the direction of the Midoriya household and the other side of town. I'm happy for you and all, but maybe don't start pursuing a love ending when we're still on the edge of the boss fight. Love? Oh, my cause got his first kiss. Setsuna teased, detaching a hand to nudge him in the side as they ran. Proud of you, Green Bean. Say, we're definitely telling Inko about this, right? Tenko asked as they ran, smirking. She would love to know. Oh hell yeah. Setsuna's grin was predatory now. I can't wait to tell Auntie Inko about Zuzu getting a girlfriend. He had no idea what was happening. How had they got from the middle of a fight between villains and heroes to this? How had he ended up with a girl kissing him? How had Bakugo ended up turning up in all of this? What even was this day anymore? Say, Zuzu, can you work on her taking me as a bridesmaid? I know Ten's gonna be your best man but I don't wanna be left out here. What is going on? Well, this is fun. Izuku, Tenko and Setsuna. Aged, 14, 16 and Himiko Toga. Aged, Katsuki Bakugo. Aged, 14.